roses, roses. I ain't feeling broken no more. Bought a fist that gossiping, I know this. Talking shit, I wonder through the motives. Wonder who the fuck I'm supposed to be. I ain't worried now until I leave. I'm just trying to ride and feel the breeze with something bad beside next to me. Wind in my face. Don't stop now when I feel so great. You can run till you slip on the sidewalk, and the same bone that you pick on break. That's a motif. That's a motif. Yeah. When it's coming right back, so familiar, never been realer. Never felt so damn good where I'm at. I don't know what it's all about. Running through too many thoughts to count. That's way better. Still ain't adding up. I'll let you know when I had enough. Yeah. Hey, yeah. I put some money on forever, but hey, don't like to gamble on the weather, so I just watch. Well, the sun is shining, I can look at the horizon. The walls keep getting wider, I just hope I never find them, my Lord. Hey! Well, these are my wings. These are my wings. Yeah. These are my wings. These are my wings.
All right, what's up, pups? How's everybody doing tonight? That's fun. All right, we got a lot to talk about, a lot going on. What's up, Salty Dog? What's up, Josh T, Data Dev, Deerslayer? What's up, Love Matters? Frank White, Puffy X, Zatu, Tam Tam. What's going on? Digital Donkey. What's up, Grey Knight? What's up, Lunacy Point? That's right, smash it, everybody, on your way in. Smash that like button. Make some noise. Sam Horowitz, what's going on, man? You might be right. What's up, Armando? What's up, Crypto Coffee? What's up, Ryan? What's up, Paul Shane? We'll talk about that. I don't know. You can let me know. Put a link if you have like a tweet or something recently. Fuck's that. Grey Knight. What's going on? What's up, Eddie? Yay to old intro. Yeah. Just mix it. I don't know. I wasn't feeling that vibey tonight for that new one. What's up, Super Snake? Ruskino. What's up, Bud P? What's up, Van? Dips are a blessing. We've been dipping for 4 years, man. Yeah, they're still a blessing 4 years later. What's up, Kevin? What's up, Streamin' Freeman? Mr. Fast Abdul, always here for the tech. Yeah, gotta have one of those. Everybody smash the like button. Do a retweet on X. Send it out there. Let me see if everything's working. I think everything's working all right. What do we got? All right, stream is just starting up now. How fun. How much fun. Good times, man. What's up, Art? How are you? My porn studio. Yes, I am, actually. So send me your information. We'll get you started, buddy. It's filthy in here. It's filthy. What's up, Super Snake? Join the Telegram group at St. Wolf Vision. All right. Somebody check that out. I don't know what the fuck that is. St. Wolf 369 on IG. That's right. What's up, Trumbo? How you doing? All right. We don't want to fuck around. Okay, let me throw up a link, by the way, in case somebody wants to join. I actually was maybe. What's up, William? What's up, Taco Bello? Taco Bello? Nice to see you. So link is in the Telegram. Same Will Vision right now. You know. All right, let's do it. We need to get into it. What's going on? I don't have time to screw around right now. All right. Let me make this smaller. What's this? A square? Okay. I want this one. Yeah, that's my jam right there. What's up, Charles Fox? Well, we got nothing but time, Saint. All right. We got nothing but time. Great. All right. We need to get into it. All right. So, Ethereum. We'll just start here. On the weekly, we are bouncing at the 50. Okay. We're bouncing at the 50. And generally, if you look back at the 2021 bull run, 2020, at the when we had the big zombie apocalypse, you see we came down below the 50, closed below it, of course. We came up, we smacked right through, retested it, and kept going, and we floated above it for a very long time. We broke below it on January of 2022. We retested, and we were rejected, and we went, see you later, bye-bye. We actually retested it again, got above it. This might have screwed a lot of people right here. I'm guessing that was March. I know we had a big altcoin run right there, so that was good, but then it all fell apart. So what happened now? We have been up and down above the 50 since we got back above in March of 2023, okay? So this is why, it's not as easy as everybody thinks, because the fuckery is quite serious now, all right? So you see we broke above it here on March of 2023. We got above, we hung about, okay? We came back to it in the summer, broke below it, scared everybody, and then we went above, okay? And then we teased this resistance line we had, the old all-time high, this zone, this purple kind of box that's been up here for a long time. This is that area right here. I told you guys there's going to be a lot of fuckery right here. I told you guys. I made that video and I circled it, and I was like, this is the area that they're going to do some shit, and we still haven't broken through it, right? So we teased it multiple times. We came back. We crashed under the 50. We got back above it. And then I think this was around that Christmas where I said, hey, we got problems. I remember drawing this, and this broke here. And there was too much volume for that to break. I'm like, there's something wrong. And I look at volume and candlesticks, by the way, mostly. So that wasn't normal. And if you guys remember, you were here, holidays 2024. I think I did 3 lives in a row where I was like, hey, man, ETH looks fucked. Something's wrong. And it was. And that's, I think, when Richard Hart might have bought right there. And I was like, no. And then see you later, bye-bye. We got under the 50 again, and we went down for that low, right, at 1373, whatever that was, right? We broke the 50, the 100. We just smacked through everything, 200. And we're back above, right? We got back above it again. But now, guess what? We're hitting it again, okay? There's no way at this point it fucking matters, because these people are playing this stuff like a top, dude. They're just playing. They're having fun. They're just having fun. The market makers, right? So they're doing what they want to do. They're doing what they want to do, and that's what they showed us. Everybody out there, smash the like button wherever you are. If you guys are just joining the show, welcome to the show. Hope you guys are doing amazing. I just jumped into it today. So I didn't have too much of a warm-up. What's up, Fugly? Outside of Pulse, which other tokens should invest in pumping aspects? I could do some videos on that. Maybe I'll talk about that. So I'm not like, yeah, if we stay above the 50, obviously it's good. But just because we go under it now doesn't mean it's over either, right? And they've done this on. I mean, they've completely played this like as they needed, right? And if you think about institutionally, they already got a 3x out of it, right? Because they wrote it up from 1400 to 4800. So what's that? That's over a 3x, okay? It's about a 3.5x. So institutionally, they might be good on ETH. They made almost a 4x on it. And when they're moving billions of dollars, you know, that's a lot of money they've made right there, right? They don't need it to go higher necessarily. Like, they're already doing really well. I mean, they can just keep dumping and pumping this as they need. But realistically, what we have here now, and I talked about this also in another video, is you had this kind of a head and shoulders pattern. And I think I did this in the Telegram, was it? Or one of the other live streams, I was drawing this. I said, like, look, I don't like this pattern. It looks like it could break down. This drawing is from one of the last streams. I said, if we touch this line right here, this is the neckline, okay? So this is left shoulder. This is your left shoulder, okay? This is your head, and this is your right shoulder, okay? So head and shoulders. And I said, if we come down and we break this line, which I was pretty clear multiple times that I think we might, we're going to complete that head and shoulders, and we're probably going to break down. And what happened? As soon as we touched down, within a day, we were breaking down. Now, the target for this head and shoulders right here is right here at 2,400, 2,500. It doesn't mean it has to completely play out, but that is the technical target for it, okay? It's just a target. It doesn't have to play out. But it would also be a total, almost a retest of this impulsive move out of here from 2,500 when we started this. Okay, so it wouldn't be out of the ordinary. Like it's totally possible it does that. If we break 2,000, I would really consider it over. But doing a retest down here at 2,400, I think is totally in the cards. And for me, it could be very possible, but it doesn't have to. Look, we're getting a bounce right now. We don't need to like forecast, and we didn't even touch down here at the 100. Okay, so we're bouncing already at 3134. We're at 3,200. It's a good sign. It could be it. We could chop until we're ready to go up, but by no means is it over either. Like we could absolutely keep going down. So ETH is not looking great, but at the same time, it's doing things in the parameters of things we've talked about on prior live streams. We've talked about this multiple times. Everything I have drawn up here is still accurate. The head and shoulders, the targets I drew, where I was like, hey, if we come down here to this line, we're fucked. You can see my squiggles from the last few live streams where I'm like, if we make this head and shoulders, blah, blah. Everything's playing out as we discussed as a possibility. So nothing that's happened has surprised me, if that makes sense. Thanks, Luna. Yeah, smash the like button, guys. There's been a lot of work over the last month that's gone into charting all this and sharing it with you. And actually, I did a video on the bear case for the market, I think 10 days ago or 2 weeks ago, and you guys grilled me on Twitter and on the YouTube comments. I even had to delete one of the YouTube comments because it was so offensive. Like somebody was like, I knew Saint would turn on us. He's fucking bearish. But it was like this awful thing. Guy went on a rant. And guys, I just said, like, everything I said is playing out. Like, I made the video 2 weeks ago and I put in a lot of work into it to say like, hey man, I got to show you guys the bear case because there's problems in these charts. And I got attacked. Didn't make any sense. I'm like I have to show you this shit because this is what's in the charts, and it's all playing out. So, and then Sunday night in the Telegram, I also put a warning. I said, hey, you guys saw that in the Telegram, right? I put it on Twitter too. I was like, hey, look, a deeper pullback is probably more likely. And then Monday we started because that's just how things are, man. It's a lot of psychology right now. It's not just charts right now, by the way. It's a lot of psychology. And I expressed that before when I talked a lot about ETH coming into this zone and how we wouldn't easily just get above it. Okay, if you guys remember, I talked a lot about this zone because we've been here too many times now at this point, and everyone's anticipating this break. There has to be major fuckery here. So maybe that's all this is. Maybe they're just really psychologically testing us before there is that alt season that we all think is going to happen. And I do think is going to happen, and I'll show you why in a few minutes. We'll go look at those charts too. Yo, what's up, Fast? How are you? Why is your thing muted? Well, as good as you can be, as good as I could be, I guess.
Yeah, pretty crazy action there today. A little bit worrying.
Yeah, I'm bringing it down so we can see the chart thing. Wait, what am I doing? I can put you up there. That's fine. Yeah, I haven't even looked at any other influencer stuff. I haven't really looked at Twitter charts today or what a lot of the big things are saying. I just kind of went for a walk today because I was a little bit mentally prepared for it because, I did the bear video, like, if you remember 10 days, 2 weeks ago. And then I also posted that post on Sunday night where I told the Telegram, I'm like, look, I don't know what I wrote. I wrote a more serious pullback's more likely here. And so I was kind of mentally prepared, and I didn't want to hear everyone's like fucking crazy theories. I know what the charts are telling, and I've been pretty consistent on it and being able to read it so far. So I didn't want anybody to fuck with my head, which can happen, right?
Yeah. Now sometimes you got to close out the noise. That's the only way to make a clear decision without being influenced by, junk.
Yeah. Yeah, because it's tough. Look, it's not easy. Even when you know it's coming, even when you see it, it's not easy, right? We've been through a lot, like really, we have the last few years, and it's just, it's been rough. So I feel you guys' pain too. And smash that like button out there. Hope you guys are doing good. Thanks, William. Appreciate you reposting the stream. Yeah, if you guys can repost it, it'd be great. It's just I've been very accurate, and I hope that just it helps people stay ahead of what's going on. I'm not a dooms guy, or I'm pretty clear about what I see in the charts, and I share it. Loving your haircut. Yeah, I like it too, man. You're back to the
Thanks.
Classic look we remember.
Yep. Back to the fighting hair, yeah.
Global liquidity.
So I guess the question is, where are we going? That's what everybody wants to know.
Okay, so I showed you guys the target for Ethereum. For me, it was 2483. Doesn't have to be hit. Like I said, you got tons of targets on your way down: 3,050, 2,800, 26, blah blah blah. Let me just look at the monthly really quick on this. And when you look at it, when you kind of zoom out, you can also understand that. And I said this to Fast. We were talking on Telegram that this could even just be a retest of this breakout. I mean, look at this candle here, right? It's not out of the range of possibilities that it comes down to 2,800 and fucking clears some of this candle. And you've heard me talk about these vector candles. I don't like them, okay? And when I have these candles, and I need to see at least 70% of them clear for me to generally be happy. And I had the same problem with ink too. And we might be heading down to my targets because you can see here this one cleared about 50%. I guess that you can let that slide, right? This one here. This one you got nothing. So if we came down to 2850, like fine, maybe it does that. We ranged. Some people say it's over, and then we finally have that big move, impulsive move up. And I'll talk about the possibilities that we could look at in a minute. Let's just go look at BTC really quick, and we'll come back and we'll look at the Dixie and the total crypto charts, and then we'll theorize. Okay, so is this my chart I've been showing? Yeah, so this is the one I've had for 2-3 years, showing you guys this exact same chart. We've been in this channel up and to the right. We haven't broken it yet to the extent we're breaking it now, so we are really breaking out of it. You guys can clearly see that. We have not really, we've dipped out of it for sure, but now we're really coming out of it, okay? No doubt about that. You can clearly see that. And this thing goes all the way back to the start of the fucking bull run of 2022, okay? This blue thing. And this is the same chart I've used on every video. Haven't touched it, changed it, nothing. So you guys see it? So it is doing what it's doing. And see this pink line I have here? This is a resistance line. All I did was take it and run it from back here. Okay? There's nothing high TA about this. Very simple. Support resistance. You got resistance here, 2021, 2022. Ran it all the way here, and we were rejected 1, 2, 3, 4 times there. Okay? So that's why I also made that bear video I made 2 weeks ago, because I just literally saw that we've been rejected 4 times there. So that tells me we have to go lower, retest some lower targets before we're going to make another attempt at it, which I think is going to happen. Okay? And I'll show you why. But we have to accept that we're coming down, right? Like, we've been rejected pretty hard. Now, we're at 100,000. Touched my support line almost to the T. Let's go back. Let's go like a 3-day. Yeah, we're definitely breaking through there. We are bouncing really nicely at 100K. We're like really nice.
Be a psychological level there, right?
Yeah, absolutely. We're definitely showing some weakness. I mean, could we go lower? Like, how low could we go? I don't.
I could see big institutions and exchanges and stuff maybe defending that 100K price just to keep the psychology of it there, right? Like it's easier to think that 200K is possible looking at 100K than 95K, right? Like it just clicks different in your head.
I mean, for them, it just matters where the liquidity is, really. To be totally honest, like this just really profit for them, though, right?
Fair enough, but like they profit off the FOMO though, right? Like the crazy slippage, the intense days. So I would think they'd probably be happier having people feel that higher is better than lower is likely.
So look, I'll be honest. I wasn't up late last night with this. Like I said, I was mentally prepared for it anyway. So I kind of like didn't check out, but I wasn't on it. So I'm kind of almost looking at this again for the first time. You got a lot of confluence here at 99 at 99.3 or 100,000 wherever it bounced. 99. Look at that confluence. Look at this confluence, right? So you got this support coming all the way from this whole pennant it's been in, or whatever the fuck shape this is, coming all the way down here. Plus, I have this support line down here at 99.3. I've had that there forever, going all the way through, and it's, I mean, perfect. This could be it. That could be it. That could be the bottom. It could be. And same with ETH. Like I'm saying, it didn't even come down to the 100. But let's zoom out really quick. I want to show you why people are freaking out. This is the 50-day moving average. I'm sure you guys some of you guys are familiar with this already. Same thing like ETH. In the zombie apocalypse, once we got above it, we floated above it the whole entire bull run. We only wicked below it a couple times in the summer of 2021, but we recovered them very quickly and stayed above it, which was a big fake out, right? A lot of people thought the bull run was over here, and then we ripped for another double top is what people thought we were going to 100,000. It was just a double top. And this was tough. I actually lost a trade here. I had a long. It was all, this was like crazy fuckery. But it was an amazing altcoin run.
What day was that?
This was going into 2022 out of the summer of 2021.
Okay.
At the end of 2021. And then we had that crazy alt season, which is where I think most of us made our money, right? So it stayed above the 50, bounced off it, but it broke under it again in December of 2021, so the end of 2021, going into 2022. And then it got rejected and couldn't get back above, and that was officially the start of the bear market, okay? And it's done this as well on other cycles too. If you go back to 2018, you can see we bounced, broke it, retested, rejected, and then it was see you later, bye-bye, bear market, right? Bear market lows. Once we got above it, we did great until the zombie apocalypse and so forth. So same thing here. What's going on? Well, BTC on March of 2023 got above it, hovered above it, never broke below it, and has been kind of hovering above it the whole time. Obviously, we bounced on it, wicked through it a little bit, but we've been above it. And now, though, finally, we have a pretty hard break through it. Once again, it could turn into a wick. It's not the end of the world. We've seen this happen before. People called the end of the cycle here in April of 2025. They called the end of the cycle, I remember here, August of 2024, when we wicked through it. So, and then as I showed you in 2021, the first half of the cycle, we wicked below it 2 times, really faking everybody out, and then only coming to do a double top. But it did fake everybody out, and we did run again, okay? So the reason people are freaking out is because they're scared of this, because time-wise, the cycle is over. And this is what I said 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago, whenever that bear case video. And the reason I made that video is because time-wise, the cycle's over. Technically, when you add up days and you add up lows to highs and cycles, we ran out of time. Doesn't mean this cycle's over. Doesn't have to be like the first three. It doesn't have to do all that stuff at all. I just had to point it out, which is why I made that video a few weeks ago. I was like, look, I got to show you this. So a lot of people are freaking out because I think it was October 6th would have been technically the top, and it ended up being the high, 126,000. Okay, and cycle to cycle, low to high, that's technically the end of the cycle, technically. And we've been going down ever since then. Okay, so now we've broken the 50. So that's why Twitter's going nuts. They're freaking out. I'm guessing that's why they're going nuts, because of these facts. I'm sure they know the same thing. Now it's just a question of, is it really over, or is this cycle going to be longer than we expect, and we're going to break above and go higher, which is what I do think is going to happen. I do think we're going to come down. We could even go a little lower, but I do think at some point we're going to move up. I want to believe that it's going to happen maybe end of this week or next week or middle of November. We may not be very far off, but anything's possible.
End of this week is good for me, if you could work that out.
And
Thank you.
That would be great, right?
Yeah.
That would be great to see that reversal happen at the end of this week. Absolutely. I'm with you on that. So yeah, we need to get above the 50, but like I said, the cycle's just different. There's a lot of fuckery. We could go under it, and maybe it fakes us out this time, and still goes back above. My target is still somewhere between, let's say around 150 to 160, which is the midline of this thing, which we could absolutely whip around and get up there. Well, here's the thing, though. It could be higher. Oh, we could hit the bottom of the channel depending on what date. Let's say we go back and make another move for it, and it's like December, January. You'd be at 140, 150, and you'd only hit the bottom of the blue channel. So that's a possibility too. That's interesting. So I gotta rethink this now that time has run out. So yeah, let's say we come down, we chop. What if we come up and we do get another high, and we just get up there? It's like 140, maybe gets 150-ish, and then that's the top. That's another possibility too, man. That'd be interesting. We'll come back to this another time. But I'm hoping that's a possibility. And the reason is I'm going to show you a couple things. Let's just look at the Dixie really quick too. Oh my God! Look at the drawing ahead on the Dixie, and look what it's doing. Tracking exactly. Is that ridiculous?
Interesting.
That's never happened before. I'll make it stronger. You guys can see that. That's crazy.
So what's the significance of it tracking, though?
Well, the Dixie looks like it bottomed and it's breaking out. It looks like it was in a little accumulation zone there. And I don't know when I drew this. Maybe I drew this in the beginning of October. Yeah, so obviously it's moving that way, which is not good. This is a weekly. Let's go to the monthly. Yeah, I also think that the Dixie is going to get bullish. The Dixie looks good, but the Dixie could still pull back again, because I don't mind seeing another retest of this zone right here, which is about 97, before we move up. So even though we're moving up now, we could absolutely pull back down and do a retest that breakout. Let me see that weekly again. Yeah, I think that's see this. If I take this line right here, and once again, I've said this before, I'm not a Dixie expert, guys. I'm just kind of doing normal TA on the Dixie, but I know there's some interesting things about the Dixie as well that I probably am not aware about. But like, look, if I were to just simply draw this line here, and you see I had drawn this breakout, and it tracked perfectly to what I drew over the last couple weeks. Now, what could happen is we get a more solid retest of this breakout resistance line, okay? And that would be the rest of our bull run right here into 2026. And then we pop. Okay. I'd be hard-pressed to think that Dixie starts breaking a lot higher, and we also have a bull run with that. So I would think that Dixie's got one last retest down here, making a higher low, and also retesting this breakout. So this is something to look for as well, which I really think from where it is right now is a lot of resistance, that we could be getting close to that place where the Dixie comes down. Let's look at... what do I want to look at right now? USDT dominance. Ooh. Oh shit. Of course. It went the way
Number go up. Yay, we win. Oh wait,
it's not.
we don't win, do we?
No, we didn't want this one going up. But it is at resistance, so that's good. Like it could be topping out. It's funny I drew that thing where if we come up, smack it. If we come down and go, then we're in trouble. We need it to come this way. Okay, but it's at this resistance line. It's been rejected there before. We're fine. It's this breakout above it that's going to be the problem. So if we get rejected, pull back, kind of like this, pretty much this arrow, just like I've drawn, that's the one we got to worry about. If it comes down and then breaks through it again, yeah, we're done. But right now we're good. We're being rejected, and ideally, we just now, just like it's done here back in 2020, early in the year or back here, just come back and then start falling away. Come here. And straight down. That's it. We're good. We're good. Okay. So total excluding BTC. We're still in this pennant, which is a very bullish looking pennant. Now this is the total crypto market cap excluding BTC. Total 2 is what it's called. And sure, we didn't get this breakout yet. Okay, but maybe it'll come. It's going to come here some point, right? So something like this is what is going to happen at some point. It still looks good, man. Generally, we look bullish. Okay, there's no reason to throw in the towel yet. Okay, this is a really bullish pattern. This is a very bullish pennant. This is very bullish looking. I mean, you got inverse head and shoulders. You got this constantly higher low, higher low, higher low. It's teasing this line, but breaking through it. I mean, it looks like it's ready to pop. It's ready to pop, okay? And when it pops, it'll go to 4 trillion pretty quick, I would think, right? Oh, something like that. I don't know what we'll go to, but stream is fine. What's going on? Stream bit rate is getting cooked. The bit rate. Let me close some charts. Maybe I got too many charts open. Nothing's glitchy on my end, by the way. Usually I see it first, so let me know.
Yeah, it looks smooth here.
Okay. What happened to the quality of the stream? Oh, shit. No, it looks fine over here.
Luna says it's fine.
Okay.
Maybe we're just getting older and people expect us to be smoother and more, fancy looking.
It says December we go. Cash.
I'll shave for next time.
Cash says, remember we go up slightly, then real bull starts Q3, Q4, 2026. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. But this still looks bullish. I don't necessarily see that right now, but this could definitely extend out. I mean, this could just stay in this, look, it could scrunch in there longer, right? It could just keep scrunching down into what somebody was suggesting into the spring. I mean, there's still more to go in this pennant, so it's possible. It's certainly possible. So this is crypto total market cap. Yeah, I had this drawing. Let's see if I slide this over. I mean, I want to see this happen. I really do. Probably look something like this. That'd be crazy, right? We get to $10 trillion market cap.
It's a nice round number.
Yeah. Let's look at ETH BTC. ETH BTC, okay, doing a complete retest on Ethereum, which is exactly what happened in the last bull run. Remember, I talked about this, that we need ETH to come back and do a retest. I said that 0.033 looked good to me, but we are now even going for the full retest. That's the 50, which is acceptable because it did it in 2021, and I'll show you. I've gone over this a lot of streams, but in 2021, you see in January, we broke out on the ETH dominance and we went up, okay? And everyone thought that was go time. It went up to 0.04 and then it broke down. And it didn't just retest the prior breakout. I mean, it retested the whole entire pattern coming out of the accumulation zone, so to speak, on the ETH BTC. The whole thing got retested. See, this whole entire thing pulled back to 0.02, almost half. So ETH BTC went to like half before it started ripping up. By the way, this is when Hex started running. Okay, this is when most of the alts started going. It was here. It wasn't up here. It wasn't back here. It wasn't at the first breakout of ETH BTC dominance. It was the full, complete retest of the.
That's interesting. So we're just getting to that line.
Yeah. So if you come over here, that line here is, if you were to match it the same as it was before, it would be 0.026 ish. You know, I have it drawn down here. I just didn't think we dare come that low. We're already at 0.03. You know, is it possible that we do a full complete retest like we did before? You know, like bang bang, and then the alt season starts, right? It's possible. Why? Because it did it before. It did that exact thing right here. I have it circled. We've gone over this many times, and I just didn't think we'd have time. That's why I was saying, yeah, this can be a weird cycle. Maybe it does go on. Maybe there is some big surprise. Yeah, it's how it did it before. And all your alts really started running at this retest. So that's the important thing. Okay, this is when Richard Hart moved last cycle. It was that retest. None of these. And we haven't had that yet here. I just didn't think we'd have time to do it. But we are making our way down there. So that would be all the way down here, about 0.026, if we were to match a similar thing. And that is the start of this crazy vector candle. I mean, this is nuts. So maybe it makes sense. It just needs to clear. And psychologically too, for the market, this shake a lot of people out, and then like Richard Hart or different altcoins would start to pop when it touches right here, when this touches, because we're now really breaking down on the ETH BTC. Now it doesn't have to. Maybe it doesn't come all the way to this one. Maybe it just comes a little bit lower now. I don't know for sure. I'm just saying it's possible if it repeats what it did before, that it comes down to that. Let's see. It could be done now for all. Maybe we're already done and we're going to reverse this weekend. So.
That'd be cool.
Now, DJT is moving up on a ascending wedge. It's not bullish right now. Eventually, at some point, this is going to fall away. I guess they can keep trickling this up longer. Fucking thing. This is the Dow Jones Transportation Index. This signifies kind of the health, the overall vitality of the economy in the U.S. It's a big shipping and deliveries and orders and shit like that. And this is showing a lot of weakness, okay? But it can show a lot of weakness for a while before it completely breaks down, okay? We can absolutely keep going up, and then we could just turn bullish. There's no guarantee here. But right now, it just looks a little sticky. Obviously, you guys know what happened to the DJT, the DJI, everything kind of gapped down, which is fine too, because a retest is about expected on the way it was moving anyway. So nothing's really out of the ordinary yet on anything, you know? Even if you go...
What do you mean when you say gap down? Like where there's actually a space?
Yeah, like some of the actual stocks like gap down massively when you come look closely at these. Like you can see like these gap ups here. See this gap up right here?
Yep.
So it's clearing that. Yeah. It's filling that gap, okay? And if you come over here, let's say...
How does that happen, though? I don't understand how they can have a gap on their chart.
It means that the orders coming in for that Monday were just so much higher that people were willing to pay. Look at this gap on Meta down. This is insane. Right. This is crazy, man.
Is it because they close on the weekends, business hours?
It could also be, was that earnings? No. Yeah, there's a number of reasons too, but sometimes it's because news or earnings or stuff come out. You can see a gap up here. You can see here it was selling at $7.50, and then nobody would pay more than $6.79 for the share, right, within a day. It's just fucking crazy. So it just like slams down. So this will come up and fill. We'll probably get a bounce on that at some point, but this is a pretty serious break on Meta here. But was absolutely clear in the charts that this was a possibility going on there. You can see the gap down on NVIDIA. Crazy. But, all these things needed to happen. Okay, everything was just racing pretty hard. And where is it? We're at 6,700. Let's see. Yeah, look at these gap ups. They're all filling. It's all pretty healthy. It's all fine. Nothing. I think the bull is still intact. But I think that's what a lot of the point of contentions were, that the stock market actually looks better than crypto for the first time, which is a lot of people I did see screaming on Twitter, which is like, oh, stocks are doing better than Bitcoin and blah, blah, blah. And they are doing great. There's no doubt about it. They are. This retest was imminent, but it looks healthy. It looks healthy. Okay, now I want to show you guys the total 3. I already looked at these. BTC dominance. Okay. So BTC dominance. Let's come here with BTC dominance. So BTC dominance is pushing up hard again. Worst fucking drawings ever right there. The fuck's that shit? Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's pushing up, but doesn't mean it's going to last forever. Yeah, I mean, it could push up a little more, but in general, it will fall away at some point. I really think so. It doesn't make sense. The bull run would just end without that last alt run, euphoric phase with ETH and everything. Because remember, the market makers and the elites or whoever, they're also greedy as well. They want to make money too. They're just making it as hard as possible for you to make money. Jesus. See if my whoa, press the HD button. Yo, Fred, what's the HD button? Oh, you're muted.
There we go. I think Fred wants us to be in higher definition.
We're not in high. Is it really pixelating?
This is as good as I get.
I don't know. You guys are having that many problems.
I think I am a bit. I think you look fine.
Really?
Let me check on YouTube.
All right, check it out on YouTube. I'm looking on X. It looks fine on X. It looks beautiful on my end. Have you seen the theory of the Trump act?
Yeah, Fred, you can turn up your own settings on YouTube. You can change your quality. I can read everything on YouTube. Good.
Yo, literally crystal clear. Everybody smash the like button. I think that'll help the stream. If everyone smash the like button, we'll get higher quality. Katie says we're looking great. Welcome everybody out there on X if you guys are new to the show. We cover everything on the charts, especially from the perspective of market psychology and understanding what's going to happen before everyone else. Try posting one positive daily outside of Pulse can be powerful. Try doing 15 a day. Yo, what's up, Body Mechanic? How you doing? What's up, dude? Blobfish King. What's up, Abdella? How are you? Few minute buffer. All right, yeah, looks like a few people had some issues. Happens. So this was my X&P 500. We're still looking fine. I haven't looked at this in a second. Yeah, looking fine. Okay. We're still following this trend line. I drew my squiggle from. I was like, we're going to go up this line. We've been going up this line. We've been holding it. So that's been good. I want to look at, damn it, there's a chart I want to look at. And I can't remember which one I want to look at. We looked at ETH, BTC. Is it MT? What's this? 99 now. Okay. Let's go back to this one. Okay, so we'd be breaking down. Let's go to ETH. What's that? ETH is XRP is at 212. Solana's 150. Inc is 103. Where is ETH is now at 3069. Let's go back over here. Oh shit. Okay.
I don't like it when you say that. What are we seeing?
I think there could be more heavy selling, man. Might not be ready to bounce. Maybe let's look at, you know, with these things, it's not easy to like pretend you can understand when it stopped. That's why they have that phrase, trying to catch a falling knife, right? You guys have heard that before. When you hear people calling bottoms, man, good luck doing that, right? Like if you're bullish, you DCA.
Down.
This move down may not be finished at all, really.
It's already like almost 15% on a 24-hour. It's a pretty big move for something this size of ETH.
What's up with the sack bags? It's still moving along with it. He still has it, and it's just we just can't track it.
I think it's been. I'm not sure if all of it's gone through Tornado Cash, but a large chunk of it has moved into Tornado Cash, which is meant to obscure transactions. So
does that mean it's out of
could
ETH,
be,
or he still has it in ETH? He's just obscuring it.
Tornado Cash typically, you can use multiple things, but usually people use ETH in Tornado Cash, and then we don't know what happens to ETH on the other side. So he could be out of ETH. That could be the reason the ETH chart is dumping. Richard Hart has decided to move into cash. It seems possible. But Frank says he just tornadoed more today.
He tornadoed more today.
But we don't know if it's still an ETH or not. Like once it goes through there, you don't know where it ends up.
Okay. All right, let's go look at some other stuff here. We'll start with ink. Oh, ignore all this, please. I was doodling earlier. I want to freak everybody out with my playing around. Don't look.
Ink's going to 10 cents. My God.
Don't look. Okay. I actually do homework. Richard did just bull post saying greatest bull market ever. Did he? Don't pull my shit. Okay, let's go look.
Did. I feel like it was sarcastic. This is what we call sarcasm, kids.
Oh, okay. Yay. Great. Yeah, buddy, I'm at St. Wolf Vision on X. Is this gray? That's weird.
Probably just on your screen. Let me check.
That was blue on my phone. There you go, okay. See what's going on. Okay.
Yeah, it's gray on my screen too.
Okay. I need to add some color in there.
Maybe.
Tomorrow we're going to get the, this is from James Wayne. He says, tomorrow we're going to get the we're so back tweets from the delusional bulls on the rebound. Smart money will continue to exit as they know we're going so much lower before higher. Watch this play out to perfection. Seen it one too many times. Could be possible. I shared with you guys some lower targets. Okay, included. And we'll look at the altcoins and see what's going on. What the fuck? Okay, it's just, why is there political shit in my feed? Oh, man. What was it?
Do you think any of this would be fallout from that balancer hack the other day, or would it be wouldn't have been big enough to do what we're seeing today? Like $120 million.
Nah. I think you're going to just see more hacks and rug pulls going forward now because a lot of people will be convinced it's the end. And if there's enough fear in the market, people will just start rugging. And a lot of the hacks you see are inside jobs. So a lot of like their own teams will hack themselves and steal the funds and stuff like that. Because when you have like a crash, there's a lot of debris and chaos to disappear into. And so you'll see, you know, conveniently a lot of these hacks start happening or rug pulls start happening or, you know, liquidity vanishing or something. Just whatever.
But you're saying that's not what we're seeing today, though. We're seeing just markets in general, like stocks are down, gold is down, everything's nuking.
Yeah, I was charting this a couple weeks back, and then I even posted this weekend. No, it has nothing to do with any of that. I was already seeing this in the charts already. Yeah, this was already coded. This was totally coded, which is why I did that weird video that a lot of people lost their fucking marbles about a couple weeks ago, where I gave the bear case. But because, you know, the charts are the charts, man. You can only hide so much. But when big players start moving stuff, you can spot it if you know what to look for. You know what I mean? It's no different than like in that Matrix where the guy's like watching the screen and we're like, what are you looking at? And he's like, oh, there's a cat. Like if you know what to look for, you see it. It was no different than when ETH, if you guys remember in November, broke this line. And like a lot of people, they thought, oh, it just got rejected. I'm like, no, you can't reject there after this bullishness and this much volume. I'm like, something's wrong. Somebody knows something, and it was see you later, bye-bye, all the way to 1400 from there. And you see that anywhere in the charts, you know, like, okay, something's not right. I knew there was going to be oh, you guys can't even see what I'm looking at right now. I knew there was going to be fuckery.
Oh yeah, I thought you're showing us the Mayans. And it's like, the Mayans are doing fuckery again? What the hell?
Yeah, like a lot of this stuff in here was like very, very coded. There's a lot of issues that generally I was like pointing out that were coming together. At least calling us to a lower position for now before we go higher. What was that? Let me see if there's anything worth looking at here on Twitter right now. There's nothing. 730 billion wiped out today. I just wasn't feeling like news tonight. I don't want to see any fucking news. I don't know why. I just have to listen to everyone like freaking out, you know?
Yep. Memories are short.
Yeah, and you know, it's kind of like when you have a friend who's like, girlfriend dumps him, and you saw it happening like a month ago, and you're like, bro, that you get in, and the guy's like, oh, I don't know what happened. She just dumped me. I'm like, bro, you know, like how did you not? We all saw that coming. And when you see,
Totally.
yeah, when you see this, and you're like, okay, then everyone else is freaking out. They're like, well, what happened? And you're like, come on, man. There was red flags. Let's go look. All right. Should we start it with Ink or Pulse?
Oh, Pulse is the big one. I'm just looking up right now what the Pulse to Ethereum exchange rate is.
So yeah, we broke some major support on Pulse. This is the Pulse die pair. Okay. I mean, I can be squirrely with this thing and try to be like, either, it just doesn't matter how you cut it. We broke it. And
like today, Pulse is going up against Ethereum. You get less Pulse per one Ethereum than you got, for back to October 25th was when it was better than today. But yeah, we're definitely improving against Ethereum.
what a fucking bull run. Hey, cheers. What a fucking bull run. This has just been crazy.
I'm not sure about the whole bull run thing. I don't feel the bull run the way I want to.
I feel like we need a musical break. What do you guys want to know? How low this could go, or what's going on?
Yeah, tell it to us straight.
The truth is, anything's possible, right? Like, if you think about it, a lot of the sell pressure mostly is gone. Most of the people left on Pulse Chain are diamond holders, okay, diamond handers. But you have to realize there are whales in this ecosystem still. And if there's enough fear hitting the market, whales will hit this sell button. And there's only $4 million of liquidity. So you could see a further dump in price. But mostly just because it would probably be because I would think a whale or two would be exiting. And but right now it's weak. It is what it is. This is not a bullish pattern. We've broken it. So anything's possible, right? We're kind of at the whims and mercies of the market right now in some ways, right? So if ETH is weak as fuck and people are convinced the bull run's over, it's just going to get weaker. It's not personal to Pulse Chain at all. It's not even the fault of Pulse. It just is what it is at this point. And I don't want to give you doom and gloom price targets going lower because it's not necessary right now. And also, this could reverse anytime. Like I said, we could reverse this weekend. We could reverse in 2 weeks, or somebody said start in 2026. I don't know. But I'm hoping maybe in a week, 2 weeks, middle of November, we reverse. So, you've got my bullish impulsive move right here. It's so funny. I still have this here. I haven't touched it. I have not touched this. I'm going to make it stronger. You guys can really see it. How long has that been there? Forever. And it's so funny. We're actually reaching it now. We're getting closer, right? What if I end up being right? So I have this bull run starting for Pulse Chain on December 1st, which will be Thanksgiving weekend.
December 1st.
Yeah, which will be kind of like around Thanksgiving weekend, right? This is on the week. Yeah. So, yeah, right there, November 25th is when I have it starting, which is Thanksgiving. And I thought that could make sense. So, sure, the chart looks weak, but to be honest, a lot of alts, before they go ripping crazy, they get really weak. I don't want to mix in my biasness of feeling like it's a shitty market and with the charts right now, but it is what it is. But I'm still feeling that, man, Thanksgiving, who knows, maybe Christmas, we do start this move up. And it's going to be a very strong move up. So even if we go lower from here, I'm still very confident and bullish about Pulse Chain. Of course, if the market completely falls apart, we go much, much lower. Yeah, we're going to go lower. We can come back and check it. But, we've got some support down here. We can look at it, but it'll be okay. doomsday videos and shit. There's sometimes I hate being right. I don't like it. It sucks. Yeah. Okay, so Pulse X, it's not ready. Wasn't ready to go up. Breaking down as well. It's fine. There's support down here. It's okay. We got a lot of support at 0.000015. It could go lower. There's definitely a lot of support points down here we could hit. But it is what it is. Same thing. Not the prettiest looking thing at all right now. It's a really bad looking pattern, to be honest. But the thing is, before these alts go crazy, just so you know, because I look at hundreds of these altcoin charts, they look like shit before they go vertical. You just need to know that, okay? So it looks the worst before they go up. You can go back and look at Floki, XRP, any of these ones that did big numbers, they look like dog shit before they go vertical. So, yeah, there's no reason to get hung up on it, you know? Like, it is what it is. But we're getting closer, like, to our time, right? So the breakdowns on here, I think for Pulse and Pulse X should be minimal or conservative if they do break down. So you can see I said 0.00015, and then we go to Pulse, and there's some spots down there that we could hit for sure. Okay, there's some spots down here. 0.00002. It's not that big a deal. I think the biggest drawdowns would be something like Inc., like the more volatile ones. Go Inc. So more people are concerned about Inc. right now. So Inc. is at $1, and it made it that purple box. This is a beautiful place because we could have a nice juicy double bottom here. We've been down here before. Our dollar's been defended really well. It could be defended really well, and we chop inside this purple. I have this purple box right here, okay? So this, I knew we were going to get in here for sure. That was like a for sure for me. I knew we'd come back here. Are we going to go lower? If Pulse and Pulse X break down more, this might break that $1, and the whales that sell Pulse X may also be the ones that sell some Inc. to get out, because once this breaks $1, it could fall pretty quick to at least 60 cents ish, 64 cents. Where's it? 60. I have 61 cents.
60 sounds aggressive. Like I would put my target at like 75, 80 cents. There's so many diamond-handed defenders of Inc.
The thing
what
is,
do you think of that? 75, 80 cents.
Okay, fair enough. I mean, I have a lot of, I have 86 cents. You guys can see these lines, right? So I have support at 86 cents. I have support at 75 cents, and then I have support at 61 cents. I don't want to move that. Let's keep that where it was. 76 cents, 86, 87 cents, and 61 cents. Those are my support lines. And, yeah, if we break $1, though, the thing is, man, the reason I'm saying it would move quick is because if we break $1, it's going to be out of something really bad happening in the market. So there would be a lot of fear. It's not going to be a slow bleed out where like it breaks, but people step in. Like there's going to be something that would happen that would cause it. And
the liquidity is fairly low. Like it could be a wick, right?
It could
like
just be a
one
wick.
big guy.
Yeah.
Sells his bag
Right.
out. The question is how many guys are going to buy it below $1 though? You know, like I think there's a posse that would see that like big red candle and turn it into a wick.
That's true,
but,
unless enough people are convinced that the bull runs over, which is what you see that's the psychology of the play right now, right? The big debate, right?
But we're talking Pulse Chain. If you're an Inc holder on Pulse Chain,
I'm an Inc holder.
specifically Inc,
Yeah.
like then you're you believe in a Pulse Chain bull run, which I think could be completely separate from other bull runs. Obviously, there's a connection.
I think it would be smart for Richard to play it like that, to be totally honest. Caspa did that coming out of the bear market after 2022, and it was amazing because everything else was going to shit and Caspa just kept going up. And that's a great move to make. It could be really powerful for Richard to do something like that, very different. So instead of just God candles, you're just, as everyone's dying out, you're just moving up, and you become the only place for liquidity to want to go to. Because everyone's like, wait, that's not going down. We need to get over there, right? So that's an interesting thing that could happen. And I'm open to that, like absolutely. But it has to happen after the bloodbath is over. So no one's going to survive the bloodbath. But it's coming out of it when everyone else is just still dying out slow that can start coming. But if they're going to do something, like they're going to break something else this week or next week to start the next cascade, or like we'll get a bounce and then there'll be something else that breaks or some bad news, or we'll find out somebody else is insolvent or whatever the fucking story is, or 3i Atlas has got aliens on it or whatever the fuck. That would be like that last.
Whatever exchange is rugging, et cetera, et cetera.
Right. That would be that last move down before we go. 1 hour ago, see you in the trenches. Contrarian ones always win. Yeah. So I'm just saying those are level possibilities on Inc. I'm not saying Inc. is going to 60 cents, but at least 76 cents for sure, I think needs to be hit. I think 61 cents is in the cards. It's very possible that it breaks a dollar, could easily go there. I'm going to just say that. And then, your lower targets go even lower. All these targets were done, I don't know, a long time ago. Probably over a year ago. I used fibs and different things to chart them. So all my targets are 61 cents, then 39 cents, which is a double bottom from before that 40 cent. And then below that, I have a target of 19 cents, and then 0.055 cents is my last target. And those are all technical. That's not me winging it. Those are all technically created. I put in a lot of work. So those are possible. But I think generally now, this purple box could even hold. That's why I have this box here, because this is a very strong area of support. $1 is heavily defended, or 96 cents and above is heavily defended. So we could just range in here, and it would look great. That'd be fine. I don't mind that at all. But just so you guys know, if Pulse and PulseX start breaking down, Inc's going to take a hit for sure.
Well, the liquidity is so bonded that they almost can't go up or down without each other.
Yeah. Hex, USDC. That's the same story it's been on. It's still on the support line. Not the greatest looking thing, but at the mercy of other factors. I know some people try charting this stuff, and all I've seen is misery with people trying to do it. It's in this purple box I've had for a long time. It's in here. This is a great zone that is just kind of accumulating and hanging out. Just chopping. It's just chopping, man. There's nothing. There's no problems with it. There's nothing. Unless there's some big stakes coming, I don't see any major issues. It just is what it is. The market goes to shit.
But the big stakes, like guys have tried to, front run. Oh, there's a big stake coming on this day, but like from what I've seen, it's like you don't know whether they're going to restake the entire balance. You don't know if they're going to buy more or restake a larger amount. So it's like it's not a good predictor of there's big stakes coming out this day. Because often they do restake. That's
true. I don't. Yeah, I know a lot of people know that game really deeply, but everyone's doing different things with their stakes, so you don't know for sure. What
Crispy goes through it.
Yeah.
And like I think that the big stake unstaking this day tends to be a lost leader.
Is Crispy up to date with everything going on with the hex and the staking and liquidity and everything happening?
More than anyone I know.
Yeah. I'd love to talk to him soon. Just to, I haven't gone in there in depth in a while now, probably since I talked to him or Access over a year ago or something at this point.
Yeah. So we could get
that'd be great.
Set up a meeting with Crispy, I'm sure, or he'd come on your show.
That'd be great. And just
come on his show.
Do a hex thing and just like talk about what's going on in there right now and what they see with stakes and everything. Yeah, Ink could still get it. Nobody wants it. PLS wants Crispy's in on it all. Crispy's on it.
I'd say he's like the foremost expert in the ecosystem.
Nice.
That's not what he would say, but that's my opinion.
All right, let's look at P Hex. $0.06. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't look great, but at the same time, we've been here before. It looks like it's just going to come back lower down to 0.005. Let's see what happens. More chop. I don't think anybody's shocked at this point. We're all kind of numb to some of this stuff, right? And I hope I'm not coming off too like nonchalant and numb. I think I feel like this is some kind of Groundhog Day. Like it's like seems like every whether it was P die or like just always the next leg down, like fucking nutty shit. Is what it is. It is what it is. But in general, though, it looks fine. It's just chopping. You know, when you zoom out, you know, and you look at it. Let's look at it. We're still generally in an uptrend, higher lows. You know, when you squish this down, you imagine it's like this, and then before something. I know this sounds unbelievable to us now because we've been just chopping and going down so long, but eventually you're gonna get this. Okay, it's going to come. It's going to look something like that one day, and this will just be this blip here that you'll remember from your nightmares. But that will come. That will come. Okay, so that's why I don't want to get too in the weeds with some of these, especially with P hex and E hex, right? Because this market cap's, it's not really 288 million, is it? It's like...
No, I don't believe that's correct.
That's not even correct. I mean...
It depends on what you count, right? Like, you know, if you count the OA bags or not, that's always the discussion. And that's why it was gate kept on a lot of different exchanges.
Yeah, so Ink Maxi, thanks. What's up, man? Yeah, once again, same thing here. When you come to the look at the pulse chart, you see what I'm talking about. It's just doing its thing. I'm not that worried about these. It's still in this is against pulse, and it's just range bound, but generally moving up. Okay, just is what it is. We're just more time, right? There's no like, it's nothing for me. There's not much to like get in there and talk about. I don't want to like
CoinMarketCap lists hex on Ethereum at 835 million.
say that again. How much?
835 million is what CoinMarketCap says for hex on Ethereum.
Yeah, that sounds right. That could be very realistic right there.
And let's see, hex.
Oh, okay. It says 865 here. Okay.
Hex on Pulse Chain. 3.54 billion.
Yeah, no. SAC funds move. So, yeah, they're chopping. The Hexers just chopping. They're hanging out. I don't see any big problems. It is what it is. Once again, more time. Don't get too caught up in the weeds. I still think it's a great place to be accumulating the hexes, which I have no doubt when the Heartman's ready to move, they're going to do very well. It would be very retarded if the hexes didn't perform like the best.
That's his baby, right?
Yeah, I mean, they're what everyone knows him
Pulse Chain
for.
was built for hex.
Yeah.
All the things.
If he makes that a winner, it's instantly going to attract even more attention to Pulse Chain. So it's like a no-brainer to me. So you're in an accumulation zone. It's fine. Buy more coins. Chill. There's nothing else we can do here is what it is. We're going to look at... What else are we going to look at? E3224. I want to take a little bit of a... Let me see here. A lot of people are talking about alts on Twitter. Of course. What the hell's this? Dude, Javier posts some weird stuff, man. What the hell is this? This fucking guy.
He does. So he gets the big views. He's like number 1,500 in like top X people. Like there's this X ranking website. He's always number 1,500. He gets a lot of views.
It's Brazil. It's so weird.
Strange, yeah.
Oh,
I think a lot of his audience is in Africa.
Oh, is it?
They want different things.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, oh yeah, he lives in South Africa,
Oh, okay.
and like a lot of his audience, he posts political things about South Africa all the time. I think that's where the majority of the audience comes from, is him being a political commentator on South Africa. he may or may not be the Indian dude in the picture.
That's true.
Is
Okay, this is Tony Bull. So this is the first time I'm looking at what other people are talking about here. So, yeah, I think he's showing the 50. Yeah, this is the chart I was showing you guys on the 50. It's not the end of the world yet. I mean, I know it's freaking people out, but he's tornado cashing even more. So he's getting ready. So a lot of people, I think, are still bullish. I am still bullish. I do think we're going to get another leg up. I just don't think they're making it super easy for us. Does that make sense? Like, they're making it very difficult.
It does.
Okay, which makes sense because everybody knows there's a lot of money to be made in altcoins. So how do you make this game hard? Well, you gotta really crush it first. They're destroying longs. Pete, you saw the liquidation events we've had. That way, when they actually do go long on all these altcoins and reverse the market, there's not as many players going long. And if they are, they're using low leverage. They're being more conservative with their plays. Otherwise, you've got all these nutbags, 100, 200x leverage, or even just 20x, 10x leverage with huge position sizes and like really whack stop losses. And they're going to destroy the market. They're going to completely destroy the market. And you're going to have, so there's also a good reason that it's healthy. There's, for everybody. Yeah, it's true. This really was. So somebody had posted this. This is one of those things that goes around. You guys probably saw this. So this is when you measure it out technically. And that's what I was saying about technically, time-wise, cycle-wise. It would have been, October 6, 2025. But it's also the kind of thing that you would see before things go vertical. Yeah, maybe we do get a little break. Hold on, I need to check something out really quick. We lost music and... All right, let's play a little music for a sec, and we'll take a couple-minute break here. I'm just going to stretch my legs, if that's cool.
Cool.
Play some...
I got to go rescue my cat.
Yeah?
I'll be right back,
All right.
kids.
Enjoy the tunes, pups. Play something chill. Nothing too heavy. It's kind of my mood right now anyway. Be right back.
I never take a day off, work around the clock, my engineer getting paid off. Rock like Ace up, like the weed and take off. So high, cannot see, ate off. Now I got these rappers all breaking up a sweat. Cause every time I get up on the mic, I come correct. And I learned it from the best, always dressing something fresh. Looking for a little dime, big button, nice chest. Yes, they heard I used to rock, yes. But now I'm rocking clothes that ain't in the stores yet. Travel back in time, I'm in a vortex. Try and make it work out, think I need more reps. Used to take a bus, now the board jets. Cause kids got me buzzing like the fucking hornet. They say I got next, tell them that I got now. It's all Disney, boy, my family proud. Make them say L, make them say O. The hoes that tell me yes, the same ones that tell you no. Whoa, I ain't just an average Joe, way above the average flow. Boy, my life is most though. No matter where life takes me, find me with a smile. Pursuit to being happy, only laughing like a child. I never thought life would be this sweet. It got me cheesing from cheek to cheek, and I ain't gonna wait for nothing, cause that just ain't my style. Life couldn't get better, this gon' be the best day ever. If it ain't about a dream, then it ain't about me. Go a couple full weeks without a good night's sleep. Imagination, making musical creation. A journey that I'm facing, plus the paper that I'm chasing. Got me crazy after saying with the lanes I see you hating. But there's nothing that you changing. Thumbs up, I'm maintaining. No complaining when it's raining. I'll be in another zone. Move out my mother's home to a world to call my own. I ain't gonna play around no more. Find a difference from the ground and the floor. If we gotta fight, I'll be down for the war. Thumbs up, homie, I'll be sure. No matter where life takes me, find me with a smile. Pursuit to be happy, on me laughing like a child. I never thought life would be this sweet. It got me cheesing from cheek to cheek. And I ain't gonna wait for nothing, 'cause that just ain't my style. Life couldn't get better. This gon' be the best day ever. We ain't on the same shit, no way. You ain't from my planet, we don't speak the same language. This is an occasion, ain't it? I'm feeling good and hated. I don't recognize these faces. Yeah, where you from, who you came with? Started in the basement, made it way up to the top. Now I'm in the spaceship, the spaceship. Swear your life is based. All you do is sit around the house, you getting faded. That ain't anything, yeah. You missing every single shot that you ain't taking. Hey kid, you could use a little bit of your imagination. It could do you right, improve a life you busy wasting. Said it's your money if you make it, otherwise it's just a conversation. Okay, why you always stay? Lacing up my sneakers, I'll be running out of patience. Yeah, it ain't your money till you make it, otherwise it's just a conversation. We ain't on the same shit, no way. You ain't from my planet, we don't speak the same language. This is an occasion, ain't it? I'm feeling good and hated. I don't recognize these faces. Yeah, where you from, who you came with? Started in the basement, made it way above the top. Now I'm in the spaceship, the spacious. Everybody famous, everybody wild, everybody dangerous. Get a couple dollars, now they act strangers. Now they wanna give a couple statements. When you really bout it, you don't say. Pocket full of aces, take over my city, yeah, that's really home invasions. All my homies with me getting busy, no vacations. They ain't on my wave, but they waving. Stop it, boy, you running through your savings. Yeah, I just feel amazing. My head up in the clouds, but my feet be on the pavement. Yeah, it ain't your money till you make it, otherwise it's just a conversation. We ain't on the same shit, no way. You ain't from my planet, we don't speak the same language. This is an occasion, ain't it? I'm feeling good and hated. I don't recognize these faces. Yeah, where you from, who you came with? Started in the basement, made it way above the top. Now I'm in the spaceship, the spacious.
It was good. Mellow. What was it? I can't hear you, Wolf.
What's up, Pups?
Oh, there we go.
You said, what is it?
Yeah, what were we listening to?
That was Mac Miller, like lo-fi remix of Mac Miller. Just a little something chill.
Pretty chill.
Yeah. Keep it chill. All right, so we're going to look at Pulse Chain from the perspective that this is the MACD for everything in crypto except stablecoins, ETH, and BTC against BTC. Okay. So when these are, for example, this here is the lows for the zombie apocalypse. Okay.
I'm not sure we're seeing the right thing here.
Oh. So here. Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
And this would have been down here. Okay. So if you were buying altcoins down here in December of 2019, going into May of 2020, all this stuff, you did pretty well. You did all right, right? Because you see what the chart did afterwards, okay? Now, I'm not saying that history has to repeat itself. Nothing in the past has to happen again, but you can see where this MACD is once again. It's very similar to where it was during the zombie apocalypse, okay? Down here, okay? We are at a similar place. So even though you may be thinking this is not the time to be in Pulse Chain or altcoins or whatever it is, this may be the time to actually be accumulating altcoins, especially anything on Pulse Chain. If you go off this chart and you expect that this could reverse to the upside very aggressively, okay, which it's done before. And then you can see where it crossed, which was April of 2022, which was the start of the bear market, was a little bit before that. You wanted to be out of all your altcoins, okay? Because why? It's been brutal since, and it has been. They've been crushed all the way down here for a long time. That's where we've been. That's where a lot of the projects have been, way down here. But it is showing signs of recovery. The next move up should be pretty awesome, okay? It should be pretty amazing. Though we could have, a few more weeks. It's possible. I don't know the exact timeline here. But that is why a lot of people are excited still about altcoins, okay? This is about crushed on the RSI too. So a reversal could be imminent. And you can even see when you look at this chart against BTC with everything excluding ETH, BTC, and stablecoins. So it's all your altcoin market against BTC, where it was back here during the zombie apocalypse, how it also had been crushed down as well. Very, very similar to how it's been crushed down now, okay? So you can see it's falling under this resistance line. Same thing here. We've just been crushed under this. But at some point, the breakout is going to come, and it should take us to some pretty euphoric levels. So we can look at, this is Vault. Fast Abdul.
This is the vault.
Yeah, this is the vault. So this is coming out. So it's just like flagging out to a bull flag type thing. Looking good. Under $1 million market cap.
So far, so good.
So far, so good. Nothing wrong at all. Yeah.
Most of the details about it haven't been released, so I think once the details come out, probably there'll be some different interest, mostly just meme coin interest right now, which was kind of part of the plan, but I think there'll be some utility interest in the near future.
Cool. Let's look at, well, this is PDI, $80 million market cap. You guys know I had charted this. This blue line I drew in August, and I had put this on Twitter, the actual video and a copy of it showing receipts that I drew this in August, this drawing and how it played out. And so now we're down here, almost at 0.002 cents ish. This could go lower. It is what it is. PDI is always filled with surprises, but I'd say it's a pretty good range for accumulation if you're into it. Let's look at Peacock. Peacock has been doing really well. I mean, it's just been up and to the right since October, September. This has been an amazing climb. It is showing some signs of reversal right now, for sure. So the top may be in for now.
They are also talking about adding utility, right? With fees from, because Peacock is basically I don't know if they launched it, but Liberty Swap kind of owns Peacock,
Okay.
and they're talking about using fees from Liberty Swap to buy and burn Peacock and that kind of thing. So, that could make a big difference.
Okay, great to hear. Great to hear.
Or the narrative could make a big difference.
Yeah.
I think it's it could be more the story than the effect, but it's a good story.
Yeah, yeah. And this is a healthy chart. This is a nice. It's healthy. It's good. It's good. Started watching this one, and let's see what it does. It's looking good so far. It's already at a $20 million market cap. Let's go look at WBTC. Very popular one. I think everyone generally likes this one or is bullish on it for the most part. Let's just go against the die.
It's in the buy box.
Yeah. Very similar looking thing to PDI right now. Yeah, it could go lower. I got some lower targets if we break down more, but I think it's in a great buy range right now. It's about $300. It could start chopping from here. It doesn't have to necessarily keep going lower, though. It looks like it could, just like PDI, very similar. Man. Let's look at Atropa is probably going to be very similar to the last two. Yeah, very similar looking to PDI and WBTC there. I'm still hoping this plays out, which would apply to all those charts we just looked at. We've already bottomed, and hopefully we just chop sideways, and then we get this move to the upside. So I can move this down a little bit. There we go. Hopefully we get something like that. And where's this timeout? It's probably not to time, but that'd be nice if we got something like that. I think it's in a buy range too. It's only $23 million market cap. This is around the market cap of Peacock right now. So
not bad.
let's see.
Peacock's pretty new. This is pretty old.
Yeah. Peacock is kind of
My concern with Atropa is the other coins connected to it. Like Atropa itself looks.
Peacock is in this phase now.
Yep.
It's in this big, like this is very similar to what Peacock looks like right now, right? If I come back to Peacock, you can see what I'm talking about. Okay, so you see this? If I come here.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Almost exactly the same.
Yeah. So it makes sense for a lot of these people to take profits. It's done a similar move, though it could push up one more time. But considering the situation with the market, top could be in just out of the sheer fact of what's going on, but not necessarily. We'll see what they do. But it could be in this phase right now. Atropa is further along in that sense. Let's see what else. Solid. Oh yeah, Jesus Christ. Solid Axe is down to $1.61. It's going lower.
Not super exciting. What everybody's waiting for there is a buy and burn from the profits from the game. It was kind of what I don't want to say promised, but that was sort of what was implied. Is that the X game that is a licensed casino game would use profits to buy and burn Solid X?
You think?
I don't believe that's happened yet.
Hasn't happened yet?
I don't think so.
Okay. Well, it is a type of falling wedge, which is nice. These break to the upside generally, so that could be good when this is done doing what it's going to do. It should start moving up. We can look at X game really quick. That was the other one. I know Thiago had come on the show last time. Yeah.
That is not pretty.
That's not pretty at all. It didn't.
I don't think there's any promises or any plan utility that's been made public for the X game token itself.
Okay.
It was more like promoting the game with the token, and then that red candle basically starts the day the game launched.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So it's at 6.3 million. Okay. Okay. So a PTGC. PTGC. Okay. This might be breaking down even more. So maybe my thing, even if I were to, that wasn't a bad prediction, but that's if we turn bullish again. And right now, it looks like we're heading toward the next box down, are we? Oh, yeah. Okay. So PTT is breaking down.
On through the purple box.
0.0015. So I think no doubt it'll probably make it. Well, it could bounce off the top of this one too. Doesn't have to go all the way in. If it goes in, oof, that'd be messy. Okay. Yeah, it's $45 million market cap. Yeah, it's is what it is. Shit.
They have some treasuries. There's some buyback function. It's a tax token. So I don't know if their treasuries are just at their disposal or if it's part of the code. But I think they have some buyback potential that they could do.
Buyback potential.
Yeah, I feel like I heard they had a couple mil, in the treasury kind of thing. Let me look it up. When you guys are looking up stuff on Telegram, make sure you find the right group. There's lots of scam groups right now, and they'll put like fake copies of the people you expect to see in there. I found one for Vault the other day. They usually pick something that's hot right now, and because people are FOMOing, and then they make a fake Telegram room that'll say like, I think it was called like Vault Official or something like that. Just they add official to the end, they add a line to the end, and then they give you links that drain your wallet. So yeah, just be sure.
Yeah, everybody reach out, smash the like button. Welcome to the show. We're just going through charts tonight. We're pretty chill. It's really chill. I'm not high energy tonight at all. I'm very, very low key. I don't think anybody really knows what's going to happen, right? Though a lot of us are positive and bullish. No one knows. We're just kind of like little, what's the word? I don't know. Little numb, little nonchalant, like little like, I don't know. Whatever.
Numb is a good word.
Just rolling with another one. Just rolling with it. Whose brand sunnies are those, Wolf? These are a boutique company. I'm sorry, I don't know the name right now. I don't know if you get them in America anyway. I think they're just like a Europe thing. There's like a box or something with it. I don't have the case right now. But it's cool. I got them in red too. But I realized with the red you can't see charts at all, so you gotta do the orange. Though the red is better. Okay, we're looking at PTGC. What else do we want to look at?
Let me check my list.
While you guys think about that, I'm gonna look back at BTC, and I'll look at
Most and Pump are seem to be holding up okay.
Yeah, it really did.
Those are my favorite from the RH meme coins.
Most and Pump. Yeah, let's go look at those. Oh, yo, I want to give a shout out really quick to somebody. Hang on, we'll do this chat. Oh shit, what the fuck is that? That's funny. Have you talked to Toby Hexobi?
I have. Not recently though. I think his dad's been sick. He's been away dealing with that.
Yeah. So shout out to
He's
Toby.
posted some pictures.
His dad just came back from the hospital recently, and he's doing well. So shout out to him.
That's great.
Yeah, he's been dealing with a lot of stuff, but a lot of cool community support came in. Okay, so this is Most. Most is also in a falling wedge type situation now at this point, a little bit. Like this. Like that. The music's not too loud, is it? What's up, Ashley? How you doing? Music's good. Okay, cool. It's keeping me sane right now. I've been listening to a lot of music the last few days, like nonstop. Normally I listen to like catch up on crypto news and all kinds of stuff, but lately I've just been like last couple of days just walking to music, man. Just trying to keep my head cool, you know? Kind of like listening to a lot of old stuff again. I was listening to a ton of Frank Ocean, a bunch of, who else was I listening to? Man, I was listening to Neighborhood. I was listening to a bunch of old people. It was good. Just trying to stay chill. So Pump's also broken down. You know, it's at these levels I've had mapped down. It's what it is. I think we're in just great accumulation ranges for everything. You know what I mean? I'm gonna get rid of these fucking things.
Yeah. I think the people who buy good things now probably will be happy sometime soon.
You know what it is,
That's
man?
just me.
You know why I feel it's like burnout a little bit? I swear we've been charting these charts going down for so long at this point, and people have been like, hey, man, you know, it'd be nice if you draw some of your squiggles to the upside. I'm like, well, they've only been going down. What do you want me to do? I think at some point, you know, we need to start, you know, break out of some of these ranges. It's just been crazy.
Yeah. I think it's coming, but yeah, like, and it's not just Pulse Chain, it's the whole market, right? And today it's the market and stock markets and gold and everything.
Yeah.
So, but you tend to look at just the thing that's, you know, your bag by. So you're like, oh, Pulse went down, but like, so did the Dow Jones, right? It's way more money, right? It's just need to step outside it.
Like every time we come to the charts, it's like showing us a new low. We're like, boxes down, went to another lower box. Fucking ridiculous.
Yep.
And I hate bringing you guys bad news. I never want to bring you. I want to bring you guys really bullish, great news all the time. So I
found the PTGC Treasury.
I think they both look good, man. Most and Pump. I'm still a bigger fan of Pump just because I think the marketing, you know, is more rock solid for the chain in general. 'Cause Pump Tires is a really great generator for the chain. But I think they're both great. I think a lot of the RH memes, I'm going to talk a little bit more about them in future things. I was talking to Pedro again a little bit about those. And by the way,
Pedro's into those.
Pedro has a website, rhmemes.com. Have you guys seen it?
Yeah.
You saw it?
It's a good one.
It's cool.
Yeah.
It's really cool. So you guys should check it out. He was really excited about it. And I think it's really cool. It's fun. I think the vibe is great. It's perfect for the memes. And I think it fits his personality really well in terms of like something that was fun for him to work on, which was cool. And it shows in the site. Like I thought it was very easy. And it's like, I love the colors. I just love the vibe. It's great. So, good work, Mr. Febrokas. I like the names of the menu: Brag, Alpha, Liquidity, Lore, Scope, Quest. It's kind of cool. It's got this game vibe to it, which is really nice. Corazon, interactive map of the Pulse Chain Galaxy. Down.
Yeah, looks great.
Cores. DJ. Supreme. Cool. Good stuff, man. Good stuff. Sorry, you were saying something about PTGC?
Oh yeah, I found their treasury, and they have about $265,000 of pulse in there.
265,000.
Pulse.
Okay.
So if pulse goes up, you get a 10x on pulse, then they'd have 2.65 million.
Okay.
Which they could deploy. So I think it's not as much as I thought it might have been. I don't follow that at all prior to today.
Mm-hmm.
So, but it's not nothing, and it's a public address given to me by the team. So it's not not revealing strange secrets.
Okay. Okay, good to know.
I think treasuries are bullish. Like team, that it's a concept that like I used to be less big on, but I think the concept of team treasuries can be bullish if the right team is managing it.
Yeah, look, they seem to have done a good job so far. I mean, the last run, 2023, 2024, 2025, is pretty amazing. I'm going to go back and look at it really quick. I mean, obviously it was a solid performer. And that's why I had some of these lower targets. So, I mean, you can't make moves that euphoric to the upside without some equal to the downside, right? So, if it comes down in the lower box, it's not necessarily bad on the thing. It's just, it is what it is. It needs to consolidate and do what it needs to do before it moves up again. But, I mean, this is a pretty impressive move that it did, right? We were all part of this. Did really well. It was good. So that's good.
Yeah, no, they had a good run. Just hope they can reclaim those that all-time high again, right?
Yeah.
Prince moving with ink because that's where the liquidity is.
Got you. So when ink really starts to move, that's when ink printer will move.
Oh yeah. That's like 95% of the liquidity is print to ink. So
what kind of moves can we talk about if like ink does it's at $1, if it goes to $5, 5x?
It should be almost directly proportional.
Oh really? Okay.
Because it's literally like almost all the liquidity is there. There are some other pools against Pulse and stuff like that. There's Pulse X, but there's not much compared to the ink.
Okay.
So yeah, you get a 10x on ink, you probably get close to a 10x on print. It's definitely connected.
Okay.
And the way like liquidity forks work is that the tokens come out slower and slower. There's a set quantity of tokens, and they come out slower and slower over time. So it's like built-in mandatory reduced inflation every day.
This is USDT P copy.
There's little pockets of that all over the place on various hidden indexes.
Really?
Yeah. It didn't get those pockets got drained of DAI very quickly. But the USDC, USDT, some of them are still there. So it's like, it's kind of like it's cool, but it's it's kind of like expert users could find it and most people couldn't. In some cases, so it's like, but there are ways to do it for regular people. The Internet Money Wallet actually has access with their internal trading inside the wallet, accesses more dexes on Pulse Chain that don't have front ends than any other single entity. So it's you can find weird arbitrages between P copies that nobody talks about with the Internet Money Wallet. But you need to be able to do the research too. So it's still geared towards the experts that can find those pools.
Yeah, it's not that cut and dry. Super
Yeah,
hex.
you get lucky on the day, but yeah,
Yeah.
it's you have to be able to look at like what pools were forked when the pulse chain was made,
Hmm.
right?
Hmm.
So like let's say there was a pool of USDT against, meme coin number 547, and you can pick up that meme coin for pennies against pulse somewhere else. Then you can find that pool and buy up the USDT for pennies. You might, maybe it's worth thousands. So, but of course, a lot of people with the P copy stable craze, a lot of, pro users have already exploited those options. But I think USDT in particular, there are some left behind stuff. Maybe even on the copied curve fork, not fork, like the copied curve dex.
Got you. Got you. Everybody out there, smash the like button. So I do think, we should be ready for I've kind of hinted at this before, that there could be this like pause in the bull market, and there's this weird delay, and we end up with this really weird cycle, which is very possible. But the truth is, I'm still bullish that something we're going to have a holiday rally. It's not a guarantee, but I still believe it's very possible, which means that a reversal could be coming in a week, 2 weeks, anytime this weekend, for all we know. And that's maybe it's me being too hopeful, but I just think it's very possible and very likely. Now, the worst case scenario is they really hold us off for a long time into 2026, which is also something we have to be ready for and be aware that could also happen. But I still think we holiday rally into the holidays, which is my first case. That's my best case right now. That there is a move to the upside coming. What's up, Funny Jim? How are you, man? There's a big move coming to the upside for the equity markets. Once we get the pullback that I showed you guys on the SPX and everything like that, we're going to move up. And I think that, ETH and altcoins are gonna have their day in there as well, So yeah, I do think we're going to move into the holidays with a bullishness. And I would think that Richard Hart's going to capitalize on that next phase up, right? And so that would time us well with having a really nice Thanksgiving, a really nice Christmas. We're going to have our energy is going to be back. It's going to feel really great. And that's what I'm hopeful for. But yeah.
That'd be great.
So what's up, Funny Jim, man? How are you?
Doing pretty good. I'm getting a little bit drunk.
Hey, cheers, man. So am I. I rarely
Nice.
drink beer on this show. I'm just fuck it.
Yeah.
Just fuck it.
George Gammon is a friend, and he starts his streams, about macroeconomics with stiff drink time. This is stiff drink time.
I'm doing the Czech Budweiser brewery, the original Budweiser brewery. They have this one called Budvar 33. So I'm driving the Budvar 33.
Nice.
It's good.
A South America beer, but I'm a very much a lightweight. 2-3 beers, and I'm pretty tipsy. I was in Spaces earlier today. It was mostly the crypto town hall.
Yeah.
Speaking with mostly Scott Milker and people that are regulars in that space.
Mhm.
Obviously, everybody's paying attention. I was listening to the space that you're hosting, or your stream earlier. I stepped away for maybe 20, 30 minutes, so I don't know what the most recent content has been. I do have some questions. And again, it's almost like you look for reasons to be bullish. And you were saying things about chart analysis. That's really your specialty. Since Fast Abdul's on the space, I wanted to ask about is it the Fasuka upgrade to Ethereum? What Super Grok or Grok was saying recently was that the L2 fee, drain away from the L1 of Ethereum would effectively change when Fasuka is upgraded, and that something like 95% of the fees that are currently being paid to L2s would drop away. So that's one bullish topic about Ethereum specifically. The other is
Unless you're on an L2, then it's bearish.
Is it bullish or bearish?
Bearish for L2s, bullish for Ethereum.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is it bearish? And I don't know what kind of volume, especially with the narrative that's been basically the past 6 months of stablecoins. We need new buyers for treasuries. Who can it be if it's not China? Maybe it can be the crypto market because they're basically sequestered dollars sitting in stablecoin form because of a Genius Act. Like there's all this narrative that's been going around, especially for the past 6 months leading up to the end of the year. So one is Fasuka, the other is like St. Wolf was saying right before I came in the room was holiday basically Santa rally. I think that's what they kind of call it, is a Santa rally. Part of that is a Santa rally that's happened over the past 3 to 4 cycles of cryptocurrency marketplaces. And yeah, that's when I came into the crypto was basically in 17 when Ethereum Bitcoin earlier in the year was around 1,000, but end of the year it was topping out at 20,000. And then people either take profit or they sell anyway for tax harvesting as far as the United States and a lot of different markets. So they look at tax harvesting to close out the year, have a fresh book in January. And maybe that continues on into January, depends on the market sentiment. So one question specifically, Abdul, was about Fasuka, and the other is, if you want to follow up with that, St. Wolf or both of you, about Santa rally history with regard to let's say the top 10 in cryptocurrencies.
In regards to the Ethereum update, I think at this point, Gary, you know more about it than I do. I haven't looked closely at that particular update. I looked closely at the last one that expanded the validator uh, amounts, but yeah, it sounds bullish for Ethereum from what you're saying though, and bearish for all the L2s that are going to be able to extract less fees from Ethereum, which I think was one of the issues with Ethereum is they were giving away too much to L2s. So I think Richard made a post the other day saying that L1s are infinitely better than L2s, and I think he's right.
So I hope I'm understanding your question right, Gary, but it does make a lot of sense. Obviously, the government wants money too. The elites want money. It's a good time for them to get people bullish during the holidays. People are spending money. They are, they're getting more tax revenue for the government. There's a lot of reasons why they want these holiday rallies. Just the question comes down to strategically, do they want that now or do they want that in 2026, 2027? Going into midterms, are they holding off the rest of the bull run for the midterms so the middle of Trump's presidency is more bullish than even now? You can look, we can go back. Generally, there have been Santa rallies. I mean, obviously, we can go back here to 2024. We had a lot of bullishness, in BTC. You can even come here to 2023. It was very bullish. You can come here to, obviously, if 2020 was very bullish. You can come here to 2021 or 2020. That holiday season was very bullish. But if you come over here to, we topped in 2022 in November of 2021. So Thanksgiving was a top. I guess we were technically still bullish, but Bitcoin was bleeding out all through Christmas and New Year in 2022, right? Because that was the start of the bear market. So I think the question still begs, is this the start of the bear market or an interruption in the bull run? We've talked about that before. I think a lot of the old streams over the summer and last spring, I talked a lot how this could be an extended bull run and there could be a break in the middle of the bull run. And I talked a lot about that, how it could be a very weird bull run because they need to also bring up CBDCs and there's some institutional things that they're trying to lay down in place. Could be digital IDs, could be something else. And they need to get some of those railroads in place, those rails in place. So then they can allow the rest of the bull run to take place. That's very possible too. James Wynn also famously has been talking a lot about that too. Like we're about to go much lower. There's going to be an interruption before we go higher. I don't know if he's necessarily saying it's the end of the bull run. He's kind of hinting that it could be. If that's the case, then we get a shitty November, December, or holiday season? It's possible, but I still am confident we're going to pump again this holiday. And also, Fast was mentioning earlier too, Richard Hart can do whatever he wants, whenever he wants. Because if it is an extended bull run and it's not technically the start of the bear market, which I think is very likely, I do think it's because I was thinking a lot about the presidency. Like Trump was elected, 2024? So what technically is the presidency? He started in 2025 or 2024? It's 2024, right? So 2026 is midterm, and his presidency's over 2028, right? So he's going to be more interested to be bullish in the middle of his presidency than the market can fall apart at the end, right? So, what if we do get a crazy bull run that goes all the way? And I hinted about this before, that 2027, I could see things going really berserker. Like maybe they just kind of like they just drag us out. They don't let us go into a bear market, but they don't let us rip either. They just keep dragging us out. And then they send us up 2026, 2027. And then, they whack it all down 2028 or something like that. So it's almost as if the next bull run comes early and they sandwich it together with this one, like maybe you can call it a super cycle or something like that. But that's another crazy possibility, and we've talked a little bit about that before. And when I thought about the presidency and maybe how Trump might want to see it play out, that could be a possible scenario. How he wants to leave a legacy in terms of where to be bullish and things like that. James Wynn also lost hundreds of millions. Not just to get on. The tech agrees with you. But
I was going to say James Wynn is, like many of us, if you make your money in crypto because you hit something, then, it doesn't mean that you know how the slot machine works.
Yeah.
So it doesn't necessarily mean that you're predicting something.
That's true.
So the same thing with James Wynn, I saw these hosting spaces, a lot of hexagons and pulsagons were in spaces on speakers. And again, we're guessing. Honestly, we're guessing. Like I do like a lot of TA related stuff about like the trend, because that just means that there's more eyes that are looking at the same data points, and the data points that, retrospectively, it's easier to speculate on what might happen in the future if you have enough data points that the trend in the past. So like I do give credibility to some percentage of like TA predicting, but for the most part, same thing with James Wynn. If he knew what he was talking about in the upcoming events, he probably wouldn't have lost $100 million. Like, so it's just like logic related. The other thing is, I want to bring up the topic, if it's third rail or not. The Tornado Cash events recently. Richard, when I came into crypto in 2017, or came into awareness that Richard existed, he had referral links for DEX exchanges, or centralized exchanges, actually, Bitfinex and different things, and he had referral, and it was basically he justified it by saying it was to reduce his trading fees and so forth, I think. He pivoted to a large degree before Hex launched and removed referral links, and started really railing against the same platforms that he had traded on historically before that. He talked about Mt. Gox and participating in Mt. Gox, especially since that was in 90% of the crypto market trading back in his day when he started, kind of parallel with Roger Beer and others. Mm-hmm. So this Tornado Cash, again, dubious speculation. I'm using a phrase that Cohen uses a lot, dubious speculation. What do you think actually happened to the tornadoed capital? I speculated in a tweet not long ago, maybe earlier today, about someone wants to be a market maker. There's a lot of market makers moving this market. You just commented about it, St. Wolf. There's market makers, and sitting out or sitting on the sidelines, on the bench, so to speak, for 3 years is a lot to ask of anybody. If you call it Richard, if you call it OA, whoever you want to call it, who you call it consortium, doesn't matter. But to sit on the sides when you know that this is the most volatile phase of the crypto market cycle. So any speculation on Tornado Cash, what it actually is doing or has done?
I think Fast probably knows more about that.
Well, what we know from what Richard said, right? And I'm not I'm not a wallet watcher to the point where I'm going to try to figure out where that tornado cash ends up, but other people are. And I've seen posts where, like some of it's been bridged to Pulse Chain, some of it's already sitting on Pulse Chain. Not the most recent moves, but moves in the past. I think Richard's wise to that. Like he knows how much people are capable of watching. And he's alluded that in the future that there'll be a way for him to, move stuff onto Pulse Chain without people being able to watch. And he said that he wouldn't reveal how because his competitors might steal that idea. I'm paraphrasing from some of his tweets. So, I think probably some of it's in cash now, but I bet you most of it's in ETH. He seems like he's bullish on ETH. Maybe not today, but generally speaking. So, and I suspect he, has a human reaction of looking for a nice round number like $1 billion, which the sack bag, hits at around $6,000 ETH. So, I bet he likes that idea of $1 billion in stable coins. And maybe he's going to hunt for that. But you could be right. Like maybe he's playing market games. Maybe the ETH price action we see today is Richard Hart. I'd be okay with that.
Well, it's kind of, again, we can speculate about Santa Claus delivering real presents or your parents doing it. So we can speculate about anything. And this isn't negative, this isn't positive. It's just that, observing what we saw in chain when we had the stablecoin depegging event, and we saw that the capital actually made a profit, right? So there's a history of moving instantly, effectively to arbitrage. We saw that.
That was
right?
a very different thing than like.
All I'm saying
market,
that's not necessarily a market making. That is seeing an opportunity to make, I think, something like 8 million or 4 million or whatever the profit was. And the timing of the end of the cycle, that's why I was asking St. Wolf really about like cycle history, because at least what Richard has done in the past when he was especially black shirt and very participant with the community was, most of his speculations about where price went in the major crypto tokens was, this is, I can predict where Bitcoin's going to be because this is where Bitcoin has been in the past, and really being a TA guy. He really was known as a TA guy with Strape and with his other Telegram channels and so forth, right? All I'm saying is, looking at where things have been in the past is kind of what I'm doing when I'm, guessing at, is Richard or OA looking at the trend of the end of the cycle, end of 2025, 2 years post-halving, all the things that basically what TA people do is they look at enough data points that it's believable that more people will look at TA. So it kind of is a self-fulfilling prophecy, right?
The thing was,
it's kind of the same thing in
TA was
guessing what people are going to do in the future.
TA was more cut and dry in previous cycles, and to be honest, a lot of it was because institutions weren't here. And a lot of people in crypto are not used to accumulation and distribution patterns in terms of TA and how institutions distribute and accumulate assets. And there's a lot of psychology at play now that wasn't there before. And that's why you don't see more of these kind of typical blow off top patterns anymore in the bigger assets in crypto, right? ETH is just absolute distribution. BTC is just fucking complete distribution. You can see this last cycle. This is all institutional this is all the fingerprints of institutions. Look at this, the bear market down here. This is just pure like accumulation. This is epic manipulation. We didn't see that before, so that's why a lot of people that did well, let's say in the first 2 or 3 cycles, one, there was just a lot less competition. After starting in 2021, they were not as able to be in touch with how the market moved because they weren't really aware of how institutions play this game. And institutions are also using AI and some different things, so things aren't moving as technically as people think. That's why a lot of people are also frustrated because their favorite KOL or their favorite traders like losing them. So they're right 1 week and then they're off another week and then they're right 2 weeks later and then the next one they're like, oh, there's a black swan coming or we're going to dump. Or they're just right 1 week and wrong another. And so I think a lot of people are also frustrated because it feels like nobody knows what's going on. But that's the game of the institutions. They're making it extraordinarily difficult to understand what's going on. And there's a lot of manipulation here. That's why psychology and understanding the psychology of these markets and how these people play is such a big part of understanding how these charts could move, or what technicals you need to focus on, because you can't just do technicals and form a picture. No, you can't. A lot of the technicals can point you in either direction right now. That's why there's so many of this, confusion, and people feel wrecked. A lot of the dystopian malaise and checking out people are going through in the crypto market right now, is a lot of it is just because people don't understand the market anymore, the crypto market. That's what it is. It's not that they made money or lost money. Even if they made money, people are still like, oh, I'm tired of crypto. I'm done with it. It's because they don't understand it. It's like they're playing a game that they don't even know what the rules are anymore. And that's what's happening to a lot of people's psychology, which is what the institutions design it to do. It's to get you to check out, to like not be able to understand what's going on. They're an incredible animal, an incredible beast that, the way they're moving the market, as a hunter, you're just like, what the fuck? Like, I don't even know where to throw my spear, right? and of course,
imagine being an African hunter 100,000 years ago, and the rabbit, is escaping your arrow, your trajectory, and then it teleports, behind you. Yeah. It teleports. It's like right. You're Predator. Like, okay, how do I predict that fucking move? Exactly. So it's interesting that we're entering this phase of AI, and AI is based on LLM, or large language models, and it's also, especially when we're all participating on X, is largely fed by Grok or Super Grok. So what is put into the intellect, if you want to call it, of a Super Grok response, it can say, well, this is what's happened in the past. Especially, I think a lot more people that are participating in crypto, influencer or not, is using AI. And then they're basing their, I'm very smart kind of content that they create on, what they read earlier in the day from their AI question. So it's interesting to try to say, saying, well, if you're saying about psychology is everybody, we are social animals as humans, and we all look toward a leader. We all look toward the tallest, the most brutal, the most, Napoleonic, whatever you want to call it. We look toward somebody to give us information or to give us confidence that we don't have ourselves, right? Yeah. Whether it's a marketplace or whether it's winning any kind of war. So I think that the new, rise in information feed, whether it's subverted or whether it's true, is still AI related. I posted earlier about, again, Fusaka. I didn't know about Fusaka. I wasn't really paying attention to the spaces about Ethereum upgrades, but AI told me. And then the Santa rally, I've experienced 2 Santa rallies in these cycles, but it wasn't the highlight. Trump's presidency has been something that we've kind of based ourselves on. And in a large way, we base what's going to happen in the macroeconomic, as far as dollar or China trade or whatever, on our impression of what Trump would do. And we do it the same with Richard. We've been doing it for many years in a lot of ways, saying Trump wouldn't do that because of his ego. Richard wouldn't do that because of his ego. So a lot of our psychology is based on the psychology of others, is really the market, in my opinion.
Interesting.
And Richard alluded in the past to why he even experimented with the outrage marketing element. Was it worked for Trump? He's made a lot of tweets in the past about why he did certain things. It was like, somebody became president because of outrage. There's trend in what has happened in the past. Now, is that the same Richard of today? That's debatable. But it is interesting to see what's happening in the marketplace across. And again, I don't think Richard could have changed anything by any of his actions over the past several years. The macro, which is Bitcoin and Ethereum, and what Larry Fink and what Tom Lee and Saylor do is not listening to what Richard has to do or has done, or this community. We are. I think someone said it earlier. Maybe it was you saying, Wolf. I can't remember who it was. Earlier today, saying about nobody's paying attention to Pulse Chain specifically. So I think it was Trevor. I think Trevor said something specifically about that. But yeah, it's just, and I'm not saying that in a negative way. I'm just saying that we are whipsawed as a community and as a crypto token by the larger markets.
Hey, boys, I'm going to have to run. I got some other appointments to attend to. It was a pleasure to stream with you both, as always. Keep it real.
You want to plug anything?
Next time I will get
before you
really
go?
shit-faced and we'll have a lot of entertainment.
Indeed.
Or you,
Deal.
you want
Bye,
to
boys.
plug which show you're heading to, or?
I am heading to some Twitter spaces. I'm going to drop in on Tam Tam Space, and there's another meme index space I was asked to attend. And then tonight, around 3 hours from now, I'll be on with Crispy Man. We do our regular Tuesday night Pulse Chain news updates.
Okay.
So we'll probably have some things to talk about there.
Okay, good, man. Thanks for the reminder. Yeah, Tam Tam has a space tonight. I think it's at 1 a.m. Eastern Standard. Is that right? Or no? No, not 1 a.m. Eastern
1
Standard.
a.m.?
No.
No.
My
I think,
time. My 1 a.m.
Okay, but I'll tell you right now.
It's
Just pull up.
7. Yeah, give me the time. It's like 5:30 Eastern. Is that what it is?
6:30 p.m. CST is what it says.
Okay. Oh, yeah, it's going to be late. It'll be like 1:30, 2:30 a.m. for me. Okay.
Your time, yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty late.
Yeah. Okay, have fun, man, and good luck with that stream. Tam Tam, you're out there. Good luck tonight. If I'm up, I will stop in for sure.
Oh, good night, boys.
All right. Night, buddy.
It's interesting what Richard tweeted earlier also about the easy, maybe somebody just retweeted, I can't remember if he did it himself, was you want to piss off the crypto market, make the price go up and then, bring it down to where it was very recently, right? So if you look at today's Bitcoin price, it is June of 2025. So what was going on in June of 2025 and why did we go up from 101,000 to 111,000 or whatever it was earlier today or something? We've dropped like 10% or something. So yeah, and I think if you look at the chart, it would be like June of 25 is when we were at this price.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, these are types of distribution tops, and you can see they do this consistently. They did this over here too. November, December 2024, they're doing it again. They just did it now, right? And then it comes back down where it was, and because retail is waiting for it why they're called distributions is because these institutions sell into these moves up because most people don't catch the low. They jump in somewhere and then they're waiting for it to keep going higher. It never does, and they just keep selling into retail's longs, their buys, and it's really frustrating. It destroys people because a lot of people can't understand what's happening. Same thing here. But the institutions know how to extract a lot of capital in these distributions, and they did that obviously in 2021 too. So a lot of people in crypto aren't ready for it. They're not used to it, and it's only going to get worse because the institutions. I think who was it who said famously? Was it Besant or was it Steve? Was it Bill Gates? No, he said the institutions are going to. Oh, Warren Buffett. That's right. Warren Buffett famously said the institutions will tame Bitcoin. Now, I think that the genius thing is that Pulse Chain is a copy outside of the system, which I think a lot of people don't understand how brilliant it is yet. And I do think about this a lot, you know what I mean? Because these guys have stepped in to take over the system, no doubt about it. No doubt about it. And Richard Hart thinking ahead and building a copy fork of Ethereum that is outside kind of their shell to some extent is brilliant. It's really brilliant. And I don't think until real catalysts come, people will really appreciate it. But I really do appreciate it. I really do think it was genius in thinking of doing that. And it was ballsy to step out and do that. And it's not been easy. Of course, the performance is what it is. But I think in this situation that Richard's in, and, obviously it sucks for us because we're not already multimillionaires or billionaires or whatever it is. It is what it is. But for his situation, it's better to have done this too early than too late. If that makes sense. As a matter of fact, you can't do what he did too late. So he had to move and do it early. And unfortunately, we have to pay with the time, in it as well, hoping that we'll benefit later. But I do think it was quite brilliant. And he had to do it early. even though for a lot of people it doesn't make sense right now. It's so early that they're like, how stupid. Why would you fork Ethereum? Blah, blah, blah. Like, no, I think it's genius. I think it'll be revealed through catalysts why it needed to happen. And there may be a race of other people trying to copy other, things in crypto and trying to separate them, but they'll be too late. I think you had to move quickly because it's taken a long time to set it up, and I'm sure there's a lot of things he's working on we don't even know right now. So,
I don't know if you're able to display it, but I'll read it if you want me to,
Yeah,
which is what I just put inside the messages. Do you see it?
Oh yeah, let me go find it. Hang on.
In Zoom, I don't know if you're able to show it on screen or not, but it relates to exactly what you just said. It wasn't.
I can't show this, but you can read it. Why don't you read it?
Yeah. So it relates to what you were saying. It wasn't exactly Buffett as far as the origin. Maybe it was a repeat by Buffett as well. But I'm going to read it, which is Leo Melliman. And I remember this. This was signaled the top, basically, of Bitcoin when it was 20,000.
Okay.
Which was when it was going to go on COMEX and be traded basically as paper or contracts of Bitcoin. So it's Leo Melliman, which is the chairman emeritus, whatever you say, of the CME group, which is COMEX, made a statement in 2017 Reuters interview ahead of the launch of CME Bitcoin future contracts. He said, "We will regulate, make Bitcoin not wild nor wilder. We will tame it into a regular type instrument of trade with rules." This was widely interpreted as traditional finance exchanges like the CME, COMEX, the commodities arm, aiming to bring regulatory structure to Bitcoin's volatile trading. While the exact phrasing "COMEX will tame Bitcoin" isn't a direct quote, it closely echoes Melliman's words and has been referenced in group crypto discussions about futures markets, which would stabilize or control Bitcoin price discovery. No other prominent figures match my question to Grok. So that's where I posted that from. But I remember that vividly. And I remember, especially in retrospect, maybe a year later, when the markets were far lower than they were when this quote was made, was that the getting on COMEX for Bitcoin was a top signal. And I recall that, this same sort of thing had been talked about well before I knew anything or heard the word blockchain or Bitcoin or anything, was in the gold bug and the silver bug kind of communities, the people that were really hoarding gold and silver, physically or not, was that you could have contracts for 5,000 ounces of gold or 5,000 ounces of silver on the COMEX, and that it was paper versions because more was traded on a daily basis than was produced on an annual basis as far as paper metals than was produced out of the Earth's crust every year, right? So you would say, here's the volume of physical and here's the volume of trade, it's just mathematically, most of those had to be naked. Now, inside the metals trade, and I believe also in crypto, as far as Bitcoin, Ethereum, and some of these other DAT, treasuries, at the end of the day, there is a market maker, and the market maker, in the case of metals on the COMEX, is called the PPT, or the Plunge Protection Team, which is presidential mandate to basically hold up markets or suppress markets, especially in things that are proxy to fiat. So if you're feeling that there's threat to the dollar and silver is on a runaway or gold is on a runaway, then all you have to do is effectively give that bottomless trading desk permission to print endlessly and suppress the market or sell down the price without having to have any of the physical gold or physical silver to do so. And I believe that that's really the same thing that's happening in general with the marketplace of cryptocurrencies now. So it's interesting, where we go from here is, again, part of the topic that I was speaking about in the crypto town hall space earlier today with Melker and Mario and all these people was, at the end of the day, is cryptocurrency anything really peer-to-peer if it can be bought with fiat? Now, you and I work for our fiat. We trade, we innovate, we invent, we sell a commodity, we grow a crop, we do what we have to do effectively to earn fiat, whether it's in dollar, euro, peso, it doesn't matter. what we basically produce in order to trade for fiat. And then we're always in eternal competition with the government that can print with the central bank. The fiat itself are effectively free. So it's just interesting to see, you know, we can play market speculation. That's what we're all doing in any of these spaces, in any of these asset classes, real estate, stock, it doesn't really matter. But if it's always purchasable, if it's always acquirable through fiat, which is central bank produced, or bank making a loan instrument and then basically creating new money, new fiat, we're always on a losing side of this argument about, is crypto any different than anything else? Famously, this happened in the 1930s in the United States when Roosevelt outlawed gold and then basically offered a market price, and then people were allowed to trade in their gold or sell their gold for a premium as far as what the market price of gold was earlier, and then it was basically reset. So the market price for gold, or the fiat value of gold effectively went up after it was coffered or centralized. It's kind of the same thing, I think. So I'm curious about like where crypto goes, other than just a trading ticker. And I wonder if Heart has anything to do with that, or any community that rises with a new tech is a new speculation. But as long as we can basically buy it, and we buy it with our effort and our product and our service sale, but government can always also buy it by basically producing it for free through central banks. What are we doing? We're just kind of shuffling the chairs, it kind of seems to me.
Yeah, and look, that's definitely their plan in some way to do that, without a doubt. That's what they do with everything, right? And you nailed it. And to sum it up, they did it with gold. They can figure out a way to do it with Bitcoin in some way. Once they corner the market, we think it's not possible, but I don't know what kind of tricks they have up their sleeve, right? So I think the genius of Richard Hart to create this other world that's slowly starting to separate is really brilliant. And I think people will look back from the future and go like, wow, that was a genius move to do that and get away from that whole control. Guys, we're going to cut really quick to some news. I said we weren't going to do some news tonight, but apparently there's a huge accident tonight. Louisville, Kentucky. Hope none of you are affected by this.
Bro, get the fuck away from here. Like, turn around.
Another plane crash tonight.
Bro, no, hold on. I think it's gonna crash, bro. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. Damn, they're dead. They are dead, bro.
Dude, guy needs to chill. You don't. Well, okay. Oh man. There's a cargo jet in Honolulu, UPS flight 2976. So
that had to be, with that kind of flame response or that kind of explosiveness, that had to be on takeoff. I don't think that was any kind of landing. That was fuel. The full
was a
wings
lot of fuel, right? It was taking off. Yeah, it couldn't take
Bro,
off.
get the fuck away from here. Like, turn around.
What happened? Like, was it an engine fire?
Bro, no, hold on. I think it's gonna crash, bro. Holy
Like
shit.
an engine's on fire.
Holy shit.
Yeah, there's a lot of gas. That's a big explosion, yeah.
Holy shit. Damn, they're dead. They are dead, bro.
There's probably a crew of like 4, maybe 5.
You think
If
so?
it's a cargo. It's
Damn.
probably, I mean, if you said it was cargo,
Yeah.
so I'm assuming it's cargo, it was probably 4 to 5 people.
UPS. Yeah, that's sad. So, my condolences. That's terrible. What's this? Crazy stuff.
So I heard you saying something earlier about Ethereum specifically, and you were saying, I don't know if it was predictive or you were just saying where the bounces would be. Were you saying 2,400 or 2,500, something like that? You think that that's a wipeout of any leverage or any long, positions?
Yeah, look, we went down to 3059. There's a lot of support there at 2,800. If we do go lower, I mean, we're bouncing really good. This could be it. No, I think if they're planning on going absolutely bullish, I guess might as well go a little lower to make sure they really clear everybody out, right? Because you have to understand how crushed alts and ETH are. I mean, things are going to erupt upward pretty quickly when they break out, and I'm pretty sure they know about that. So, you know, there could be the positive way to look at it could be to think this could be a great sign that they're about to reverse it at some point, hopefully going into the holidays and move us up very quickly here. Far-Eyed Alien said engine blew up on takeoff, jeeted off the runway. Yeah, that sounds about right. That looked like a fully fueled jet. Engine blew up. Jesus. Crazy. Yeah.
Back in 2 minutes.
2800. I mean, the target for this Head and Shoulders was 2475. Doesn't have to completely play out, but that was the target for it. And technically that could still be fine, and we could bounce from there and continue up. It's possible. It's absolutely possible it could go there. But this could also be it too. Just to sum it up. Go look back here. Ink stop bleeding. Ink's at $1. Ink's being defended. Holding up all right. Can't reback the dollar with gold. John, I bought all the gold. All right. We pretty much looked at everything. We'll wait for Funding Jim to come back. And come over here. Look at Richard Hart's been tweeting. Yep. Am I missing all these posts?
I heard you say, I'm sorry, I stepped away, but you were saying 2475. That's the last I heard.
Yeah, that's the Head and Shoulders pattern up here that I talked about earlier that we'd completed, and we started the breakdown. So the target of it is technically, 2480-ish, and yeah, 2475. Yeah, it could absolutely go there. It could, but it doesn't have to complete. But that is the general target of this.
And you're just saying that as far as like support levels, or are you saying anything bullish about recovery or surge or Santa rally or any of those kinds of narratives?
Yeah, we could still drop there this week and be reversing by second week of November and on our way up to 5K. It could happen. There's time for all this to play out. You see how fast these moves. Look, they say they take the stairs up and the elevator down. The elevator down doesn't take very long as you see these red candles come down, right? So we could have more blood, and by the 10th of November, or by maybe, by the middle of the month, we're on our way back up. Absolutely, it could happen.
So Ben Cohen is, I really love to see you with Tom Crown. I kind of like his vibe also when he makes his content. One day you guys should stream together.
He's the guy with the ponytail, Crown Crypto. Is that what it is?
No, that's no, not Tom Crown. Who's the other guy? Is it Tom Crown? It's not Tom Crown. One guy is like, he's got a ponytail, and I don't think it's Crown Crypto. That's Crypto Crown, KR. No, I think Tom Crown is a different guy. Anyways, what I would like to see is you stream together. All I was commenting on is Ben Cohen is a TA guy. He runs into the cryptoverse. A lot of other influencers like Digital Asset Network guy, what guy's name? They reference his, because he has a lot of data on his website. You pay for play kind of website. Anyways, he's really more known to be a Bitcoin. He's not absolutely maxi, but he's very much about alts have led, over the past several years to Bitcoin. You were saying something about Bitcoin dominance, going up as high as like in the 70s or something earlier in your stream. And the speculation as of, let's say, the past 48 hours, are you seeing anything that is rotating out of alt to hold up the current Bitcoin price of 102, 103-ish? Are you seeing like that rotation to basically keep the dominance high or even higher? And the question about rotation, do you still believe in a Bitcoin has to move first, even though it's moved an 8x since its bottom, or 8 or 9x, whatever it's been, since its bottom of last cycle. Do you still see like a first Bitcoin has to move, then Ethereum has to move, then all the other alts, and then finally, the 50x, 100x narrative is everything else? Like, do you still see the 4 tiers, or what are you thinking at?
Yeah, it's a really good question. I know this is on a lot of people's minds, especially people that have been doing playing the cycles from before, which is exactly how they used to play out, right? It's like the waterfall, right? You guys know the bigger assets to the BETH, ETC, and then the next one down, L1s, and then your altcoins and meme coins. I think we're going to see some version of that to some extent, just because the reason it's always going to be there to some extent, and I'll explain why there's also going to be other things, is because of risk appetite. And your risk appetite goes up psychologically as you're making money. Okay. So, if you have $1,000, you're not going to throw, most of it into meme coins. But if you just turn that 1,000 into 5,000, you might take half and throw it into meme coins. So the waterfall has to happen because you have to have the larger asset that gives people that confidence, increases their risk appetite psychologically for winning, and then they throw out the real fucking risk, the high risk, casino shit comes out, right? It's like the equivalent of having like a few drinks. You're just going to be a more nutty gambler, So that's always going to be there to some extent, just out of basic human psychology and risk appetite. But one thing that I think is going to be interesting is we're going to have very selective runs. You can see how BNB was randomly going up, and things connected to it weren't necessarily going up. Okay, so the market makers are going to specifically target certain things to move at weird times. And part of it is just because it takes more capital to move these things. Retail's not fully here yet. Actually, retail's not even here at all, to be totally honest. So that's another reason you're going to see it work like that. But we're going to have very selective moves. And that's going to be a situation that's actually going to work in the favor of Pulse Chain because Richard Hart can really stand out now. So it's not a situation of a bunch of new layer ones are going to move. He's going to pick his moment to move, and he's going to be the only guy moving in the similar sense when Binance was just moving, let's say, BNB, right? Broke 12, 1300, whatever it was doing, right? So in a sense, he'll be moving and he'll get a lot of the attention. So it's going to be different, but it can also be very beneficial if you're positioned correctly. If you're sitting there hoping for like a broad-based move and that waterfall effect where everything's just going to move, I think you're going to really fuck up this cycle. I think you need to understand that it's going to be quite selective, even though there will be that waterfall move just out of risk appetite, as I explained psychologically, but you need to be positioned correctly. You really need to be positioned correctly. And I think if you're here on Pulse Chain, you're on the right track. I just can't tell you the timeline exactly because we don't know, but I think you're in the right place because when the Heartman's ready to move it, he's going to move it because he knows all eyes will be on him when he moves it because of how selective the positioning is this cycle. He knows that. He's got to be aware of that by now. So when he moves, he's going to have all the attention. So he's going to like that. We're all going to like that.
I don't know if you want to show it on screen or you just want to talk about it. If I go to CoinMarketCap and then I sort by the last 24 hours, plus or minus, like what's up versus what's down, that's what I'm looking at when I'm making this commentary. It's interesting that
it's going to be selective, right? It's not going to make complete sense.
So if I go to CoinMarketCap and then you go to 24 hours, of the last 24 hours, what's happened? And then green is at the top versus reds. So however you want to sort that. So that's what I'm looking at. And I'm seeing someone asked actually in your chat earlier, I think they were asking either maybe about ICP or maybe they were asking on Ben Cohen's space I was listening to earlier today. I can't remember. But I see Dash over the past 7 days basically doubled. That was crazy. I see Aster, which is very highly correlated to CZ tweets and his narrative that he's kind of running that more than he's running BNB at the moment. I see that in the past 24 hours, it's held up. And that was what I was saying is, do you think as far as like top what you would call top 10 on CMC or something like that, do you think that there's rotation into that higher level of waterfall you were talking about earlier? Is it Bitcoin? Is it, follow on by L1s? Is it follow on by, DEX tokens or Aster or perp platforms and hyperliquids?
No,
Like where
you
do you think we are
I think you
in
need to
November of this year?
I think you need to know where to be positioned. I really do. I think we're going to have some, like I was saying, some version of that where as risk appetite goes up, if we have another, let's say, euphoric phase into the holiday, then you'll have a waterfall into smaller, alts and then memes and et cetera. But I wouldn't count on just feeling like, okay, it's season now for this right now to move. No, I think you got to be very selective now. You do. And, I'm going to be selective. You can try whatever you want. I think we got away with a lot in 2021. You could throw money at anything. I don't think this is going to be the case right now. I think you need to know what you're throwing your money at.
Again, at the end of the day, what you throw your money at is still a question of us or them, right? Do you say that the governments and stock market, Wall Street, highest market cap, AI, Teslas of the world are them, or is it an us? And I think that's that's been the tribalism element of like Bitcoin versus alts or Bitcoin versus everything else, and even the catchphrase of shitcoins and such.
Wait,
so,
explain that again.
Yeah, it's always
I don't
us
understand
versus
what you
them
mean.
narrative.
The us and them, or like, what do you?
Well, when you were saying I was trying to elicit when you just said you have to be selective.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to elicit your mindset based on your chart experience and crypto experience, and you're talking to market makers that are outside of crypto and like all the stuff that you have as far as like your friend circle and such. So I'm just asking, other than just looking at a chart only, where is your headspace at? Because crypto when it was pitched to me in 2017 was counter. It was counter government. It was counter trade against corporation. It was anti-elitist. That's the 17 that I came into crypto space.
Right.
It was the parallel economy. It was a parallel. It was kind of like speculation on startups and things like that, as far as like software tech and using blockchain to effectively gather capital. And again, at the end of the day, that's what the pitch is from stocks. It's the same thing. Stocks have nothing to do with the number of product or service delivered by the company. They're a capitalization mechanism for the company so that they can build factories or they can market their product. So
they took control.
We look at PE ratios and call that money.
We wanted the institutions here. The institutions are here. And they have control. They have full control of the market, man. And
it's less emotional, but still, like, they throw emotional curveballs at us, right?
Yeah, you got to know how to position yourself now. Look, the position was Bitcoin this cycle. Okay, so far. Okay, there's no doubt about it. Okay, you don't have to even be a chartist to see that. It's very clear, right? It was like one of the easiest moves up, ever. Just literally just bought and hold it, and they could focus all their attention there because they kept everything else, a lot of things suppressed to some extent, right? Because it's not just the charts they control the media cycles. A lot of people don't understand this. When we talk about institutions, they're not just here with money and really incredibly talented traders, and these traders are fucking talented. Like, don't watch Wolf of Wall Street and think it's just a bunch of like cowboys who got lucky and they're just on cocaine. Like, these people are like, I hang out with these guys, man. They are brutally fucking smart people. Like, you know what I mean? A lot of these guys that I used to drink with when we were like in our early 20s, they are crazy, but they're just like born to gamble, like born to like trade. They're incredible at what they do. And so, yeah, they have rooms of these guys, hundreds of these guys, and hedge funds and blah, blah, blah. But they also control the media, and that's a big part of it too. So they can divert people to certain assets and move them away from other things and give attention to this and that. They can allow Sam Bankman-Frieds to rise, and they can allow Sam Bankman-Frieds to die. They're the ones that decide this. Sam Bankman-Fried didn't just show up because he was just some smart guy. He had support from all these mystery people. I know some of those people who they were, and they're all connected to Wall Street. They helped him get where he was. It's all by design, you know. So the only chance we have for that 2017 place is really on Pulse Chain. And I think that's because Richard Hart comes from that world too. You know, he's from that, you know, he's like an original cyberpunk guy type from, you know, way back, right from the beginning. And he's recreated this place over here, right? But no, crypto is not that world anymore. And it's certainly not going to go back in any way to that world at all because of the types of games and players that are here now. Like, yeah, it's a different beast. Yeah, it is. And I think that's what's going to be the brilliance of Pulse Chain in the future, where people right now, and I've said this on my Twitter, it's the first video I have, where people right now that are saying Pulse Chain is retarded and Richard Hart's a scammer and a loser. And I don't know when that's going to be, if that's going to be in 2 months or in 2 years from now. They're going to be flocking over to Pulse Chain and bringing their friends, because it'll be a real place that's not controlled by the man, so to speak, right? It'll be a free place over here for as long as we can keep it free, because eventually they'll also want to infiltrate what we have going on, right? Or sabotage it, or whatever games they're going to figure out how to play. So, somebody had said, I missed it. Good night, Crypto Munch. Cryptomatic. Oh, what's up, DJ? Smash the like and subscribe, everybody. Guys, the Telegram is St. Wolf Vision. Oh, what is that? Oh, yeah, St. Wolf Vision is a Telegram. And by the way, I'm going to drop really important alpha on the Instagram first. So the Instagram is St. Wolf 3. No, it's not 369. I changed it. It's Mr. St. Wolf is the new Instagram. So Deerslayer, make a note of that. I'll type it in right now. And
have you met Deerslayer in person? Is he a personal friend?
I have not met him. He is AI, actually.
Really?
Mm-hmm. So Mr. St. Wolf is the Instagram.
Oh, that's your different one? You got a different one?
Yeah, Mr. St. Wolf. I got rid of the 369. And so now it's Mr. St. Wolf on Instagram. Pre-program. Let's listen to a couple minutes of this. Let's see what these guys are talking about. I wanted to join their stream. If I still have any wakefulness after this, I'll join them for sure.
Again, there's scales. There's a guy from 1 to 10. You're gonna have scale 1 to 10 of risk. How much risk they're willing.
Okay, so I have a message because I've been talking with my buddy. I can't even tell you, like, he's an insider of insiders of insiders. Okay, he kind of told me a little bit about what happened with the Binance, everything, all that stuff. I just can't say anything. There's nothing I can say here that wouldn't fuck me. Like, you know what I'm saying? But
what is it? Binance? What did you say? Binance?
Binance?
What?
With Binance. Sorry, I don't know why I say that.
And Wintermute,
because I hate them.
This idea that it was, I guess the Wintermute people, the leaders of like the corporate guy, as far as the Twitter guy, said that they had no intention to sue. There was never an intention to sue.
Yeah.
Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah. And I can't even join this conversation because now I know some stuff about it, and like anything I say it would come back to me. So I can't say it. But we did talk about it a little bit. But it's not going to affect us. You know what I mean? It's just interesting to know. But yeah.
I mean, I think that's a red herring, personally.
Once you've got them here,
yeah,
that's when they're going to play around. They're not going to be like,
I can
meme coins mooning. Again,
I can join this right now from this live stream, can't I?
2 coins, 2 Pulse Chain
Wait,
coins.
how do I do that?
I saw you on as a listener.
Oh,
I don't know if
what did we see?
Fuck yeah.
Fuck all.
So that's just one guy. He failed. Now, what if there's 20 guys that do that? We haven't seen it yet. Like
he didn't.
So he failed at that. Okay, but the next 5 guys, one of them is going to succeed.
Beer's empty.
Right?
I don't think it was him. Well, actually, no. If we're talking accountability, he did fail. But technically,
do I refill?
It wasn't him that failed. Like, he got it there, but when he got it there, what happened? What happened? I mean, I remember I was in the space when he launched Pikachu, and everyone's like, "Oh, this can bring fucking adoption to Pulse Chain." Meanwhile, I'm watching on chain all these same people just fucking sell. So it had no chance of staying up there. Like, they were selling,
well,
and
I
they were
remember.
not buying back. They were not buying a fucking penny back. They were taking that money and they were fucking running with it. Like,
I
they were
remember
fucking-
Pikachu very well because there was a 2 week period there. My coin bonded. Mine was the only coin that went past 500K. We hit 560, and we retraced. And then 3 days later, Pikachu got launched, and he got it up to the 1 or 2 million range, right? And I was bragging for a good 3-4 days there, like, I'm the man, my coin's the best. No, and I was telling people, when B Roots, all the top guys, when are you guys gonna beat me? No one here can get a coin to 500K like mine. And then he comes along with Pikachu and does it, and I'm like, well, I kind of did mine with a couple $100. He did his with a few $100,000. There's a big difference.
Yeah.
So you see the potential. Like, I proved it. Like, it's there's a lot of factors, and he was one guy. Just wait, like, we're gonna have another 50 millionaires come to Pulse Chain in the next year or so, right? It's gonna be so different 6 months from now. So he failed, but we might see another guy named, I don't know, whatever name, new character, multi-millionaire, with some Marilyn Monroe coin, and then boom, he takes it, right? That's all I'm saying is, like, there's a lot of potential here.
Again, I agree with that, but it's why those multi-millionaires come over. Like, and I don't think it's following a meme coin. I really don't. They're going to come over with their money because they're like, oh, this is a good place to put my money, where my money can make money. Like, that is the number one rule of big money, is make money, make money. It's that simple.
Stable
And
coins. Stable coins will be
that's-
huge for big money.
Yeah, I mean, we hear about it. St. Wilson, the fucking crowd. Get your ass up here, man.
Really? You guys don't
need your opinion on this and what's going to bring.
Bet in the next 6 months
This
we're
worked.
going to have $1 billion fund manager allocate 3% of his, whatever capital holdings, New York City, into PLS.
I like this.
5%. I bet you that's going to happen.
I don't disagree, but the question is, why is he going to do that?
But it's not a stable coin, right? It's PLS. That's my point.
Well,
Why
it's
would
not
he do
even
that?
so-
Because why is
Yeah,
he do that? Because
yeah.
it's going to 8x. It's going to 7x.
It's whatever Richard does economically with the chain, whatever plans he has. Right, Saint, give us your opinion on this,
Gentlemen,
brother.
what's going on? How's everybody doing? You guys are live, by the way, on the show too.
Oh, nice.
Oh,
I didn't realize
awesome.
you were still streaming, brother. Give us your opinion. Give us your alpha on it.
Yeah, we got about 18,000 people watching right now. So
Is that all?
smash like say.
18,000 now. It's
How's it going,
19,000.
everybody? Hope everyone's having a phenomenal day.
Welcome.
Good to be
We
here,
are
man.
discussing what is going to bring the big money to Pulse Chain.
Yeah, I love what Pete just said a minute ago. That was great because it kind of paralleled what we were just talking about here on the show like 20 minutes ago. There's going to be catalysts that are going to come that you can't foresee right now that is going to drive a lot of liquidity into Pulse Chain because a lot of people don't quite understand what the institutions are doing right now. They're completely corralling the market. You know what I mean? And what Richard Hart did was he created something almost too early for people to even understand. Okay? But it's one of those situations where you have to be too early than too late. You just can't be too late on this one. And, it feels like forever for us, but it's really not because when the catalysts come and the genius of it will be revealed, you'll understand why it had to be done. I can't even foresee all the possible catalysts that are coming. But these people in these offices, like Pete was saying, he's $1 billion portfolio. He's easily going to allocate a few percent because he's going to also see like, oh, this thing's about to grow. And these people are speculator. Don't underestimate their greed, man. These people still want to make money. They have departments. Even these hedge funds, they speculate, and they're going to do it. They're going to dive in, and you're going to see Pulse do numbers. It's going to do When it's ready to run and it starts moving, and these people don't need to jump in at the bottom. They're just going to jump in somewhere. You're going to just see God candle on top of God candle on top of God candle on top of God candle. It's going to be something unreal. You know what I mean? Like really unreal. And you got to be able to hang out long enough for that to happen. Because I don't know if that happens in 2 months or in 2 more years. I don't know how long you're going to have to wait. I don't know that.
Well, we're really tightening at the bottom of the wedge on the chart for sure, man. Yeah.
We've been tightening for a long time.
It's getting super tight in the bottom of that wedge on the chain. So speculating, what do you think could be the catalyst or the thing that brings those monies over to the chain?
I mean, I think some of the catalysts are obvious. One, it could be as simple as people realizing privacy, for one. 2 could be, and that'll obviously become relevant when digital IDs and all that come into effect, what have you. Another one could be simply maybe certain things can't be turned off on Pulse Chain as easily as they can be turned on and off on where we think right now we're safe, we may not be safe in a few more months. Because these people they're not just taking control of assets in terms of buying and selling. They're literally taking hold of companies. While you guys are sleeping, they're taking over companies, okay? They're coming in, they're getting their own people hired on these boards and these companies. So when they're ready to make their move, it'll be brutal, and you'll know it. So that would be a big one too.
Can you give us an example? St. Wolf, when you say things can't be turned off, what would be an example that would be easy for people to understand?
The obvious one would be stable coins, right? The obvious one. That's an obvious one. We've been down that rabbit hole. That's an obvious one. And that's a big one. That's a big one, right? The government can't turn you off over here, and they can turn you off over there. You're going to come over here. Let's see. I think another one is we don't know how much they're going to try to control prices as well for certain things. They could really, to some extent, it could be as simple. Another catalyst could be as simple as there's just more X's to be made on Pulse Chain because things aren't limited and capped off in distribution cycles by a bunch of institutions. It could be that simple too. There's a lot of catalysts. You can keep stacking them. What else?
So the behind the scenes question that everybody is going to always say or wonder is, what are the odds of it running without Richard either injecting or streaming, right? I mean, that's in the back of our minds, even though we're tired of saying it, that's kind of what we wonder, right? How much does he need to participate for our chain to gain adoption?
All these assets, they make their move off the bottom, not off retails.
I think I have an answer for that. You got to remember, Richard Hart is working with us. So right now he's behind the scenes taking care of God knows what. He's with us, believe me. So he will come back. And one of the things, I would say the main reason what would get him over here is the minute he starts talking again, because he's been quiet and sharpening that sword for 3 years now. Someone like him sharpens the sword every day. And when he comes back, that's when things will start flying. Because there's no one that can get on the crypto intellectual field with him. Nobody. We've heard everyone.
Maybe. It's just going to be green candles, man. That's going to bring people.
Yep.
It's just green candles, bro. He doesn't have to come back. I wouldn't count on him coming back for a while. I mean, maybe he does.
And remember, I think he comes back. And you got to remember, think in your head of the top 10 people in crypto, the giants. He's connected with every single one of them. From CNZ to Elon Musk, Richard Hart is connected with everybody.
Yeah, fair enough. And they also have possibly an invested interest in what he's doing as well, for sure. But I'm just saying that he might come back. I'm just saying it's not dependent on that. I think that the moves you see off the bottom, it doesn't matter what chart you're looking at. It could be Floki, SHIB, or ETH, or any successful thing that you've seen go from being crushed to nothing to just rocketing up in God candles. They don't move on enthusiasm of retail. These are whales that make those moves coming off the bottom. Okay, these are big moves coming off the bottom. So, and he is the whale, and for the signal to go to the other whales, it's going to come from him first, most likely. And
Yeah,
then
so-
enthusiasm can take over.
100%. I agree 100% with that.
On that note, it's worth looking at the tweet I pinned in the nest from Richard Hart about green candles. I'll quickly read it out. I keep hearing that green candles are the best marketing. Actually, marketing is the best marketing. I've already said this, and as me, just a quick interlude, is people focus on the green candles are the best marketing, but they focus on one thing that Richard has said in the past and not a fuck ton of other stuff that he's said. If you've watched as much as I have, and I presume many people in this space have. But anyway, carrying on. I've already said this before, but y'all don't read so good. So I guess I will repeat myself. You see those green things? And he shows the chart in the tweet. You can have a look at it. Those are green candles. Did you see an influx of new users? No. What you saw was guys clicking sell. You all love the sell button, but you all don't take responsibility for clicking red instead of green. You cry and moan. I also remember when some of these candles were just a few addresses bridging in 20 million and just market buying. And what was the end result of that? More crying, more moaning, not so much marketing. So when it comes to a bunch of idiots who barely speak English chanting, buy my bags, pump the chain, make green candles, sir, or like actually measuring the results of what they beg for, I'm going to rely on my brain, and I suggest you do too. Thanks. The chain is great. Tons of supply has been burnt. It only needs marketing. And if you all could keep your tiny little fingers off the red button for a few minutes, it's easier. And yeah, I mean, me and Gonzo were talking about this. He's gone now, but me and Gonzo were talking about this earlier. And
What date was the date for that?
Chain, many of these same people who are screaming, "Oh, we're marketing," they're all selling and bridging out. All they care about is getting more Bitcoin.
What was the date
also,
for that, man?
The date is...
I remember that.
October 14th, 2025. And also, apparently, Connects, ticker cunt, says, I will dox if cunt bonds. No one will believe it's me. Ooh, spicy. You're up as speaker, dude.
Is he Richard Hart? Is that what you're getting at?
I think we get Richard Hart in the chat. Because Richard Hart is a bit of a cunt. But we love it. I love it. Also, guys, follow everyone in the space you want. If you want to grow and cast the net wider, everybody follow everybody. I'm following everyone. I don't care. Follow everybody. Simple as that. That's how you cast the net. That's how you grow the algo on X. I'm not even going to do the whole raid tweets thing just now, but yeah. And trust me, in the future with these spaces, I will definitely be bringing in people from other chains. We've already had quite a few join to listen. And this is the kind of space we need, not people fucking screaming at each other and arguing all the time. Yeah, that's fun. That's entertaining if you've got time to kill. I know I don't. I've got much better shit to do with my time than listen to everyone screaming at each other. Although I do occasionally do it and laugh because we do have some of the best characters on the chain for that type of thing. I'm not going to lie. But yeah, cast the net and grow it.
You have to be calm, balanced, well-measured on spaces. You can't argue with people. You know,
listen, I'm all for argue and debate, but you've got to do it in a certain way. Like when everyone's screaming and shouting over the top of each other, like it's just really annoying. It's like standing in a busy pub or bar.
Ask to speak?
You can't fucking hear a thing
and I'll pass through
unless you tune your ear in. So what do you think of that tweet, Saint? Because I think it's very poignant.
Yeah, Funding Jim's here too with me. I think he might have something to say about that tweet. What do you think, Funding Jim?
Oh, nice. How you doing, Gary?
It's good to hear you. Your voice is very clear. I did want to. I think it's an interesting opportunity because so many of us have our established X, our Instagram,
one sec,
TikTok handles.
Gary, one sec. Can you guys hear him okay?
No, can't hear him at the
We
moment.
can't hear Gary.
Oh.
He's not coming through your mic.
Okay,
right?
the show feed's not going through my
Maybe
mic.
I need to join on my own.
You got to join.
Yeah,
Should I
just your
join on
voice.
my own?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll join on my own.
Okay, let him join here.
That's all good. And I always like Gary's takes, man, because Gary's like a IRL investor. I heard him in a space the other day, and it's really good to hear his take, because it's like, well, I'm an IRL investor. Like, most of his money is outside of crypto, so to hear his opinion in things as someone that is, outside of crypto and invests is super important take to listen to.
He's a giant. He's a synergy seeker.
So what I'm hearing in this is that outrage marketing may not be the best at the moment.
No, where did you hear that?
time
That's
has
not true at
passed.
all. That's not true at all.
Yeah,
man.
this
That's not
is
true.
the thing. Like, that's old school. It's like people that are like a year to 2 years behind the curve. Outrage marketing, like that, within the community, that works, but it doesn't work out with the community.
Well,
it worked for
it's how
Richard.
you do it. It's how you do it. It's how you do it, man.
Well, yeah, there is that too. But people's form of outrage marketing works within the community. It's just like, I'm going to scream and I'm going to shout and I'm going to insult people, and it's entertaining. Unfortunately, most people aren't as classy and intelligent in the way that they do it that Richard Hart was.
That materialism phase that we went through, he timed that perfectly. I don't think we'll see that materialism shill type stuff anymore.
Agreed.
100%. That's old hat. How's your token doing, EBT? I was in the space when you launched it, man. I loved it.
Awesome, man. Appreciate it. Yeah, I saw this space pop up and I read your bio. Broke devs, good memes, having fun. I mean, hey, that lines up right in my alley. Made the EBT, still hanging out on pump tires. Not in a hurry to bond it. I'm trying to learn and kind of get a feel for the community. But, since we're a bunch of brokies on Pulse Chain, the charts are down, I figured it was a good narrative for a minute to have some fun with.
Well, it's a very topical meme, number one. And yeah, one of the things I find about pump tires memes is everyone's so keen to get it to bond quick, and they seem to forget that it works like any other chart. Do you know what I mean? It works the same as any other chart. It has to take time to cook and build and all that good stuff. So it's good to see people like yourself, jump on it and create the account. And what's your name again? You're Malik, or?
Yeah. I'm Malik. I'm
Malik,
pretty new to the community. Met everybody, and I seen everyone launching coins, having fun. So I was like, I'm gonna jump in here and have some fun with the community. So it's been pretty cool talking to people.
Hell yeah, brother. Hell
Cool,
yeah.
cool.
Oh, hold on. We got a couple of requests to speak. Oh, there's Gary. Sorry, Gary. I've accepted your request. Please come up and give us your take on this. You should be joining us soon. There he is. Welcome, Gary. So yeah, your take on that pinned tweet. Go for it. Got your hand up. Off you go, Gary. Speak.
You're on mute, Gary. What's up, man?
Richard, one that's at the top that you just is in the top of the space.
Yeah, the Richard Hart tweet about green candles and marketing.
I think that you made a great comment earlier about green candles are great marketing, but great marketing is still great marketing. Like you said something along those lines. Like that's how Bitcoin started, right? There was no charts, there was no exchange, there was no way that you can buy or trade when it first launched. And similarly, other cryptos have broken into the space, you want to call it, of Bitcoin's lead, such as Ethereum or other tokens. Even a lot of EOS or EOS. Richard in the past has referenced EOS as a model for a lot of the sacrifice and things like that. So great marketing is better than only counting on green candles, because one, it's almost the chicken and the egg. I agree with what you were saying earlier. I did think about this just earlier, because I muted a lot of people earlier today. Had nothing to do with crypto at all, just because I was feeling very trollish and I felt like taking out that trollish energy on crypto Twitter, or not crypto Twitter, just Twitter in general. And it's interesting that I think a lot of us are effectively muted if we're not outright blocked. It might be an opportunity at this point in the market to simply fire up a brand new profile. It costs almost nothing. If you don't want to be blue checked, then that's all fine. But I think that there's a lot of marketing that can be done that has nothing to do with green candles for people that believe in whether it's Richard Hart and these tokens, or it's cryptocurrency in general, or whatever it may be. Because most of the people that are influential, they may tolerate certain characters inside of any crypto space, like in the XRP army or the Cardano crew, or things like that. And I think there's a good opportunity now as far as marketing of what sets Pulse Chain separate, or this community separate, and things like that, that aren't just rocking a Hex logo or a Pulse Chain logo. Like that might be something that's low cost, maybe even better than the tablet narrative. So it's something I wanted to comment on.
Awesome.
It's a really good
Personally,
idea.
I'm a
Really
big
good
fan of
idea.
the tablet thing. Personally, I'm a big
We,
fan
we
of.
grow attached. We grow attached to our following. Like I've got 38,000 or something like that. But I think the host, I recognize the voice. I think you're a different profile in the past. And there's a lot of people that speak up. We may have pretty large following, but I'd love to see Hexologist, or Crypto Coffee, or Abdul, or whatever, rocking different profiles. I'm like, because I again, right now I think a lot of us are muted. Whether it's by the influential, or people that have larger followings. I think a lot of us are just discounted. Even Famous, I see Famous. He's changed his profile namesake, just like not that often, but like all I'm just saying is I think we have a great opportunity, especially when everybody in crypto is looking for some kind of commentary on the market. Like they look at TA, they look at sentiment, they look at what's happening in Larry Fink's world, or whatever. And so I think there's a lot of opportunity and a lot of hunger right now. And so firing up a new profile might be useful. I'm going to do it. All I'm saying.
Yeah, it's DG, aka that body mechanic. We have spoken before fairly extensively in the past, in spaces and stuff. But yeah, like you say, I decided to go crypto and use a different account, and I've been out in a bunch of other spaces, Ethereum ones, Solana ones, networking with these people, learning from them, which reminds me, everybody follow everybody. If you want to cast the net and grow the network, then follow everyone that's in here right now. There's not that many people, so it's easy to do. So click a few buttons and do that. Oh, shit. There we go. Also, I see Crypto Goose in the chat. Please, sir, come up to speak. We go back a long way, and I would love to hear from you, brother. Is he still here? We might have left now. I did invite him up to speak, but I don't know if anyone knows Crypto Goose, but he is a great voice within.
Hey Gary,
Pulse
if I
community.
create another account, will you unblock me?
Yeah, it's coincidental. I unblocked you about 3 seconds ago. So yeah.
There we go.
I love it. Thanks, buddy. And
Yeah,
every
I
time
recognized your profile picture, but I saw that you were having a battle with somebody, or maybe I listened to a space not long ago. That was pretty funny. So
I
like
always remain.
entertaining, like I think a lot of us are here. Yeah, we want gains, we want to make profit and things like that, but like being entertaining. And Pete Chad Saylor was doing some pretty entertaining shit maybe like 3 days or 4 days ago. So when I saw you up on the speaker, I was like, yeah, I don't even know why. I have no recall on why it was blocked, but I think it's kind of the same thing with a lot of the people that whether they're hosting spaces, speaker on spaces, more influence or not. Many of us are muted or blocked, and I think it's just useful, as an experiment. Launch a new profile. I'm going to do something new in the next day or so, and just start joining more spaces. And whether or not my voice is going to be recognizable because I'm doing kind of modulation or something, but I think it's just useful for us to get our message out. Even though we may be attached to our like current following. Who gives a fuck, man? Like this is I think what meme the host said meant a lot. Yeah, green candles would be fucking awesome, and it would be great marketing, and be something we could retweet and copy, screenshot and say, why aren't you over here? Because green candles are happening. But in the interim, marketing is better than no marketing. And I think right now our influence is kind of waned on crypto Twitter because where a lot of us are muted or blocked.
Well, see, the thing is, like, the crypto market or the crypto space has changed a lot. So actual proper marketing is like more important than ever as the crypto space changes. It's like, and I'm not taking credit for talking about green candles and marketing. That is the pinned tweet from Richard Hart himself that spoke about. That's what I was reading out. So it wasn't my words, it was his. I'm not going to take credit for that. But I also agree, as someone that does understand marketing, understands marketing funnels. I mean, that's the reason my private gym business has been able to survive as long as it has in a small town with 2 big commercial gyms. Like, if I wasn't able to, market and dominate the Google algorithm with regards to with gyms and exercise in my space, like, I would have been dead years ago. I'm not a rich man from it, but I'm still here and I'm still living and I'm still making decent money from it. So, it's marketing it's not shouting and screaming. It's about connecting with people in the right way. And an important way to do that, certainly when it comes to Twitter, is everybody follow everybody, check out, like each other's tweets, all that sort of stuff, pump the algorithm. Like, one of the things we've been seeing from Richard, like, go to his profile and go to replies and see how fucking, like, rabid he has been with getting in people's comments and replying, etc. Like, he is built, like, everyone's screaming about him, stream green candles, but they're not paying attention to the work that he is doing, getting in comments. Like, he understands the X algorithm and he is working it hard right now, guys. Like, he is working it hard, and you all need to follow suit. So, like, just start by following everyone in this space right now, checking out their profiles, liking stuff, maybe commenting, maybe retweeting, do all that good stuff, because that is how you grow the network. That is how you cast the net with the algorithm.
Yeah, guys, pump your own bags, retweet the space. Just one little button. You can do it. There's good people in here. They're going to pump your bags. Help them out.
Yeah, I mean, that's the whole point why I created this profile. I mean, the project isn't really important. It's kind of, it was a few of us that launched coins for fun, and then we bonded and created an ecosystem with some cool magic sauce behind it. But that's not the important part, and that's not why I'm doing this. Why I'm doing this is to be consistent and create a space where I can bring in my contacts from other blockchains, etc., into a place where they can connect, where they can have great discussions, and actually have a discussion, like a proper discussion with good people.
May I ask Gary something?
Hang on, really quick.
Gary?
Really quick. I gotta run, guys. It was great joining you, man. Great seeing everybody.
See you, buddy.
Night.
After I answer this question, I'm going to step out. But yeah.
Yo, what's up, chat? How's everybody doing? If you give 100, Johnny, if you give 100 people 5 minutes of your time each, that's an 8.5 hour shit. Here comes the Shenko and Shilling show. Yeah, I was gonna stop in. Let's see what's going on over here too, really quick. I gotta go.
Back then, so I don't see him selling now.
Oh, yeah. No, he's not gonna fucking capitulate, right? But it is. Yeah. I'm trying to draw the lines, man. The lines aren't working anymore.
Yo, Almighty, what is this?
Are those curls getting the girls?
Ninja
Brenton, it's been unreal.
He's basically just
it's
saying,
so funny you mentioned that.
Like, hey,
I was just thinking about it, like, oh my god. It's like I unlocked the cheat code to the universe. Like, I don't know what happened,
they're hiding
Everything changed, man.
their purse. So like they're trying to
It's
streamline payable
unreal.
accounts on
Unfucking
X,
real,
say
dude.
it's over, get the sentiment really low.
I'll tell you stories one
bear
day. We're
market.
sitting around drink. I can't say stuff on this thing. How
and then you just,
easy
you know,
everything
you fill
just
in these
got.
orders, you start blasting and make people FOMO back.
Like,
And buying all the time.
it's amazing.
Sounds
It's another
You
level.
just said it's a reload
Yeah.
of 2017.
It unlocked a cheat code, Brent.
Sounds like go.
No, I mean it's
So funny to bring that up.
copium, bro. It's market manipulation.
You must know what's up to even think that.
You had to know something was coming, right? Like
It's Richard.
It's Richard.
It's Richard.
Taking all the liquidity.
Thanks, man. I'm never changing it now.
But
If I told you what happened in the last 6 weeks since I've had this hair stuff,
he could be a
you wouldn't
Ethereum
even
market
believe
maker
it.
if he
It's
wanted
been
to,
unreal.
the amount of ETH he has.
Unreal.
He could be sitting over there market maker.
Are they doing prayers? Why are they doing prayers again?
But wouldn't he have to be working with somebody to be trying to market make? Because if you're BlackRock and you see Richie's wallet dumping, you know what I mean?
What I mean by that is like he could have been offloading like a couple weeks ago and then buying back now. You know?
Yeah, and then he just tornadoes all the ETH
You know
back
what I
into the
mean?
reserve. Hey, is the reserve dead? Because I had one of my mentors ask me. He said, "Are we still on that reserve thingy?" Because he was shilling that to somebody and rip.
The Bitcoin reserve, yeah.
No. The ETH
ETH
reserve, yeah.
reserve.
Yeah, he was like, yeah, I was telling somebody that Richard's got more ETH than Coinbase, and I was trying to show him what's the website again, and I was like, yeah, well, rip. Sorry.
Here's a screenshot from 4
It's
months
actually
ago.
gone. The screenshot.
Yo, bro is filling blocks right now, like multi-sending the ETH. 100 at a time. It's like 10 in one block.
He's still going right now.
He's just spamming it, bro.
Bro, he was
Wait, what's going on?
Good.
A couple of weeks ago, he was doing the same thing, though.
I don't know if he was spamming it like that though. Do you see like the 10 in a row every time? I feel like he was using a different pool. Like, what was it HB said earlier? Like the pool's filled, the big one's filled.
Yeah. So like a couple weeks ago, there was a lot less ETH inside Tornado. Now there's a lot more because obviously there was that hack, and I think people are like shitting themselves a bit because of the market.
Yeah.
So it's a good opportunity for him to get a bunch in, you know.
So there's loads of volume in this one.
You know?
So he does loads of small chunks. Interesting.
If you was trying to get a lot of Ethereum into Tornado Cash, right, and you can see what's in the pools already, and then all of a sudden the volume picked up, that's a good time to start funneling as much as you can in, because you're able to now put in more and obfuscate it more easy. So let's say there's only 100, and I think there was like 180,000 ETH in the whole of Tornado Cash like a couple of weeks ago. So like, how can you put 160 in if there's only that much in there and like truly obfuscate it? You know what I mean? So I think he's sped it up now because there's more money going into those pools. So and another thing, famous said as well. So you can sit inside Tornado with your ETH, and then you can basically be like I don't know what the actual word is. Let's just say node, where people use you as the mixer, and then you earn fees on that. So he could be sitting in Tornado right now, just earning loads of fees off of other people.
That's interesting.
Watching.
That's cool.
Yeah.
I didn't know you could do that.
Yeah.
Is that like decentralized yield, basically?
Yeah. So, but if you've ever used Tornado or Railgun, once you're inside there, you have to shield your transaction, right? And when you when you unshield, you have to go through. You can either be your own node to unshield through, or you can just use someone else. There's like a bunch of options. Like there's loads of people in there like that are basically like get you in and out. So you pay them the fees for unshielding your funds and getting it out the other end.
You know what I mean?
So Richie could be sitting in there with all his ETH, just being that guy, just getting those fees.
Richie's that guy.
Yeah, Famous was saying this earlier. I didn't
True.
even think about it. I
Saint
was like,
Wolf,
yeah,
is
you're
that
right.
true? Is that you're earning fees while you're in
If
that
he's
pool?
just
What is
sitting
he
in there,
talking
you might
about?
as well have fees.
Oh, he's
right?
talking about Tornado Cash, which I'm not that as
Yeah,
familiar
but why
with.
did?
Yeah, I'm not familiar with that. I didn't know if there's any
I
way
just
to
don't.
earn just
Okay.
because
Yeah, I guess he just did the ETH reserve thing for the screenshots, and it was like, all right.
Nah,
Well,
everyone's
I
focused on
think he
Tornado.
thought
No one
at
cares
first
about
it'd
that
be a
shit.
good marketing tool, but then he realized it's not really doing shit. So he's like, fuck you.
Yeah, no one
No
cares.
one cares. I'm gonna fucking wash Tornado this shit. So then no one can see what I'm doing. Fuck you guys. Basically.
Yeah.
I
Rug,
think he's
you
market
guys.
making. I guess is market making.
Well, I mean, I actually see it as a positive because a lot of people that are sitting on the sidelines are waiting for him to make a move before they jump in.
Mhm.
Well, now they can't see when or if he's gonna make a move. So it's like you got.
Yeah. I mean, I knew it was gonna happen, right? But it was just like I didn't think that
Richard
money
has
was gonna move
stated
at
in the
all.
past that he didn't like people
So
front running his
interesting. I'm
calls.
up on my Bitcoin long.
thing
I
with
think you are
Tornado.
too, but my
Yeah, I
ETH
mean, I
one
doubt
got
anybody
bro.
wants to
The
be
long
front run,
ETH
right?
is like a fucking like the worst thing in the world, bro.
Yeah, no, I don't. I always do BTC, bro. It's just. But it's not. It's not
so hard.
It's look. ETH is good if you get a winning trade, you'll probably make more because it's more volatile. But
Yeah.
obviously it works on the other side as well. So.
Well, I'm sitting there, bro. I think I put it long in at like 3.23. No. I think it was 3.3. Yeah, it was 3.3, bro, and then just goes to 3K. I'm like, what the fuck? 3K, bro? That is not supposed to happen, man. Hey, blow the back.
To get maximum participation, the stair step really in Hex, as far as the chart, was very compelling, right? You know, when you looked at how Hex climbed, it wasn't a massive spike. Everybody looked at the fact that this massive spike happened, and then people felt, observers, if they weren't already involved, they, as far as distribution and things like that, it wasn't that you didn't feel like it was going to happen again.
Yeah.
Like it wasn't like, hey, here's the pump, let me sell so that I don't suffer the dump. It was stair stepping. And so like, the speculation on value add, if you want to call it, or participation, or people going through the stress, I guess, or maybe the technicals of bridging, whatever you want to call it, to participate in Pulse Chain. I think a stair step has to happen. I don't think that a single, look, it's 10x higher than it was before, and that's it because Richard rotated some kind of money or OA or whale or Racom or anything like that. I don't think he can influence the market unless there's a sentiment that it's stair stepping. It has to be stair stepping.
Yeah, I think so. I think we'll see something similar again. It makes the most.
I like
I think
Johnny's
it'll be
in
the
the space
healthiest way
listening
to
to
do
you.
it, to be honest, too. The most sustainable way. I don't think he's going to want a God. I think God candles will come later, but in the beginning, yeah, I think the stair stepping, for me, is my first kind of choice of how I think it's going to play.
Gerardo was kind of famous for making the websites that were like highlighting stair stepping, how long it had been between a stair step, and God Whale kind of starting the trend, if you want to call it that, of multiplying the value for everybody.
Yeah.
I think that repeats.
I'm not able to hear the show anymore. Did you notice that?
Which show?
One we were just listening to?
The Almighty one?
Yeah.
Who was it? I think it was Panos and KR, right?
Yeah. Does that mean there was just something wrong, or did we get booted, or how's that work?
No, just look at KR's profile and rejoin. Maybe it kicked you out. I don't know.
Okay. Can the host kick people out? No, I didn't get kicked out. The sound.
They can take you down from being a speaker, but I don't know that they can kick out a listener.
Yeah,
I don't know if that's possible.
Yeah, I just lost the sound, so I was like, what's going on?
Rejoin, maybe.
I don't think it's too bad.
Oh, there we go.
Can it get worse? Yeah, for sure. Watch a guru post tomorrow. Richard Hart has been arrested. Yeah, for sure. You're seeing everything at zero the next
Look,
day.
Ink
But
wicked to the 90 cent area.
yeah,
But it was
91 cents,
$1.
not 75. I was wrong.
But like
But look,
the
April,
cent, like
March, April, June, and July, we tapped 4.2 on Hex, bro. Way lower than we are now. April, March, June, and
okay,
July.
bro, but you could fart on Hex and move it up, bro. Like that doesn't really matter. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah, I guess so. But
that's
still.
a bad metric. Like I look at the post price, right? If you think about it, because Hex can just
225 is good, man.
Like, bro, KR moved the price of Hex. You know what I mean? Like, lol. You know, I don't know.
Yeah.
Bro, but that's every coin on Pulse Chain.
Yeah, that's true. But not every coin in crypto.
No, for sure. But somehow the coins that have more liquidity right now are rugging harder than Pulse Chain.
Well, you got more bag holders. You got people that are in profit. We're not in profit.
But bro, you got to deep it, right? This community don't care about profit; they just sell.
The Hex pulse chart actually looks so
That was funny.
If it breaks out of that fucking coil, bro. Oh, yeah, damn. But if pulse is going to zero, it doesn't matter.
No, it does look good, man. God dang it.
No, it looks good. I'll be dead honest. Everything looks good, bro. Like that, what you said, the Hex pulse chart looks saucy as fuck, right?
I know our is still harder.
I hear you. We got Saint Wolf up on the stage. Welcome, Saint Wolf. How are you?
Invite. I like Johnny. I mean, again, Johnny's narrative is interesting. If Johnny does jump into this Zoom,
bro, he got a post stand badge.
Yeah,
just find it inside Telegram.
Hey, what's up, gentlemen? How's everybody doing?
Hello.
Good, bro. How are you?
Good, man. Hey, you guys are on the show as well. I got to tell you on the live stream.
Oh,
nice.
Yeah.
All right.
So you got a few thousand people
Almighty,
watching
behave
out there,
yourself.
so say hello.
GM to the world and back.
GM.
Almighty,
Good night.
behave.
Good night. Hey, Saint Wolf, bro. What did you do for a post stand badge? Because I know what KR did.
Saint Wolf has been around, bro, man. He's streaming all the time, bro.
Man.
Oh, I know.
How do you
It's weird because I don't see the badge on my screen at all.
Saint Wolf has, I'll be honest, man. Saint Wolf has been spot on with his targets more than a lot of.
Oh, there it is. It just loaded
I
in.
know. Hey, Saint
Did you
Wolf
just
made a
get that?
mic. Nah, he had it for a minute.
What the fuck?
He made a mic video back in the day, bro. When no one would get, you know what I mean? Just trying to show the sign, bro. He ended up deleting it, which was crazy, but.
I've deleted a few shows. I can't lie.
Yeah, but I brought it back. I did bring it back, in all fairness, right?
No,
It's
you're
still
good,
up, right?
bro. It was just funny.
Okay, we brought it back.
No, I'm not mad, bro. It coin ran, bro. It ran. Everyone like.
I can't
all right,
believe you
this is
noticed.
one-
Actually, I can't believe you noticed. You're like, hey, we're just
Well, I didn't actually notice. I had people from the community that were like, "Bro, where's the video at, bro?"
shit.
I was like, "Oh, I don't know, man." But one thing I made a post earlier today, bro, and I hope how many people are here. Not that many, bro, but people need to understand, man. Like, coins will go up and they will go down, and they will probably never come back again. Like, if Pulse-Chain runs, it'll go up 5x. You know, if Pulse-Chain does a 30x, you're gonna see these little shit coins that we were shilling go up, go down. They'll come back again a little bit. But do not cry about a coin that goes up, and you could have taken profit 10 different times, but you were like, I'm gonna hold because Pulse-Chain's cool. You know, it's like it's not.
Could have
You
sold
sell
it
your
on a
coins
double.
when you're in profit. Buy back lower. Don't complain about shills. Don't complain about KOLs. You want them. Trust me. You don't want a bunch of us sitting here like, where's Richard at? You know, you want people saying, hey, buy this meme coin. Oh, it's down 80%. Somebody won. You know what I mean? Like, that's just the game, bro. Go look at Solana and understand how Solana got adoption. That same way, the same KOLs, the same people, rerunning tokens, reblasting them to billions. Like, we got to get that, man.
Hey, Grimace still at 300k, bro. That's pretty good.
Hey.
There
What's
he
up?
is.
What's up?
Just
How are you
summoned
guys?
Grimace.
Yeah. So I was a bit busy there. But look, I'm upset.
What?
You know what I mean? I'm upset for one reason, and one reason only. The timing of everything, the whole chain is dead. The whole crypto world is dead. We still got in the top 20 in the world. Was number one on Pulse Chain for a long time. I think we're at number 2 now. We're number 3. This is only the start. We need a proper mascot, no peacock kind of cocky type of stuff. We need a proper, a proper beast. And I think Grimace could be pulse chains. The color is purple. Everything's purple. It's raining purple. So yeah, looking good. Game coming soon.
What's the ticker, bro?
Up now.
It's Grimace, bro. Grimace. You know it, bro. Grimace, bro.
Yeah. How do you spell it for the audience that can't understand what you're saying?
G or
Can't understand.
I to the M to the A to the C to the E.
Did you say G or?
G or? What?
What's G or, bro?
Like
G or G or.
all right, G for good. You know what I mean? And or for whatever.
Bro,
And that's it.
bro, you can't say or again, bro. There's no or.
G or
must
G
be
or.
Say R.
Say R. Sorry about our DI higher guys.
Yeah, it's like
We're still learning.
or boards or.
No, it's
Like
R.
Oh
It's
my
R,
god,
bro.
you really can't say it.
Now I have a list, boys. I have a list. So bear with me, yeah.
Bro, what? You can't blame it on the list. Don't try and guilt trip all of us. Try and make us all feel guilty. Get
Nah,
out
I've
of
already
here.
invested, but look, it's looking good. As much
Hey,
as
listen,
much as it's been bleeding. Yeah, the whole crypto world's bleeding. We're
a
staying green.
Grandmaster. A
Yo,
Bro,
Grandmaster.
I'll be dead honest, bro. After what just happened to the market, the fact that your coin is at 300k still is mental.
mental.
Like, that's so good.
So imagine when the change pops.
How is that not at zero?
God damn.
Like
You know,
what?
this doesn't get to $1 billion market cap. Yeah, I quit. I'll quit everything that I do.
$1 billion.
You know what I mean? $1 billion market
Hold
cap.
on. $1
I love-
billion market cap
I love
requires
the enthusiasm,
VC
bro.
money. Thank you.
Say again.
I love the enthusiasm, but let's just say like 100 mil, yeah?
Nah, 1 billion, bro. 100
Hey,
mil. What?
think about it like
There's
this,
coins
right?
already made at 100 mil here. Solid X made it to 100 mil. PPGC made it to 100 mil.
Hold
King Dog,
on.
the other meme, made
Hey,
it to
listen.
100 mil.
This is something that everyone needs to understand. Solid X and PDDC are not pump tires tokens. Them going to a market cap
Okay.
means absolutely shit, nothing. You need a
Okay.
pump tires to go to $1 billion. Most one could have been it, but we're too gay. So GG's.
So yeah, so look, and at the end of the day, it's this, guys. Yeah, this is the one. Grimace is the one. It's the one. Obviously, I love RH Pepe and all, yeah, but this Grimace, it's the one, boys. So don't fade it, don't sleep on it.
Hey,
With the chains
there's
back
an
pumping,
LP.
yeah.
There's a
What?
Pepe Grimace LP. So I'm not. Go ahead.
The fact we could get most at 40k that night, and it went to 250 mil, is mental. Like
that was the top.
Well, yeah. But
that's top.
That's the highest one, surely, right?
Pump did really well too. Went 170 mil market cap.
Was it 170?
No, it went to 80 mil. 80 mil.
Hey, Saint, well, close your mic for a minute on that space.
Nah,
Okay.
1.7.
Oh.
When you have the Godwell's number.
What?
The Godwell's number.
Why do you want the Godwell's number, bro?
Let him know about Grimace is in town now. You know
Just
what I mean?
DM him, bro.
I'll DM him now, yeah.
I DM'd him about RH Pepe, bro.
Wait, while we've got
That's
Saint
one of
Wolf, do you want to
the
ask him
what
like,
they're saying
his
about
thoughts?
like Grimace going
Yeah,
to 250
Saint
million.
Wolf's pleasure, bro. Love your TA.
But just
That's
before you go, did he say bye?
misleading.
Did I hear him
You
say
know
goodbye?
that because
Is he there?
any token,
Still there, Wolf?
billions and billions of market
Mr.
cap.
Wolf.
That doesn't.
Yeah.
That
Hang on.
let's
Hang
patch
on.
it.
Like
Hey, man.
I've launched tokens
Yo,
and
what's
gone
up?
to
Yo.
Do you
more
want to give us
market
your
cap than
take
Bitcoin.
on? Do you want to give us your take on what's going on? Do you think the top's in? Cycle top? What do you think? Post chain's going to go to fucking Valhalla or zero? What do you reckon?
I think there's definitely a case to be made that a top could be in for sure.
Mm-hmm.
At the same time, they're leaving a lot of money on the table, right? Which doesn't make a lot of sense to me. And to be honest, when you look at equities, I could see this pulling back to support, which is almost at, and then moving up quite substantially into the holidays. And I think that altcoins and at least Ethereum could definitely move with that. And BTC could also make another move up because you can take BTC down to where it is now or even lower and then pump it back up to, I think I have 140, and you would still be under the resistance line of a channel that I've been tracking since 2022 for BTC. So technically it would be like a retest of the breakdown of the channel, and you could still go up to 140. And I think it'd still be amazing. I mean, we'd still go into Q1 of 2026 with a bang. I mean, fucking great.
Hell yeah, brother.
It's very possible.
Got stimulus checks next year, man. Ain't no way it's a top.
Yes, please. Well, we pray you're correct. That would be fantastic. Just give us a nice, like, you know, December. Give us a season's greetings. Give us maybe like a January, Feb, and then we can all sit at the top and be happy. You know what I mean?
Look,
the
my
US
bias is that we're
government-
gonna get it. My bias is that we're gonna get it. You know, and I think it would make sense for Richard Hart maybe make some move. I actually have on my chart around end of Thanksgiving for the move up on Paul Shane. That's kind of what my fingers are crossed for. So it'd be like a holiday surprise.
Nice.
And I've had that on my chart for a very long time. You can go back almost a year that I put a line going straight up vertical around Thanksgiving. So fingers crossed, we're gonna get it.
Season's greetings.
Season's greetings, bro. Considering
Season's
we've had that for
greetings.
years,
We
that's
got
He sent out
we
a
got
card, remember,
literally
with the season's greetings on it.
Yep.
Yeah.
November, December,
Oh, God,
January
Yeah.
is season's greetings, right?
The match is nearly struck. The match is nearly struck. And people laughed at me when I said to them, white guys, people are getting too bullish in September. I was like, take
The
it
white
easy.
guys.
Relax. What?
What did you just say?
No, not the
What
white
did you say
guys,
about
but
white
people in
guys?
general. No. No, I said people are getting, I was telling them, I was like, guys, hold your horses. Take it easy. You know what I mean? Seasonal greetings isn't September time nor October. Maybe end of November, but it's not now, you know?
Hey,
So
I think the U.S. government profits more if we pump pre-Black Friday. GG's economy's
KR just said
doing well.
spreads
People want to
there.
spend money. If your 401k is doing well, you're gonna go spend more Christmas money. So we'll see.
Did you say it spreads there across like 3 months, Cal? Because that's
Yes, 3 months. It's season greetings is November, December, and January.
well,
end
there
of
you go.
November.
That's real nice. I mean, if there's time for Paul Shane to shine, that could be it right there. So, fingers crossed.
We'll pump for 6 months. We did it last time. I don't know why y'all giggle, man. We pumped for 6 months last time, bro.
Bro,
What are you talking
give
about?
us a 1
Round
month pump.
tripper. I'm joking.
We
Give us
pumped
a
for
pump
6
for 1
months,
month.
man. We pumped from we pumped September, October, November, December, January, February, March. We topped out in March, bro. Say it ain't so.
All right.
You know what's crazy?
Send it,
Bullshit's
bro.
been out for over 900 and 4 or 5 days now. We sacked over 600 days or something like that. 1,500 days.
Me, bro. What the fuck? Don't remind me.
Nah. So we can wait another month or two, or you know what I mean. So it's not bad.
Dude, we can wait another year, man. I'm hanging out.
That's the thing,
I got
right?
my cardboard box.
No one asked Richard when, is it this season's greetings or next
Oh,
season's
yeah.
greetings?
Oh my
Imagine.
God.
He's talking about Valentine's Day, boys.
I'm
He's
cooked.
talking about
either
Easter.
way.
Season's greetings, bro.
I'm cooked. Like, I'm still in the UK. If 2026 comes and I'm still in the UK, I'm cooked.
You 100% will be. 420 will be a fun day for crypto, though. 2026. That could be the top.
Why?
420. What are you talking about?
When's that? March?
We
April?
literally got the happening on 420.
What's 420?
What?
In North
you're lost in the
America,
crypto
it's
world.
like the National Weed Day.
Did you say
Well, it's not
Harvening's
even-
on 420, bro?
What?
Apparently, we got one on 420.
We got the last. What do you mean? The last happening was on 420.
Yeah, it was May, right?
Yeah, next one's got to be
May.
like
Isn't that Hitler's birthday?
mid 2028, bro.
That is Hitler's birthday. Yeah.
Gig.
Actually, yeah.
Oh my God.
What's up, dude?
Like, do you understand how we're in a simulation because they made the happening slack on 420? Like, what?
Did
What?
you guys tell Almighty about his twin last night?
Oh yeah.
Oh
the rapper.
shit! No.
For sure.
That was smooth when he
Bro,
said it.
someone get that guy up here, bro.
Bro, I forgot his name, but someone followed him.
And
His name's Juan.
yeah,
Yo,
I'm gonna DM
find him, bro, because I need to hear this. I wasn't there for that.
I'm gonna DM
I'm from Houston. Yeah. I'm from Hayes.
You know the meme?
Someone send
Hey, you
him-
know the
someone
meme where the
send him
dude's
the
looking
thing.
in the mirror and he's just like, "You're not broke, you're pre-rich."
Yo, gentlemen, it was great hanging out. I got to run. It's good
For sure,
seeing
man.
everybody. Yeah.
Yeah,
Thank
nice
you,
having
bro.
you here, bro. Take care.
Thank you, bro.
For show.
Sure.
For sure.
It's always good to check in on the DJs.
Yeah, they're fun, man. That's good. That was cool. And actually, it's crazy. I didn't know that I could join in and my mic would feed into streams. It's obvious. Now we're going to do this more often. Chad, what did you guys think? Did you guys like that? I actually had a lot of fun doing that. We should do that more often.
I like if you're able to be speaker on multiple, especially outside of this community spaces. There's a
Yeah.
lot of crypto spaces that happen. There's a lot of macro spaces, especially,
Yeah, we should join some
so,
more.
so you participating with your show by being, hey, I'm on the show, getting that I think your reputation should be bigger and broader. So, yeah, that's good.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. I've been trying to post a lot more and growing on the X. So yeah, we'll do that. It's too bad I can't get the guests to also feed into the show. That'd be cool. But I guess you guys, it's better to join anyways that you're seen on that show or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, if it's a relevant guest that's like I do appreciate that. I think that you and Abdul are doing some really good like content. Yeah, like I appreciate him because I've known him for many years, and he's got a technical knowledge base that definitely myself or others don't have. So I think that if it is a way to figure that out, I don't know how that would happen. I think maybe if you tried having a cell phone that was also in the space,
Yeah.
and then you could just
I'd have
like allow them to broadcast your guest or whatever, but otherwise the guest can just join directly like I tried to. Like I exited out of the Zoom so that I could join the Twitter space. But again,
it'd be complicated,
yeah,
but it could be
I
done,
think
but
that
it'd be
your
complicated.
voice,
Yeah.
one is I think that your voice, again, not to be too not no homo, about it. I think you have a good voice. Like you're very you've got a good radio voice, and those spaces are radio voices.
Yeah, yeah.
So radio voice is important, and I think you've got obviously a broad experience even outside of crypto as far as like market TA, and I think that you're joining, even though they brought you up on speaker really pretty quickly because they knew who you were, but like outside of that door opening or toe in the door or whatever you want to call it, I think that your content is useful, very useful, even outside of crypto spaces, whether you want to call it onboarding or just like building your own brand. I think it's useful.
Cool, man. Hey, really appreciate that, Gary. I never thought I had a radio voice. That's like always been shocking to me when people say that. But it's cool, man. It's cool. It's good to hear. Yeah, I enjoy talking to people too, so it helps.
Yeah, it's natural. Like your speaking patter or whatever is a natural pattern.
Cool. Chat, how's everybody doing out there? You guys smash the like button. This has been an awesome stream. Definitely going to join more of these spaces. Remember, at St. Wolf Vision is a Telegram, but I'm going to start doing alpha first on the Instagram, which is Mr. St. Wolf. So the Instagram, obviously, it's free to join, and I'm going to do stories on there with the alpha before I put them on Twitter, before they go on the Telegram, only because there are people who stalk them to find out what's going on, but they don't necessarily are on the Instagram. That's only for you guys. I don't write the Instagram on my X or on my Telegram. So if you have the Instagram, you'd get it first, because that's exactly the order I'm going to do it in. It's going to go Instagram first, and then Telegram, and then X for important posts. And I think as we turn bullish, you're going to want to be part of it. So it's Mr. St. Wolf on Instagram. Let's see, I'll put it here. IG.
Deerslayer, your AI is funny about the saggy boob say to the other.
I'm not getting.
I'm here for the entertainment, not for the price.
Dude, Instagram. Just put in your email, join. It's not hard. You're not getting an Instagram. That's all right. That's all right. Instagram's pretty cool. Yeah, you know what's happening with Instagram and why I got interested in it is because Instagram is now going to merge somehow with Google. So it's going to become part of the search engine. So if you're making content about something and subjects, you can now come up apparently under Google searches eventually. That's something that's coming very soon. So if you don't have Instagram, I recommend jumping back on and or starting an Instagram. It'll be another, because they're trying to compete with TikTok too. So they're getting aggressive. So it's a good place to grow and expand on right now. And another way to share information, right? With a little different audience. So yeah, Mr. St. Wolf on Instagram. I put it in there in the chat. You guys check it out. Come over there. Anyway, it gives me a chance to get to know you guys differently too, right? It's like a different personal experience. You get to see a little bit more about my life, and I get to see about yours if you have an Instagram account. Following a few people on there, really interesting people. One guy's name's he's in New Orleans. He does like really cool construction projects with another Hexagon, and I don't know if I can say his thing on here. He probably doesn't care. His name's Yoon, or maybe it goes by John.
Yoon Anderson.
Is that what it is? Okay, is that how you pronounce it? I wasn't totally sure. But yeah, really interesting.
Yeah, I've had dinner with him a bunch of times. Okay. He's a really good guy.
Yeah. So Instagram's been really cool. You get to kind of get to know people differently and at different levels. It's really cool. And then Mr.
I know a lot of the
great seeing you.
He's a big OG.
Oh, cool. Yeah. I think he's been around. He hangs out with that guy Kareem. I think I've seen him in some of the stories or something, if I recognize it correctly. Then the Telegram at St. Wolf Vision. I like IG for other regions. Yeah, and if you're trying to date, you need to have an Instagram. I mean, come on. Have an Instagram, guys.
Nobody asks for a phone number from a girl anymore. They just ask their Instagram, or and if you're not, again, that's just a different kind of networking, but image.
It's how girls date now. Yeah, they get on Instagram, and it it's amazing. It's like catnip for them. I don't know, they just love it. It's like an aphrodisiac. If you're posting, right? If you're doing something on there. Cool. I don't know. So just to recap, really, because B Roots chimed in on this video, and he's like, yeah, 0.25. So I think he was talking about 0.025, this thing that we had charted on here, which was the breakout of this resistance on the ETH BTC ratio. Okay, so the ETH BTC ratio did this. And the resistance was around 0.026-ish, let's say, right? So if I take a line from that coming over here, ETH could come retest all the way down there. Okay, so it makes sense for BTC to make another drive up as well to allow this to happen because it's already beginning. And at first I thought this trend line might hold and we might just be able to do it from 0.033, but we're breaking down. So I think we are going for the full retest of the breakout on the ETH BTC ratio. And once again, the reason we think so is because if you just go back and you look left, which is just how I've really learned TA, just sit around for hours and go look left, you can see that it did the exact same move in 2021. It broke out, it was down here, made a W, had a lot of resistance here at 0.021. It broke out, did a small retest, went up, and then it did a massive retest from 0.04 all the way down to 0.022, which is almost half. And once it did that, at that point, that's when alt season started. That's when Hex ran. That's when everyone started moving, okay? Once it did the major retest. So if I come back to where we are now, you can see we are heading toward it. We're at 0.032. We hit a high of 0.043. And if we were to cut that in half again, like we did in 2021, you're going to come right back down here to about 0.026, 0.025. And that might be what happens here because we're heading down there now. And that would be the place where I would think the Heartman is going to move because he did it before. Because that's when you really have confirmation of ETH ready to move. Yeah. So we're going to look for that. We're going to track that for sure. If you guys have any questions, once again, come to the Telegram. You can some people even ask me questions on Instagram. It's totally fine. I'm on there all the time. And
I have a question.
Yeah.
I have a long-time listener, first-time caller. The silver to gold in crypto for some significant time has been Ethereum. When we look at the market cap and we say that it needs to move first and then altcoin season can happen, how much credibility do you give to that? Solana, ICP, all these other things as like competitors in L1 as far as like market cap. I'm just curious of like, do you personally, even though you're a chartist, do you personally think that Ethereum really is the second tier in crypto for a significant amount of time. Same thing to B Roots. If is that B Roots? Who's that in the space? I don't know.
That's
Good luck, B Roots.
somebody
Sorry,
I haven't
different
met
guy.
before. Hack, is it?
What's up, guys? Yeah, Hamid.
Hamid, nice
Yeah,
to meet you.
alternative to
Welcome to the
B-Roots.
show. B Roots
Appreciate
is
it,
alternative. Welcome to the show, man.
Glad to be here, man.
So, Gary, I think a lot of it has to do with risk appetite. It lets us know the market is intact and it's ready to go ahead. I think it might have a lot to do with that. And the fact that ETH is connected to, originally used to be connected to a lot of altcoins. I mean, obviously it's very much still connected to everything Pulse Chain. So that has a lot to do with it as well. So I think that confirmation is required for a number of reasons, that it's solid. See, a lot of people, look what's been happening. It's been going back and forth and everyone's been calling how many, your KOLs, how many times have they called alt season, right? How many times have they called it, right? So until you have that confirmation, it's not happening. It doesn't matter, if your favorite guy calls it or not. Like you need that. And so maybe that is that breakout retest of that ETH BTC that confirms that, no, now it's happening. Now we go up, So I think it's more of that opening the door for that risk appetite. But, yeah. What do you think? You said Hakeem?
Yeah, so Hamid Hawk.
Hamid Hawk. Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah. I go by Hawk, like the bird, caw, caw, caw. So just call me Hawk.
Gotcha.
That's what old teammates used to call me. Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. I want to make sure I just catch up and do a little bit more listening than I do speaking. They say in sales, listeners tend to always win more so than me coming in here and chiming in. I was talking to my brother earlier. He was a bank regulator for the FDIC.
Mm-hmm.
Now he's a global risk analyst for Worry Bank, based in New York, out of Seoul. And, from a macro perspective, there's just a lot of moving pieces. And with the elections tonight, I think 9:30, they find out who wins this in New York, and this whole Mamdani phase and everything. So personally, myself, I'm just kind of taking a step back and just kind of looking at things from more of a macro perspective, just because we've seen all this red in the markets. I'd hate to be hyper reactive to that. I've made mistakes doing that in the past.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's up, Money Gang? How you doing? Money Gang says, when does the weekly candle end? 5 days. When does the weekly candle end? Is he talking about?
I think I saw a tweet earlier. I think you might have echoed it in your current stream about, was it 50 moving average, 50-week moving average, something like that as far as Bitcoin. If MGC comes in, that'd be great too. I don't know if he comes in the space.
Oh, it's 5 days left. Yeah, on this, on the weekly candle on ETH BTC ratio right now. Yeah. No, it just started. The breakdown's just begun. If we go to ETH as well.
And it was interesting what you were saying earlier about the 0.25 ratio, or Ethereum bouncing. That is something that also is, again, I don't know if that's good or bad when the influencers like Ben Cohen, that's basically his commentary has been 0.25 bleeding against ETH, Bitcoin and 0.25. So like I've heard that, 100 times in this past few weeks.
Okay, cool. You heard Ben Cohen also said 0.25?
Yeah, he said it earlier today in different streams.
Okay, interesting. Great. So, we're getting some confluence there. And, like we said, we've already started this breakdown. It did it in 2021, so that might be just what we're going for. So that means little more time, and, we got to go through this. Oh, BTC? Oh, look, BTC. Yeah, so that's the thing. We could wick up above the 50 like we have done before because this candle has just started, so we're going to see how that plays out this week. Do we get a reversal this week, or do we hold under there? I would still be ready for a fake out. Maybe they will try to close.
A lot of money's been made just in the ETH bounce of the past few hours. I think it hit under 3,000, right around 3,000. And it's like 250, whatever. I mean, just billions of dollars have been made in the past few hours.
Oh yeah, big time. Yeah, it's 5 days left on the candle, so yeah, we could start the reversal this weekend. I mean, we could wake back up, confidence comes back in, they reverse us pretty quick. Yeah, I mean, look, I'm still bullish, man. I do think we're gonna have a holiday rally. I think we're gonna pump into the holidays. That's my best case. If I'm wrong, then fuck. You know, that sucks. We're it's just bad, dude. We're gonna go
Every cycle, we all say the same thing. Like, if I'm wrong, fuck, for 4 years.
yeah, because this
So
is bad,
like,
right? 'Cause
there's
we're in bad shape if we don't.
famously, there's 30 indicators or something like that that people track. You know, around 30 or so, pi indicator and all these other.
Yeah.
I'll say the acronym wrong, but all these different, like sentiment indicators, fear, greed, all that stuff. Getting a read on, is this time different? Like I saw some of your St. Wolf, I saw some of your earlier tweets, and I responded to them also about like maybe this time is different. And I think you said it in a sarcastic tone, like you believe in this time is different.
This time, yeah, we had a high before the halving. This time could be different. Like, I mean, I would be ready for that. I think I wrote in there like, yeah.
I actually, when I read the tweet, I heard your voice. It was like an aura. It was almost like what is it, like the choir, like those the Gregorian chants or something. I was like, this time is different. This time is different.
This time. Be ready for weird stuff, man. Be ready for surprises. Get weird. MCG is in Thailand
Don't
right
mind
now.
me asking.
I don't know where he is. It says 6 a.m. where he
Yeah,
is.
I like Money Gang. If he does come in the space, I hope he does.
That'd be cool.
Yeah, Money Gang strong. Good dude. Where are you located right now, if you don't mind me asking, Money Gang? You in Europe?
I think he's getting.
He's all over.
I think he's getting ready right now.
travels
Okay. He said he was going to jump on the stream, so he's like, "Give me 15 minutes." I think he was in Asia last I talked somewhere. I'm not sure where he is now. If it's 6 a.m, look.
Shenzhen has a limit about like you can only be there 90 days, and then you have to exit for 90 days, and then you return in 90 days, and you go to like I've been to 100 countries, I think a lot of digital nomads. I think MGC kind of fits into that crowd. We have to keep moving. Like we can't stay in one particular country for tax reasons or for whatever other reasons. So
yeah.
Oh, nice.
He's 4 hours ahead of me, ish, maybe 3 or 4. So, is he like in Kazakhstan?
Kazakhstan. Hey, did you know that if you get on your horse in Kazakhstan and you go to a neighboring village, you can find a wife and just bring her back to live with your family?
What?
Did you know that?
No.
Like a cultural norm to kidnap your future wife. Kazakhstan's an
Is this the country's biggest selling point?
The biggest.
I dated a Kazakhstani, while I lived in LA a few years back, and I learned about like how her parents met, and it was basically through kidnapping.
Trade a horse for two.
What?
It's wild.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, my wife's from Prague. We go out to Czech Republic twice a year, and
no way.
The end game, that's where we want to end up setting up shop. Yep.
Dude, that's amazing. That's where I'm
That's
at.
nice. I like Prague a lot. I was just in. I just did about a 6-week long road trip, basically, and I went from actually I started in Paris just to rent the car, but over the 6 weeks I went from southern France, Switzerland, all the way down to Croatia, back up. And Croatia was cold at the moment. I know that St. Wolf's talking about like traveling to get somewhere warmer, but like Croatia was colder than I expected in Split. And then I went back up to Slovenia and around the Lake Bled area, all the different mountainous regions, and then back to Switzerland and then back out. But
nice.
It's wild how much, like if you live your life too much, like I think I lived my life for the past 2 to 3 years too much online, and you get out and you break out of like the echo bubble of online life and the especially the crypto space and things like that, and you say, hey, no, it's not all doom and gloom. Like there's a lot of wonderful places in in different parts of the world you would have thought would have been ruined by now. Really
Yeah.
amazing.
Oh
It's
yeah,
cool to
no,
get outside your bubble.
that's awesome. Yeah, I know we usually will go to Prague. Our family's in Colleen and go through Zurich, Luzerne, Switzerland, Corsica, Sardinia, check those spots out. But we live here in Miami, and my day job, I'm a neurovascular device rep, so I'm in the hospital on stroke call most of the time. Besides my little two projects on the pulse chain ecosystem. So sometimes when I see like these macro red days, it's just kind of like, all right, detox. I don't need to look at a chart, don't need to do any reactions. Just, I'll get a ping when it's moving back upside and come back into the smiles. So I think my worst decisions have been trying to like battle red candles, if that makes any sense.
What do you mean
It's
battle? What do you
interesting
mean
you were
battle
saying
them?
something about. I'm sorry,
Go
I
ahead.
didn't
No.
cut you off. Go ahead, saying.
What did you mean battle them?
It's interesting you're saying something about neuro.
Gary, you're first. Gary, you're first.
I'm delay. I'm sorry. It's interesting you're saying something about neurovascular. So I have a long history in cardiovascular. Neurovascular, a lot of my neurologist friends and people, with the interventional devices and things like that are in the same field, whether they're like I used to be in phase 2, phase 3 clinical trials,
Okay.
a lot of different stuff related to your kind of field. So it's interesting when we try to take our let's call it analog or our very scientific brain and bring it into the psychology of cryptocurrency. It can be
crazy.
It can actually make you a little bit crazy. You're like, what is happening here? Why did that Pepe meme go 10,000 whatever X whatever? And all the narratives around this space is really wild.
True, true. No, you're 100% correct on that. It's because we can kind of have this kind of micromanage type view on things or control more or less. And I launched the Your Mom coin, did great things, and came back down and massive pools and burnt all that stuff. But not here to show or anything. But it's interesting. There's nothing better than taking a step back. Even in hindsight, retrospect, there's a lot of situations like I really didn't need to micromanage that. If I could have set my phone down for 3 days, wow, how great would that have been? So yeah, lesson learned. But I love the company I'm with now, and I've been in this space was with Stryker for about 13 years before this company. And the end game is to live 6 months in Miami, 6 months in Central Europe. I mean, that's kind of what I promised.
That sounds great.
Yeah, Mishmanjelka. But yeah, someone told me that that you're in the Czech area. Am I correct?
Yeah, I'm in Prague.
Prague. Ahoj, jak se máte, bracha? Yeah, okay.
Dobře. Tak, dobře.
Dobrý den, dobrá noc, dobrá noc.
Dobrý ráno.
Okay.
Dobrý večer.
Prague is amazing. I've only been in Prague maybe 3 weeks. Is it the St. Charles Bridge? And
yeah,
I can't remember. Like the most narrow streets, and I mean I remember all the touristy.
Prague is beautiful. It's cool, man. It's like a fairy tale.
Prague is amazing.
Yeah, it's an amazing city.
It's a great spot.
Yeah, I wasn't touched by the war.
Yeah,
I mean, it's dream spot.
Yeah, it's a cool place, man. Really cool place. Like, I feel like I've unlocked a cheat code for life. It's like cool, man. I love it. Like,
you're saying, Wolf, you're steps ahead of me because that's the promise to her. She's like, she calls all crypto Pikachu. Yeah. Oh, you and your Pikachu, just let me know when it explodes. And I said, hey, babe, I want a live stream in a castle overlooking Old Town Square.
You can do that here because it's chill. Like it's like it's structured, but you can still kind of go places and do things very freely here. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like you can get away with doing stuff like that. You could probably just whip it out on the top of the castle and nobody would bother you. It'd be pretty chill.
Yeah, super laid back.
Yeah,
cool.
Very laid back.
Yeah.
You guys want
man.
Just to have a chill moment. I've been going for a while. So this guy, a saxophone is one of my favorite instruments. Like you guys know, I play piano, I play guitar and stuff, but I always wanted to play the saxophone. But for whatever reason, I always had to become the guitar player or whatever it was. So I never got to learn the saxophone. So, but I always like follow these saxophone players. But this guy plays in empty tunnels and garages, and people started finding out about him because he started going viral. And so now people show up from all over the city, wherever he is, and listen to him play in these like tunnels and parking lots and garages. It's fucking trippy, man. But check this out. Listen to this guy. It's like a random parking garage just filled with people. It's fucking sick.
Super chill.
That's sick, man. It's
Is
so
that, is
trippy.
that yeah, I can't tell if that's.
Everyone's just
Was he start
completely like
A
frozen.
minor?
Huh?
Was that? I mean, I play guitar, right? So, but I was trying to see if I could pick up on the keys if it was an A minor type progression. Yeah.
But like everyone is
Sax-
completely like in shock. Everyone's just like frozen, like in like a trance. It's like awesome.
Yeah.
It's great. It probably smells like weed in there, like crazy. Everyone's high as fuck.
Yeah, exactly. Straight Blondowski.
But it's so trippy too, right? This is like the modern era of concerts, right? This is real, like a concert in 2025, and it's so trippy. It almost feels like AI, right? And it's great how he set it up too from this like POV, which is really interesting too.
And nobody's saying a word. It's just that quiet.
Yeah.
So at first, when I heard the applause when he started, right, and I couldn't recognize the people in the background, it looked like he was in the garage by himself. And I heard the applause, and I was like, "Is that like a layover applause, whatever?" Then I could, you know.
I hope we get to see more videos of him. It's pretty trippy. Sure, that's cool too, but it's very trippy. Is there a name here so I can plug this guy? They didn't even put a name. Why did they plug him? Like, come on, man. That's kind of fucked up, right?
Yeah.
On a side note, I think we should be using AI a lot more. Like it's ridiculously easy to respond to a tweet, whoever it is that you're trying to influence or comment or follow, and use Supercroc or Imagine. If you're not already on Twitter, maybe it requires premium, I'm not sure. But the Supergrok Imagine, make a video out of a picture, create a picture first if you don't already have something as a source. It's visually appealing. It includes a sound component. Sometimes it's with your video, maybe it's music or something like that, or maybe it's background noise. But I think we should be doing a lot more of that too.
Yeah, I think it's
in
cool. I saw
general,
your
even
post. I think I responded to it, or I didn't yet. It was something about you had the comment about weird, and you made some grok thing, and it was Michael Saylor.
It was Michael Saylor stirring a witch pot or something. And I think I just put like 5 words in there. It just made it more like visually interesting.
Yeah.
And that took I think that took 10 seconds. It took hardly anything, especially with all the focus on AI companies, ChatGPT, Elon trying to do a competition to open AI. Like I think using that is useful.
Yeah, 100%. You have a lot of people making memes through AI or trying to polish it up, but I mean, we could do so much nowadays. Yeah, my brother's making a ChatGPT Asian markets trading view app, catching tops and bottoms. So he calls me in banking terms and tries to explain exactly the detail. I'm like, bro, like, I love you, but I can't sit through every bullet point of what's being created. If you could just tell me the profit margins at the end, and then we'll plug it in. I'll partake, but
A fairly good friend of mine on crypto or on Twitter, I wouldn't say crypto Twitter, is Alex Finn. He used to be an NFT kind of profile. I can't remember what his previous name was, but he makes a lot of content about using Claude, which is vibe coding, basically being able to create an application and use that, either publish it on X or other platforms or put it into the App Store. He's got a lot of great content about like how to create things. And I forgot what you said, your relative, whether it's your brother or somebody, but I think that following people like that is useful because, again, at the end of the day, we can trade, we can speculate, we can use capital to try to leverage in some way, but being productive, especially in the upcoming next 5 to 10 years, where I think AI is going to dominate everything, is necessary. I think that people need to. My opinion is that you need to build your human brand. Like, it's great to deliver a product to the marketplace, a service to the marketplace, but your human brand is going to matter because people, again, ultimately there's 8 billion people that want a human connection. It may be great that you have an Optimus robot, doing your dishes, or that you have a software, making everything easier. But I think human brand is going to matter a lot over the next couple of years.
Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, it's the only way they'll compete with
in
AI.
other words,
yeah, you're gonna have to become like more human than human.
So our value will be actually.
I think you should make a website. I think that's a great phrase. More human than human. That's very IPO. I'll speculate on it.
You remember that song?
Yeah.
I don't know if this is
more human than human.
Yeah. More human than human. Yeah.
I love that song. Yeah, that's where I got it from. Yeah.
But okay.
More human.
But in essence, you're saying our value is going to increase as with AI dominance. Just our basic human value.
Yeah, I think
interpersonal.
Yeah,
trust.
I think the market is going
to the human delivery. And again, so we have right now, Japan has a population crisis in general. So the average age of a Japanese population is climbing higher than it ever has been. And we have a lot more people in Japan that are, needing healthcare, or they're needing like nurse and support and things like that outside of only family. So they create robots effectively to be, companions. That's what they're doing right now in Japan. And I think that there's a huge value about your human quality. It's great that we have, all these different social media platforms where we can broadcast, our experiences, our opinions, or, make a post or something like that. But I think that there will be a high value, one in calorie production. Who's going to do calorie production in general? Doesn't have to necessarily be humans. It can be automated, even in that field. But human connection, we are ultimately at the end of the day, like many animal species, we are social, and our social value matters. And that might be necessarily through in person or through broadcast, to show your more human than human elements. I think that's going to have a huge value.
What's this thing about this U.S. debt clock? We're 24 hours away from the event that changes the world, the final countdown, U.S. debt clock. Something I missed? You Americans want to tell me what's going on?
Well, I think there's going to be a debt jubilee, just like in Fight Club. Basically all of the buildings that have repositories of your debt are going to explode, and suddenly you're going to be richer than you have ever been. How's that?
I like that. I like that. You guys, the Instagram is Mr. St. Wolf. Come to the Instagram. A lot of free alpha. I'm going to drop key alpha in there first. And then, of course, the Telegram is at St. Wolf Vision. Gentlemen, we are almost at 4.5 hours. I want to keep going, but maybe the next one I'll see if I can make it to 5. But I think I got to wrap it up tonight. It's deep into the AM for me, too. So, but
awesome.
Yeah, this was
the
awesome.
question is, did you buy gold because Peter Schiff told you for 10 years?
Me? No, I bought Hex, bro, and I staked it because I'm a contrarian investor. I'm a risk taker.
But the question is, did you buy it after Richard had the Willy Wonka outfit on with or did you do it before?
Wait, what? I have no idea what you're talking about.
The debate with Peter Schiff that Richard, I helped arrange Peter Schiff debating.
Oh, I've seen that debate.
Richard
Yeah, I've seen that debate.
Yeah. So he had a Willy Wonka kind of outfit on, Richard did. And he had like a $10,000 Louis Vuitton, whatever, Willy Wonka outfit.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
I think
my
I
question
bought
is, when you
Hex
bought
that,
your Hex,
I think I bought Hex that.
Did you
that
buy
day.
it before or after?
No, after he talked with Peter Schiff, I immediately went and bought stakes and did 5-5 stakes immediately. It's true story. Khalid, what's up, brother? Good to see you, man. Yo, if you guys see Money Gang, tell him I said what's up. I'm gonna crash. It's probably he's getting up where he is. I'm going to bed, but he sounded like he was getting up early. I
would love if he came on in time. He's really got.
I want to talk to him.
Yeah, my wife said it's like 2 a.m. where it's like 2 a.m. out there.
I've been trying to talk to him forever. Yeah, but I'm going to start streaming later because it's winter time and there's not much daylight anyway, so whatever. So I'll be able to do some more of these long streams late at night because it seems like that's when you guys are around too. You're in Miami.
But hey, I appreciate you guys letting me come on here. Right?
Nice to meet you, man. Yeah, good seeing you.
Good times. Yeah, I'll hit you up when I'm in Prague.
Definitely, man. Definitely hit me up if you come out here. Yeah, small town. We'll meet up.
Funding Jim, I've heard you many times on Spaces, man. Keep leading. Keep
Dude,
the leadership going. Money Kings.
All right, let's do it. Let's go for 5 more minutes. We're gonna do 10 more
minutes. Let's do it. Push it. I want to hear if
right.
Money Gang is a whale in Grimace. Is he a whale in Grimace?
We can ask him one sec. No, we'll go. Hey, Money Gang, we'll go 10 more minutes, man. We'd do it. Let's hear what you got to say about the market right now. If you got that link, go to the Telegram, or I'll just send it to you right now on your X.
Yeah, it's in Telegram, and you're saying you should follow Telegram St. Wolf Vision, I think it is, or whatever your group is. It's good. I check in every so often.
Oh, cool.
Someone need
Katie, thanks, man. I appreciate it. So Katie sent it over to him. Really appreciate that. Wait, did I miss something here? Have to make some. 9. Oh, that's weird. Okay. Oh, did I lose?
Did he find you?
He's probably confused about the Zoom at the moment. Maybe a lot of people get confused with that at first. They're like shocked or whatever that it's a Zoom.
I think it requires you if it's the first time.
Yeah,
to,
there
like,
his
down-
question just popped up right in time. He said Zoom. I knew it. Yeah. Well, the app uses Zoom so that way you can personalize your experience. It's just basic Zoom. But I can give you a normal link. You don't have to use the Zoom link. If it's like an issue, I have a regular link too, but I don't think you're going to get, oh wait, is that the Zoom link? Oh no, I can only use one connection at a time. Yeah, you got to use Zoom tonight. It's on Zoom.
You just got to download it if he didn't already use it.
Oh, he doesn't have Zoom? Everyone's got Zoom. It's 2025. He's not a boomer. Money Gang, you got Zoom. How old are you?
Google Meet Spaces.
Saint, asking him again what you meant by the red candle stuff you were saying. Oh yeah, Hawks, you said you were fighting red candles. How do you fight red candles? Like, what are you doing?
Well, like I said, we're hindsight and more speaking of mistakes, etc. Well, and I don't want to come across as shilling in this respectable chat, right? But there was a point in time when I launched Your Mom, I burnt all the liquidity pools. So it's all my Hex, PulseX, my Ink, my PTGC. I burnt those pools up front, half the supply, just let it ride, knowing that whenever the cores send, I've got a great safety net there. There was a point in time where I was kind of with my community announcing that I was pouring more money into. I'd see a candle, let's say $1,200 in sales on average, and I'd put $1,300 in and just kind of fight those candles, etc. But not doing it correctly, you get kind of front run, etc. So
Okay. Oh, got you. Okay, so you were fighting with your own project. Okay, I understand. So,
exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
So I was like, I didn't know if you were a trader or what you were doing, like how you were getting whipped around.
Yeah, no, it's just me, my own project.
Okay. I mean, technically, yeah. I mean, you're a trader. You have to understand the market maker side of things and the dynamics of what you're seeing, and how the market's going to react to everything you do too, right? Block Oracle. I have no idea. Is that funny? Is that money grab?
Block Oracle.
Oh, okay. Block Oracle.
Totally in covert.
Okay.
Yeah, let me change that.
This is when you know he's going into other spaces, covert.
I should have thought of that.
Said that earlier. I think everybody that has an existing, Twitter handle should create a brand new profile and go out and do your marketing. Like start over.
True.
All right, can you hear me, guys? Hello. 1 2 1 2.
I hear you fine. I don't know about the host.
All right, cool. Well, it's good to be on stream. Nice to see you, Sam Wolf.
Yeah, it's good to see you, bro.
And yeah, what a way to wake up to a beautiful Wednesday morning for me. To see Bitcoin dump below 90, it went down to 98K, and Ethereum go down below 3K. So yeah, wonderful, exciting.
Yes.
Let's see.
Amazing.
I'm up 10% on my ETH. Come on, don't complain.
Are you spot or are you leveraged?
I used Aave on what I bought, so I bought it 3,000. It was like I bought it 3,500 and I bought it 3,000.
Yeah, it's very precarious situation. I I put something up, and I think you commented on it, Sam Wolf, about where the price could go, like on the weekly SMA, 50-week SMA. And I saw a lot of like OG Hexicans going, "Stop fudding my bags," and all of this kind of stuff. And I'm like, it's not FUD, it's just reality, you know? If you go over that line and you look at previously
I think it
the
was
bear
probably
markets,
the same
if
people
it breaks
giving
down
me
below
shit. I did like a bear case video 2 or 3 weeks ago, and I just got relentlessly attacked over it. And I was pretty much pointing out all these elements, right, that are just rules of the bull run, right? Just like you're saying. And I'm wondering if it's the same people that are attacking you for that. Because, yeah, you pointed out it's a very clear thing. We punch below that, well, that's where potentially your problems really begin, right?
Exactly that. You know, I don't necessarily. I mean, we've got some time this week.
I have the 50 as bright green on my chart for a reason, because it is the most important fucking moving average on the fucking on the chart. This is the one. This is the one that matters.
Yeah, it is, and I'm hoping this is a fake out. I think everyone is, but I'm hoping that this is the whole myth. I don't know if it's a myth, right? But there's been a repetitive nature to a 4-year cycle, right? So I think with institutional money coming in and doing what it's done, right? We had a peak all-time high before a halving, which from what I can recall in Bitcoin's history, we never had. And then lack of an altcoin season, or if you want to call it mini altcoin seasons, but we've not broken, if you look at the altcoin season index, we've not broken 90 on that scale. I use that as kind of,
the altcoin season index, yeah.
Bitcoin season, altcoin season. So it's really been weird. It's really been strange. If you look outside of Bitcoin, everything's just kind of peaked slightly above, nothing's really done major X's in terms of, I'm not talking from the bottom, but I'm talking from last cycle tops. So yeah, it's all up in the air. All very strange. Oh. Darth, what are you thinking, man? Are we cooked?
No, I just think that I'm kind of biased towards manipulation and states, some major local elections going on and government's still shut down and Republicans trying to blame the Democrats, that type game. I think we're in the longest shutdown. I think the next day or two it'll be the longest shutdown we've ever had. So I personally just didn't want to look at any chart for like 72 hours. I didn't even want to hear Ethereum below 3K. And if I actually waited 5 days and didn't look at anything like that, I'd wake up and be like, oh, look, Ethereum's at 3,900 again. Oh, wow, I missed all that. Thank God.
Yeah.
So tonight, I think at 9:30, they announced that New York election. And,
who is it tonight that it's happening, or it's already happened?
Tonight, I think tonight at 9:30 Eastern time, they announced that Mamdani, the socialists, won.
Bros, we're all going communist.
He won.
Yeah.
That's fucking crazy.
And I'm as apolitical as it gets, but there's heavy manipulation in this space. We all know this.
Yeah, Mamdani is an interesting character. Let's just say that.
Yeah.
When people go off the basis of just giving free stuff, suspicious. Yeah. It's we had this recently with the Labour government in the UK, and they're heavily socialist. And it's just been terrible, just horrendous. They said taxation wouldn't go up for individuals. It's gone up. National insurance gone up. Digital identity coming in. Everything that you don't want has just come in. So it's
dude, UK looks like a disaster, man. Like absolutely.
It's horrendous.
Money Gang, do you think that voting actually changes government policy? I feel like it's a ruse. I feel like it's a distraction. In the United States, it can be other countries as well. Like, whether you say it's thumb on the scale or miscounting or whatever you want to call it, like I don't really feel like the general public votes these things in. What are your opinions?
I would like to say that, but then I realize that the female demographic, liberal male demographic, and gay demographic does play a huge play a huge role in in it.
Yo, your sound went out. Your sound went out, Money Gang. Yo, your sound went, bruh.
In society, and that favors more individualism, favors more to male competition, and to a degree to female. And again, I'm using generalities here, but every female that I know is more in favor of, socialist or widespread kind of socialist policies, unless they've been living in Eastern Europe and have been through socialism or communism. But I'd like to say, yeah, it's. I'd like to say that it's not the case where it is kind of just getting signed up by governments and stuff like that. But I actually do think there's huge amount of lefter leaning individuals, mainly in the female demographic and kind of liberal male demographic, and there's a huge amount of that. And I realized that. Take some creators like Destiny. Destiny is like a very popular left-leaning YouTuber. And then when I go on TikTok, I suddenly see, oh, okay, here's the other side. Because I'm so used to kind of more the right-leaning demographic. So I do think they're out there. And they have some of them have questionable morals. I think the males, from the male side of things. I think from the female side of things, there's genuine want for equality and things of that nature.
I can vouch for what you're saying,
But-
at least from like that UK point of view, because I know a lot of expats out here, and some of the UK guys they're pretty feminist, man.
Yeah,
they're
yeah, it's
scary.
crazy, man.
It's kind of scary, yeah. Like, I have to watch what I say around them. I'm like, what?
Well, the scary part now is that we're on the brink of civil war. We're having some, unfortunately, a lot of people are in critical condition from a person with a knife who came, two people actually, but two men came on a train, pretty normal train, in I think it was Basingstoke or something like that, and started stabbing people just randomly. And it is politically it's getting bad. It's getting bad. I mean, we've been saying this for the last 2 years, I think, but it is getting really, really rough because I think there's a boiling point, and you're going to get this kind of unfortunately it becomes about race, where you'll get white nationalists that really rise up in the UK and start following kind of someone like a Tommy Robinson, who, by the way, is a very interesting but questionable person in my opinion.
Agree.
I struggle with his ethics around certain nation states and also his ideological viewpoints. He kind of cosplays as like a Christian nationalist, which he isn't. So, I mean, the guy used to be a football hooligan, so that kind of tells you what it is. But people identify with him because of the fact that he has said and predicted things that have come to fruition. So yeah, that's kind of dangerous, because you have someone who's kind of predicting what's going to happen demographically wise and what's been happening in society back then. And then he always gets put in jail for certain things, for free speech, blah blah. Suddenly he becomes a bit of a martyr and kind of a leader, as per se. But some of his policies are very questionable, some of his alignment with certain nation states. So I'm a bit worried about it. sure.
So Alex Jones would say that the water is making the frogs gay. Are you saying that microplastics and vapor trails are making the populations gay? What's happening?
Probably. They drink a lot of tap water back home. Yeah. Yeah. That's the first thing I say to people, and they're like, I don't know if it's the same in the States, but I say to them like, stop drinking tap water. You know, but it does. You also think about it like this, and I don't know why in the UK specifically they talk about depression like way over the top. Maybe it's the same in the States, but they're always going on about depression, men's depression, this that, and the other. And it's funny because when the Polish and the Slavics come to England and they're working in England, they take a huge amount of vitamin D because of the lack of sunlight. And then you combine that with recreational drugs, predominantly stuff that you put up your nose, and then you combine that with a huge amount of a culture of drinking and boozing, which is, of course, not going to help. And then a combination with a really poor diet, and it's a recipe for disaster. So it does change their biological, like their mindset and their chemistry as well. And suddenly, and then you put in very liberal policies where if you've got some sort of liking to someone of the same sex, not necessarily not necessarily like a sexual inclination, but like a liking to the person or something like that, the teacher tells you that you're gay. So I think that all this combination as well is like creating very strange left-wing kind of extreme liberal individuals, tap water, culture, Netflix, a culture of drinking very, very early on, and recreational drugs very, very early on, lack of sunlight, all of these kind of things. And then you start to question, like, if those things were changed, you probably wouldn't have this outcome. Because we live in you get the same, I would say, actually worse weather in, say, for example, Russia, but the men don't turn out the same way, right? So, and they drink a lot. So yeah, it's interesting to kind of think about that and what that looks like if you were to change everything up. But yeah, our nation's cooked, unfortunately. I don't see it changing anytime soon. So that's why I've been out of it for 2 years.
That's good, man. Sadly, it doesn't look reversible, man. It looks bad, like not really bad shape, man. Scary to see it happening, because you could imagine going back 15 years and thinking it was even possible, and it's unrecognizable. Unrecognizable.
I think in our lifetime we're going to have a brush fire, like a population brush fire. I don't know how it plays out, but it's not necessarily doom and gloom, but if you look at historical cycles, Roman Empire, any other empire, basically, you have a brush fire event.
Like the purge. I mean,
again, whether driven by testosterone or barbarism, but basically you have revolution, and it may not be in one nation state, but basically you have a region that is a brush fire, and then because the brush sadly fertilizes the ones that survive. It's different. Like, it's a different culture. Like, we've been, even in cryptocurrency as a narrative, it's been like, against fiat or against government control or some kind of control mechanisms. That's why hardly anything significant changes through voting. Hardly anything significant changes in history, at least, without blood spoils.
True. Yeah, I kind of like from my time in Central Europe and Western Europe, and I do appreciate like the Czech Republic or like Hungary and some of those Central Bloc nations, because they're very strict on immigration. And not to compare it to the States, but I mean, you look at thousands of year old familial traditional cultures that have carried on for millennia, and you know, and if you're the country the size of Czech Republic or you're the country the size of Hungary, like that's your culture is there, right? And it when I look at that just from a math perspective, you take the UK or France or Germany, and you know, I get that there's kind of like this maybe guilt from the past and open borders and that politics, but it's only 1 to 2 generations of being that liberal in that sense to where you'll lose 3,000 years of culture and family traditions that, you know, and so, you know, unfortunately, that is something to fight for.
Yeah, yeah.
If people want to, but people have been brainwashed, right? Obviously, like UK, people are voting, and they're voting for what they have.
Yeah.
There's people supporting it, you know.
Yeah, that's it has to go to a boiling point. I'm just waiting for when it kicks off, and when it does, it will get bad. And then what's the outcome of that? And the problem is, I think there will be a government overreach over it, and they'll be like, right, you know, we're going to implement certain things, like this whole idea of 15-minute cities and kind of control of movement and stuff like that. I think, and then more policing when it comes to online messaging services and stuff like that. I think all of that will happen if there is a big event that kicks off. You know, so it's just more of an excuse to take away your civil rights.
Yeah.
Which is like, yeah,
100%.
It's not great.
Like the man in the middle playing the strings on both sides.
Mm-hmm. Exactly that. Yeah. So one of the big issues that came through recently was the idea that digital IDs were going to come in, and the reason for digital IDs to come in was because lots of illegal migrants are coming over on boats and they're working illegally. So there was an uproar in society, like, how are people still delivery drivers, right? They're getting paid by the government, you know, £2,000 a month or something like that. They get their accommodation paid for, they get their food paid for, the meals, even healthcare paid for, and yet they were still working on the side. How are they able to do that? Or you know, how's that happening? And then the solution was the government saying, right, if you get a digital ID, then we can kind of see all the people who are working illegally, and then they have to have a digital ID. And that was the, you know, they create the problem and provide the solution. Yeah, so
yeah, exactly.
It's funny like that. But yeah, it's just political instability.
At CrossFit, I was talking to a friend of mine today, because they told us that she had a going away party Sunday, and I was like, why? Why is she going away? And she's like, she's from Venezuela, and so I guess with immigration laws here now, she has to leave. She's been in the States for God knows how long. And so I said goodbye to her, and I was like, didn't know what to say. I was like, you know, sucks to see you go. And she was like, yeah, it's, and to take it on a macro level here in Miami, like a lot of the procedure volumes are kind of down. And, you know, because this is a heavy South American international population, and there's a lot of people that are kind of afraid to go get healthcare, go do certain things because of the heavy regulations of or just ICE and everything out there and stuff. And so you know, it's yeah, I don't have an opinion on either side of that, but it was just that's the first time I actually saw it face to face of it affecting somebody, you know. But if I want to make this on a bigger scale, the United States is a very large country. The countries in the EU are very small countries compared to our mass. So, I mean, I can't comprehend that type of intensity going on. And I don't go to France. I mean, southern France, Corsica, yeah, but I've never wanted to go to Paris just because, to me, I just think it's a powder keg of just too much.
France was so incredible when I was a kid, you know. I think about even into my teenage years. I got some French friends as well. Surprising English people with French friends, but yeah, the culture's kind of been diluted, I would say. Like coming out of, if you go to Parc de Paris, I think it's called, or if you come out of the train station, for example, it's rough, you know. It's really rough, and it's the same issues. It's like drug addiction. Actually, locals getting addicted to drugs is a big problem. I think everyone talks about migration, the issues with migration, but they don't talk also about uh, the deterioration of the locals that they end up getting very drug addicted. I've noticed this with the UK as well, because you see, you know, a lot of people blame migrants, which to a degree is correct, but also the locals kind of give up. So you see a lot more drug addiction. I've never seen as much drug addiction in the UK as in the last few years. So it's weird, and I'm worried about that, especially as we become more robotics and AI focused. Is like people who have structure, it's much better for them, even if they're just coping day to day and they're just living paycheck to paycheck. But then when you go from that to nothing, it doesn't necessarily make the society better, in my personal opinion. People have this utopian idea that if they get paid every month and all their things are taken care of, they'll live their best life. I think they actually become worse, and they're more likely to take drugs, and they're more likely to wreck their lives because they have no purpose or nothing to live for. They have no structure. So I'm worried about that, because I think there is going to be a universal basic income that comes in the future, elimination of maybe 50 to 70% of the jobs that we have now. And then what does that look like? You know, all these people have so much free time. We saw during COVID, I mean, there was restriction to a degree, but I saw a lot of people heavily going into, you know, drugs and alcoholism just based off of the fact that they had so much time on their hands.
It's gonna
it's
gonna be a
You
game,
don't.
man.
So what I hear you saying is you don't believe in a Star Trek economy. You don't believe
Star
in
Trek
people having
economy.
purpose without being paid dilithium crystals, or having shore leave where they can spend money that they're not paid.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah. I mean,
It's not a purpose-driven life; it's a money-driven life.
Yeah, no, well, I think they have to achieve, I guess, a level. Yeah, even now, like I don't necessarily work as per se, you know, I trade, but that's not really quote unquote working. And to have structure nowadays, it's like, yeah, you got to motivate yourself to have certain things in place for certain things, or you can waste a day, or you know, I know a lot of digital nomads that like to party a lot and go out and do all of that, but if they did that every single day, which some do, but if they do that every single day, it leads to, you know, heavy alcoholism, and you know, further from that ends up going down a pretty slippery slope. So I do wonder what that would be like to the masses, you know, whether they would actually have structure and purpose, or whether they just get all this free time money. And in a sense, someone who has this like crazy inheritance, and you see this with spoiled kids with massive inheritances that end up going down, you know, a pathway where they kind of ruin their life and they ruin their opportunity, and they kind of become very depressive, and they just don't care anymore. I do worry about that. So
I got into a Twitter beef, not a beef, I guess. It was just a thread back and forth, and it was because someone was unaware. I was making a comment. I forgot what the comment was started with. Maybe it was with Haitian dirt cookies, basically. And I was saying something like it was cultural. Part of it was cultural. And, you know, not simply because of famine, not simply only because, poverty, but, you know, some part of it is normalized to a degree with culture. And, you know, that's the same with a lot of, you know, again, it's probably my bias about like people have an opportunity to change. If they live in a place that is famine stricken, then the opportunity, again, there's the peril of getting killed for leaving the region. You might have North Korea or something like that, where you say, I can't leave because I'll get killed. Or you might have a big ass ocean and you have to immigrate and maybe die along the way. but like people still, in my opinion, have choice about the direction that they go in life, toward opportunity or sit in fear and boil away. So, like I was saying something along those lines, and it's kind of interesting because we're in a crux with technology, whether it's AI, robotics. What is the next economy going to be based on? Is it going to be that we effectively create a world where we become the Chihuahua? We are taken care of by a keeper, and food is put on the plate, and healthcare and things like that are provided without our consideration, but it is provided because we effectively become the pet of AI. Like, are we creating our own master? Is kind of my statement. It's interesting, kind of what you were saying just now. Again, over the next 5, maybe 10 years, the world will be dramatically. I feel dramatically different. Maybe it'll be different because of this brush fire purge, revolution, frustration, anxiety situation. Maybe that's one dystopian view. And then you have a regrowth and a rebirth of society in different pockets. And maybe that's part of the nihilist version. The other version is that we basically are creating our own utopia. We are creating our AI master and robotic master. And instead of enslaving other human beings, which we have historically, all cultures, all ethnicities have been enslaved at some point in history. So it's not, one particular pocket. It's something that's happened all around the world in all times. And so it's interesting that we're entering a phase where an Optimus robot is supposedly going to have a price point of around $35,000. Not a lot of people know that a slave in the United States traded through the different trade mechanisms, the Dutch, and coming to Haiti, and Haiti being a waypoint, and then selling into the United States, were around $35,000 equivalent in price point. So it's interesting that we're going to enter a new wave of economy that's not based on human beings, and may not be even based on the value of intellect or invention or chemistry or science or labor or anything like that. We're like, our economies right now, we're talking about cryptocurrency, which is speculation, just like a lot of stock or anything else, commodity. But like, we are entering a new world, a new realm. And as long as we survive the transition, who knows what it's going to be? Are we going to be basically coddled and protected and provided for, caloric needs, housing needs, sense of purpose needs, and things like that? Are we going to have that over the next 5 to 10 years? Or are we going to have something different? That's really the question that a lot of people, intellectuals, are thinking.
Well, I definitely can say that the private sector, when it comes to AI and advancements, is going to far surpass the government sector. I've my first brother I mentioned, my other brother who just moved to Miami. He's in the cybersecurity space with working for the government, etc. And he sat down and explained to me how they do not allow AI in any realm whatsoever in their systems. And he was telling me, so I was talking to him about, I've got four brothers, and so one of them who wants to get into the computer science and programming space, and that market is just collapsing because of AI and how strong AI is now and what it's doing. And he was just explaining to me how those in the government side are somewhat protected because their risk systems can't allow AI to even reach that sector because of the high risk involved in that. So with what you're saying, I find it interesting because that means the private sector is going to warp speed ahead in this process if governments don't open the doors.
Yeah, they're a little bit optimistic framing. Again, I do like Elon Musk. He's made different. I think he made a little YouTube, or at least it became viral. He was at a public speaking event, and he was saying something like, "We can continue to don't." It was paraphrasing greatly, but he was saying something like, "We can continue to doom scroll and fear, live in fear, and about what's going to happen, but like you need to wake up and find something inspirational." his inspiration, and a lot of people that are following along with him is like, reach the stars, go to Mars, and all the different businesses and things like that have some kind of, integration into populating a colony on Mars, right? So you have Boring, you have X, which is the social, we have cryptocurrency, even makes some commentary, whether it's Bitcoin or other things, Dogecoin, because it's a meme or whatever. But like, all of the companies that he basically puts considerable time and energy toward is about like, let's say, minimizing the risk to humanity by occupying two different planets. Like that's part of his mechanism, right? His inspiration, his daily inspiration. Is it about profit? Is it about money? The only reason he really wants to control, as far as I can read, a lot of people read, control his companies as far as like stock holdings, is so that he doesn't get voted out by some leftist or anti-Elon faction, right? So I think we're in a phase, again, over the next 5 to 10 years where things will dramatically change. Is a newspaper purchased in your daily habit? No, it's not. It's still purchased in other countries and other cultures, sure, like as a distribution of information, right? Now we live basically on the internet. A lot of first world basically lives on the internet, and we don't buy newspapers, and we don't listen as much to what our next door neighbor physically speaks to us. We listen to what is echoed and repeated and retweeted and has enough likes on it, enough followers to give credence to. So it's an interesting phase we're entering into, especially with AI. I listened to earlier today, I listened to probably 10 different songs that were 50 Cent lyrics of some of his most popular songs, but there were some in soul 1960s
Motown.
music,
I love those.
right?
Yeah.
Motown rap. Yes. It's been
Like I was addicted, and I was like, I gotta get this, right? And so it's interesting. Yeah, it's even interesting that AI music of 50 Cent lyrics can be copyright claimed. Like somebody created, soul music of the 60s. And if I repost it on YouTube, I'm going to get a copyright claim and get struck. So like we are entering a world where a lot of opportunity sits, a lot of monetization opportunity, a lot of narrative opportunity, a lot of influence and opportunity happens, even though it is basically AI.
Yeah.
I'm loving that.
Yeah, I'm spending a lot of my spare time trying to learn as much as I can, I know Giga's been good at this actually for coding development. He's been really knuckling in. Had some chats with him, but AI agents is something that I've been looking into, and I know guys like if you have, I think our space correlates with that space so well because we're kind of in the tech space and the digital currency space, but then. Most people don't know half the stuff that we're doing. Like some of the videos that the guys make in my group chats and stuff, it's amazing. I'm just like, wow, it's like absolutely incredible what they're able to do, and the content that's come from that. I think shout out to Almighty on this one. He's really got behind RH Pepe, but the memes that he's created from that, just from AI, I presume it's AI. Is like insane, and I use a lot of them when I'm, talking about pulse chain elsewhere, in different ecosystems and stuff. So getting ahead of that, and I know that AI can be much more than just video editing and a few pictures and so a few songs, but it's going to be real interesting to see what you can develop with that, and getting ahead of the curve with that is going to definitely benefit.
I have a question. I want to ask consensus. There's 3 other people other than myself on this. Do you think the most recent B-Roots video was AI? Do you think that was AI?
I've seen it. I need to.
100%.
I haven't seen it yet.
100%.
It was
Okay,
obvious.
what was it?
It's almost like it reminded me a little bit of Trayvon when he was doing, a few years ago, his weather, crypto weather kind of content, kind of doing a weatherman or whatever. But I was like, that's not B-Roots. That's an image of B-Roots reciting the news.
Is this the one where he was talking about Grimace?
No.
No, I mean it was earlier today that I saw it, but it was
FTX
basically him
and Sam
talking about
Bankman-Fried. It was
the
like-
market moving.
Yeah, it was like news. It was a news thing, and then it looked like he'd created AI character, which is going to become common. It'll get better in another, the next iteration of it probably be indistinguishable. Yo, everybody out there, smash the like button, guys. We are on 5. Is it 5? We just passed 5 hours on this live stream.
God bless.
Sorry, St. Wolf.
5 hours of eating life, St. Wolf, that you'll never get back. I'm sorry you had to invest it, with us, this cadre.
No, I look. I'm just going through charts. Fucking great. It's, some stuff looks bad. So.
You asked me, Gary, a little bit earlier about Grimace, whether I was kind of part of that. I was actually asleep when that launched. But
I thought you were a whale. I thought for sure you were a whale. I was like, Grimace is too itchy.
You know, yeah, no, it was Ali, Grandmaster. Some people know him, who launched that. To be honest, it's not the worst meme in the world, but
it pops.
Right?
It needs
Where did that orange tweet come from? I was like, because I saw it, I didn't partake as much, dabbled, but I saw Richard Hart tweet Grimace ? Was that before?
Wait, what?
He was
launch or
responding.
after launch?
He
Or
was.
responding in the
It was
comments?
before. It was before. It was in response to that. So yeah, it was. This happens a
Grimace
lot.
launched before Richard Hart commented Grimace ?
No, after. So
Okay.
So the
Yeah, I
minute
figured.
it gets tweeted out, there's pretty much fantastic. So guys are doing what Solana bros do with Elon, right? The minute he tweets something, it's like, make the ticker, So,
Yeah.
So yeah. I've been in a few of those where I've been like, I've seen the tweet, I've seen the Pump Tars launch, and I've got in early. But whether that goes and does something, it was McDonald's saying, "I'm not an intern, by the way," and then Richard had tweeted a picture of Grimace with Grimace ? So yeah, it's okay. It's not the problem is it can't go. They need to get above like a few mil market cap, to be honest, to take it very seriously. But then
Do you really just say I need to take Grimace seriously? What did I just?
For the charts taken seriously.
Yeah, for the chart to be taken seriously. No, it's play money, right? But it's certainly quite fun. These new launches and stuff. I've jumped in a few of them, but yeah.
Interesting. If you look, I love studying history. I've been reading a lot. Again, Elon maybe made it popular meme to say I often think about the fall of the Roman Empire. I made a tweet earlier today of Grok's version of what happened, who profited from the Roman Empire fall. And it's interesting in general, being early or earlier is better than being right almost all of the time. You can be early to salt mines, you can be early to gold, you can be early to diamonds, but basically being early matters to your profitability far more than being right.
Yeah, that would be true. Especially, all of the crypto cycles. If you think about it, if you're early to like coin, if you're early, yeah, it's true. Yeah.
Are you about to fall off the chair, St. Wolf? I don't know if you were trying to shut down. I heard you kind of alluding to it earlier.
I'm still looking at charts. I don't know. I think I am fading though. I'm definitely fading. It's like
Ethereum bounced a bit, but are you thinking it's closer to falling to 2,400? Or are you thinking it's closer to holding at $3,000? Where's your mentality? You still got to wait a few weekly candles to close to know. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think I was playing with. What was I playing with? Right here. I was wondering if we do, because there's Head and Shoulders. I wonder if we do get down to like 96. First, I liked this because this would really freak everybody out psychologically. But then, and then we could whip up. And here, I need to put this on logs. You guys can see why I draw what I draw. So this would be this channel we've been in since 2022. I think this is a good place to leave you guys. I was just playing with this. So we've been in this channel since 2022, right? So we got in here, dumped down to 15, and then we just been up into the right? And obviously we wicked out of it a little bit, we've fallen out of it, like, completely. Like, there's no doubt about it at this point. Right? We're not just wicking out of it. We're out of this blue channel that we've been in for what, the whole bull run. Okay, so the bottom of this channel now, and we've respected a lot of these lines, by the way, the mid lines, these bottom lines of this blue channel, they've been pretty well respected. So now the channel itself is the resistance, right? So that resistance line is about 140 if we go to the bottom of it, which is right above. I think that could be a target for me. I'm going to go with that now. I'm going to go with my target now for BTC 140. I think BTC is going to get to 140. Maybe we go above it a little bit, 145, maybe 150. But I think I got a lot of confluence in this zone, 140, 143. Let's go with that. So to do that, though, we're going to need to move quick. So I drew this quick, so let me see if I can just move it. It makes more sense. Maybe we don't go that low. Maybe we just come down to, like, what's this, 96, 97, 95, 96, something like this. We chop. We look like where it's over, and then pop. We just make this flight up to 140. And then see you later. Bye-bye.
Dear Lord, let us pray for St. Wolf's chart. Let it occur. I would appreciate that.
So I have the
And
low
for the
here
rest
at 93, which I think is possible if something nutty happens. But actually, I think maybe 96, 95 may be it, because that's the target for the Head and Shoulders that we're in right now. And then this is what I hope to happen this month. So it's all going to happen. All this is going to happen pretty quick in the next couple weeks, and then we start rocketing up, and that kicks off that alt season and ETH and all that once this fires up. So maybe this will even happen faster. You know, like, it'll happen like pretty soon. Maybe that's all we get right there. We're about to make one full pump, get another dip, and then we're going to flight to 140. I should probably redraw this.
What's the wick? Where's the like? I look at Bantstamp, but like, what's the wick down? Has it been like 99.5 or something? I don't know where it's been.
Yeah, we got down pretty low, man. We got to 98.8, 98.9. So yeah, it's.
So this is the opportunity for MGC to buy back in and quit tanking the fucking market.
Yeah, probably true. No, I'm still in place. I'm still messing around on Pulse Chain. A little bit of BNB, a little bit of I got some base plays coming up as well. Got a little couple over there, so yeah, it's an interesting when Pulse Chain season, guys. It's
I was
not about
looking
Bitcoin
earlier. What's your opinion? MGC weren't here earlier, but I said something to St. Wolf. He brought it up on screen earlier, which was the CMC. If you look at what's happened, you know, like, it shows you the 24-hour and the 7-week, you know, like, price points, whatever. And so if you look at what's green, there's only like 20 things out of like 27 million that are green. And Astra was one of them. How important do you feel CZ is in this cycle? You said Binance or BNB or something. Like, what is your view of, you know, Vitalik put out in the past, like, you know, key characters in the crypto space or something like that. Where do you rank CZ?
I think he's in the top 3. Like, actually, I think he is probably the top player in the crypto space. And people are going to be, they'll probably disagree with that, but you look at his exchange, is the biggest in the world, I believe. You look at the reserves they have. You look at the lack of depreciation during the bear market. Like, I can't think of a chart that held up better than BNB. You look at the reaction when he went to prison. You look at the reaction recently when he got pardoned. You look at, particularly in Asia, he's massive. I don't think there's a bigger character. You know, some people will say Justin Sun. I don't think Justin Sun's anywhere near the level that ZZ is. So, yeah, I think him and his projects are always going to do quite well in the long run.
Yeah, for sure.
Mainly because of the amount of money he has, and he does do buybacks. He recently just bought back Asta and mentioned that he was buying back Asta. He does do buybacks in the same way that Justin Sun does, and in the same way that Richard Hart does. So I think he's a main character, if not one of the top 3. Yeah,
100%.
one of the top 3.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
Nice.
he's in a lucky situation because he's, you know, half Chinese, and where else is he from?
Where else is he from?
I don't know.
Well, no, he's a mix. He's half Chinese, half
So
something
racist,
else.
man.
I think he's Canadian. Is like he has
Canadian.
Canadian citizenship.
Hmm. But he was in Malta when Malta was, you know, a very good place, very good hub. You know, he's all over the place.
I remember buying Binance at I think 30 cents or something like that. It was just because I liked KuCoin and I wanted to go over to Binance, and it seemed like it was you know, again, you couldn't do a fiat on ramp to it, but you could trade a lot of things that were interesting in 17 and 18 on Binance. And so like I remember 30 cents or something like that for Binance BNB. And then it seems like him and Justin have like you said, as far as chart holding up during bear markets, better than other charts. They have. You know, again, you can look at the numbers. If you want to call that because centralized ownership narrative, you know, as far as who owns a majority of Tron versus BNB or maybe other distributions with other coins, you know, the price action has been different. But yeah, I think CZ's a top market maker. And again, I think that, you know, whether it was part of the reason for the dump in the past 24 hours because of this now disproven, I believe, Wintermute going to sue Binance narrative that really I don't think has panned out. Yeah, it's interesting to see who's in the top 5 right now as of this moment. Is definitely CZ I think is higher than Saylor's narrative, higher than Vitalik or any other founder's narrative.
Yeah, I agree.
Yo, everybody smash the
Dolph,
like button.
You want to shoot off?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I'm gonna go kiss the kids and the wifey. Guys, it's been great. Thank you.
Black Hawk.
You know.
Pleasure, man. Good having you on the show.
Yeah. See you guys.
All right, night, brother.
See you, bro.
Guys, smash the like button. We're over 5 hours. Subscribe to the channel, of course. We got Money Gang, Crypto, and Funding Gym. You guys should all be subscribed to them, Money Gang's channel, and then both their exes. They post really valuable information. And, of course, you guys know I'm going to release really important alpha on the Instagram first. So, Mr. St. Wolf, I'm not writing that down anywhere, so you're only going to know that if you heard that on the show. So, Mr. St. Wolf. And... gentlemen, it's been awesome. I can actually go to bed and let you guys continue, or
No. I think one thing I really hope that you do push forward, St. Wolf, is now that you know that it works for you to be in spaces.
Yeah, that was cool, man.
You know, when you're doing a show, scroll through all of the spaces that are available, not just ones that are favorites or characters that you already follow or something like that. You know, I think that there is a lot of value.
Okay.
I'm at the Crypto Town Hall often. You know, Ben Cohen and Mario and all these people know me enough to bring me up, at least when they see me request. So it'd be great to see you pop into those spaces when you know that they're available.
Yeah, 100%. I'm gonna start to do that. I think that's a great idea. It's gonna be awesome.
Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, Twitter's been my focus now. I barely put anything out on YouTube anymore.
You're crushing it on X,
just
man.
mainly.
Yeah, your posts have been awesome.
Say again?
You've been crushing it on X.
Oh yeah,
Your
thank
posts
you,
are
man.
awesome.
Thank you. Yeah. Doors are opening up, so I was like, yeah, I might as well get out there. And space has been really, really valuable. You know, just connecting with the right people and just being able to educate and connect. Yeah. Gary's probably the best at it, so yeah.
Are people more open to Polshane now, or is it same bullshit?
No, they're much more open. Like most of the conversations I have is like I don't even necessarily mention it, or it's very soft short.
Yeah.
And then they're asking me the question, which has always been the opposite way around. It's always been kind of guys from like Hex Polshing community that have been trying to shove it down people's throats and get a response, and I don't find it's very effective.
That works really well.
But Yeah, well, yeah. When yeah, it's I find like I'm much more inclined to ask a Jehovah's Witness about their opinion than when they knock on my door. So so, so yeah, I've enjoyed it as well. A lot of people asking a lot of questions, and Andy Leon is very interested, very very interested in what's been happening, what's been built. We've had chats about that, and then I'm very, I say it how it is. I'm like, yeah, we're in a bit of a cult,
Yeah.
and there's good and bad things about that cult, but they're extremely educated individuals. I think sometimes the rah rah gets in the way, and people don't see what there is a lot of wealth, a lot of people who are wealthy who are big players. There are guys who are very very well educated and know a lot about the space, so don't just go at them because they like staking their hex for 15 years or whatever. There's much more depth to them than you think.
Yeah. Awesome. I jumped in a couple of those Andy spaces when I had a chance. They were interesting.
Jump up, man. I'm always going to get my guys up. As if I'm co-hosting, I'm always going to bring them up.
Okay.
As long as I know that they're not going to be assholes, I'll get them up. And it's always fun because
I'll do my best. I'll try.
You come up, you start talking about you're extremely good at TA, right? You start talking about different things like that. I'm telling you, people are going to be impressed by it, and you'll become a regular speaker. And then next thing you know, you'll be invited to other speakers. Like I've been invited to about 6-7 different bigger spaces as well, just from that and doing those co-hosting. And people see me around, start following. So I'm sure Gary gets probably the same thing.
Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna do it, man.
I noticed something interesting. I know you're closing the space. I noticed something interesting. Maybe it's been there for a while, but I didn't notice it. On CoinMarketCap, number 1 is Bitcoin. Number 2 is Ethereum. Number 3 is Tether. I've never seen Tether in the 3 position before. I think this production of stablecoins and Genius Act is going to have a lot of impact. Again, maybe call that dry powder because it's already in the crypto space. But I on a future stream talking more about who is the buyer of treasuries, who is the buyer of dollars, in the world economy. I think crypto is going to play a big part in that. I saw that there was different other quote unquote stable coins, and some of those we even have on Pulse Chain, which are the liquidity forks of different never sale narratives or whatever. So it's going to be interesting to see what plays out over the next few years with regard to buyer appetite for crypto and stablecoins in general. So anyways, I think you're kind of shutting the space down, but I never had seen Tether in the number 3 position before.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting. Yeah. Very interesting.
I did hear on TikTok from some crypto expert that Tether's going to $10 this cycle. So
we got stable coins.
It's happening,
up, man.
It's happening. It's happening. If only you put it in your wallet, you'll be the big winner.
Exactly.
Dude, Pete, I could go to $10.
Fingers crossed, man. I hope the best for them. But
all about ratios, bro. It's just ratios.
Hey, you guys are awesome. Chat, you guys are absolutely fucking amazing. We're going to miss you guys. Thank you for all the likes and the super chats. Remember Mr. St. Wolf on Instagram, Money Gang, Funding Jim. Awesome having you, man. Let's do it again soon.
Take care, guys.
By the way, 5.5 hours, almost, just about there,
Nice.
A few minutes away. So next one we'll go for 7. All right. Night,
Oh,
everyone.
when ETH is at 2,500. Wait, when's that? What's happening?
1,500.
Put it on the calendar.
Go now.
All right.
See ya.
Night, everyone. See you.